Hello, everyone, and welcome to Season 6's Quake Open League EU Elite Playoff Finals. We have got 8 fantastic players lined up for us after we saw the amazing games yesterday from NA Elite. I'm Zoot, and I am joined by Ketchup. We're going to get to do a cast together, man. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing totally fine, mate. It feels like it's been too long. I don't know how a difference a month can make, but we're back in business. But now, actually, for the first time in a while, it's going to be dual for us, which is I'm actually really, really excited about. We've kind of broken away from 2v2, which was kind of like, the big flavor for the majority of the year. We just, of course, had PGL, which was an incredible LAN. And we kind of went back to traditional tournament results. We saw Rafa, we saw Cooler, we saw these guys at the end of the tower. Which, funnily enough, hasn't really been happening in duel throughout the course of this year, and dare I say, even last year as well, to be honest with you. And Quake Open League, we've got some familiar faces. Cooler back in the bracket again. Obviously, match number 1, Pikawa and Zron. I'm expecting some good games, to be honest, mate.
Oh, mate, it is absolutely stacked. We can take a look at the brackets right now and check out what kind of games we've got lined up for us. We're going to get to see all of the remaining games. There you are. We got Zron and Pikawa in godly shape, who is going to be the first game of the day. Then Cooler versus Wenger. That's a spicy game. Kilson Cypher is a spicy game. Sirius Silence Ep is an unusual game, as they've never faced off against each other. So we can definitely talk about that one a little later, because there's some interesting features there. But, I mean, as it stands, the predictions for the winner today, in my mind, even the final is not super clear cut. Have you got any thoughts about that?
I feel like you could sort of take any of these sort of like the order of the players. Let me bring up my own bracket so I can sort of double check it as well. But you look at the likes of people we might see in grand finals. We could see Zron in grand finals, Cooler or Wenger. Wenger has been a really sort of talented player in duel for quite a long time, especially this year. Kilson and Cypher, that's hard to predict. And then I think Sirius and Silent Sep, as like you said, that's a bit of a sort of funky one that we'll talk about later. But if we were to see, for example, a Kilson versus Cooler final, I can't say I'd be surprised about that. Kilson has been so consistent in duel. You could definitely go as far to say in Quake Champions, I think Kilson is one of the absolute most consistent players in duel specifically. But then Cypher, he's always hungry, right? Cypher is the man of Open League. He is pretty much the most dominant player we have in this so far. So I don't know. It's hard to say this early on, Zoo, I think.
Yeah, true. I mean, exactly as you say, Cypher's dominated a lot of Quake Open Leagues already, but he just came off of a pretty disappointing PGL result for himself. Kilson, top 4 to PGL. Cooler, top 2. I mean, we've got some really good flavors of players in here, and I do believe in a few moments we will go into our champion lineups for Zron versus Pikawa. Here we go. These guys have played 5 times, by the way, and it's actually closer than you might expect, with Zron taking 3 and Pikawa taking 2 in competitive matchups. But we've got a Visor to begin with, and some interesting bans as well, Ketchup.
Yeah, no, I think there's going to be some interesting changes here. Obviously, we've had that very, very, very recent patch, which is going to change things quite significantly. Scale Bearer taken away. The clutch one makes a lot more sense. Now, I'm going to be honest, Sue, break down that Scale Bearer ban. What's going on? I've never seen a Scale Bearer ban. I don't think I will since. I don't know what's going on.
It's I don't know if BM is the right say, but it's
I mean, like Ron banned it, so I would be inclined to think that might be because it was Ron that banned it.
Yeah, I mean, Zron's banning it. I think he's like, dude, I don't really care what I ban against you because I'm gonna dominate you. I don't know if it's like that. I don't think he's being as cocky as this necessarily, but I think he's actually quite happy with the champions available and feels like they use a similar champion lineup, and he's like, well, I'll just do what I'm comfortable with. So that's the only way I'll go with it without
I would say that some bans might not.
Drama.
I'm getting bodied by this delay in VMix, by the way, but I think you would assume that it might not necessarily be a cocky ban. I would say maybe it's a cheeky ban. Do you know what I mean? I think cocky and cheeky have some pretty significant differences. whilst kind of being part of the same tree, you know? But either way, the actual picks we've seen are a lot more traditional. Visor on Runes of Sana makes a lot of sense because this is a champion that likes big maps, a lot of rail angles that you can hit, sort of spring a lot of those traps. Going into our first match here, now Quake Open League Finals, Pakawa and Zron. Nick selected, makes a lot of sense. BJ, I mean, he's one of the most powerful champions in the game, you could say at this point. We can expect a good match, even champion picks too.
Absolutely. We've got Heavies taken by Zron off the beginning. We've got the Mega taken by Pikawa, who's already suffered a couple of injuries. But yeah, the full mirror matchup. We've had a lot of hourglass changes happening on the maps as well. Ruins hasn't been affected so much in duel, but oh my god, Zron's doing a lot of damage to Pikawa straight away, and he's just pushing in. Doesn't quite have enough time to get that last rail to land. Oh. Wow.
Oh, Pikawa actually missing two really important rails in a row. The first one allowed Zron to press the advantage down there near Heavy. And it's unfortunate Pikawa couldn't really clutch out that final shot. That definitely would have been a down champion. And Zron now given an opening. Here's the piercing sight. Needs to be really careful here. Oh, misses it again 3 times in a row. Pikawa needs to shake off the initial rust, I think.
I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with Pikawa, how proactive he was about going to Heavy when he was low stack and pushing Zron away. I thought that Zron was going to get a super easy frag early on in the game, but now the controls really turned around. Zron is not going to make as proactive a move as Pikawa made before. Now he's getting railed down. The only saving grace is that he's got piercing sight, and he's going to force himself out to use it so that he can survive. But now Pikawa's got it.
I think, yeah, from that angle, he doesn't necessarily need piercing sight in return to land a significant shot, especially with the stack Pikawa's sitting on. He can really sort of choke Zron here if he wants to. One rail. Can he land a second? No. Pikawa still not trying to push. He's more content taking the control in the stack. I think he's super confident that Zron was kind of forced into this position, right? He had to move himself into a part of the map where his movement's kind of predictable. He can't make those big plays yet because Zron doesn't have the health. And now Pikawa, crazy how it almost looked like he let a couple of kills slip through his fingers, yet he's maintained control this entire time. Can he win this fight, though? Yeah, finally gets a rail. Zron's going to pull down. And that's the first champion of the day. Done and dusted.
To be honest, I was worried for Pikawa because it was taking him a long time to close that one out. I'm glad that he's been able to overcome that hurdle. He's now doing more damage than Zron over at Heavy. He needs to push in, even with the dual wheel going against him. He gets it after the Heavy's taken. That's a bit of a nightmare. That should have been a clean kill. Slight hesitation, and now he's a champion down.
Well, at the very least, he's going to get a trade-off. He's got that champion advantage. It's going to be good for him in that regard. But Zron immediately with the destruction, and it's back to even. No Ghost Walk was used. That's the really important thing about that fight. Now when this encounter happens, Pikawa super hesitant to pop the dual wield because he knew the Ghost Walk was still there. Unfortunately, didn't even have a remote chance to use it.
That's really gutting for Pikawa because overall, I think he played the round better. But that hesitation, that mistake over at Heavy where he got the neutral frag and couldn't deny the Heavy, that's just because he didn't want to push and was worried about dual wield. He should have known the health that Zron was on and able to follow on from it. But really well done for Zron, capitalizing on the mistake and just pushing in and getting the job done.
Now that said, he has sort of swapped things up some. I probably won't even get a chance to bring attention to it. Zron's done it for us, going in with BJ first. And I really like that play, because if you're confident you can get a good spawn, especially as BJ. Now, if you're BJ and you spawn anywhere near LG room, that's pretty much all you need. Kind of reminds me of, Anarchy back in the day when it was Anarchy and LG was all we needed back during the QWC days.
I like that players have actually been mixing it up. I think months ago, or even, back in the QWC days, it was like, right, you get a champion composition and a lineup, and we're going to play the champion. This one will always start, this one will always go second, this one will always go third. Now I kind of like that they mix it up more, because it makes it a bit more unpredictable as to what could happen. Really good job of Pikawa, though, on the rails. He eliminates the BJ threat, and now has to step up versus Visor. And again, the rails are great. One more.
He's done a really nice amount of damage, and I think it shows a lot of confidence in Pikawa's play that he doesn't need to rely on the dual wield to secure things. If he can land those rails and he can keep Zron behind, the longer it goes without having to use that real trump card, I think the better.
He does need to get the lightning gun as well at some point, but he should be able to hold position down on... Oh, he's going to spot him, but misses the rail.
Uh-oh.
Now Ron's going to threaten him a little bit. He's going to have the passive to take him to the 75, trying to keep an angle away from the pillars. The movement there from Picava was pretty good, making it hard for Ron to do anything. And dual-wheeled rail coming out. He lands one, now gets the rockets out. Good damage, but he gets that click of the rail, and you've got no ammunition. Bye-bye.
I was actually kind of worried during that fight towards Omega. The second Picard made that choice to actually go for the straightforward jump into Zron, I was like, oh, that's going to be a rail, but fortunately it didn't come through and he was able to survive at least a little bit of time, but it's not going to be enough, obviously. And now it's Nyx versus Visor. Not a favourable matchup for Nyx, to be completely honest.
Yeah, this is tough work for Picard. He's barely got a chance to work with Nyx before. Zron's got the LG all over him. That is piercing sight gone, so Picava can maybe open up the taps a little bit during this moment. But he's got not very much health nor armor to work with. And with the Mega coming up soon, and one rail coming out, if Picava can hold position on Mega health and then drop for heavy, I can see maybe a twist and turn for the next minute.
Now, I think Pikawa's he's still hesitant. The thing is, I've been watching Pikawa. I'm not sure he knew that Zron had actually popped the piercing sight. I couldn't quite see any shots from his perspective that kind of would have suggested that Zron had it on him, right? No preemptive shots, no instant fires. So Pikawa in that fight could have, technically, maybe he could have gone in with Ghost Walk, but still hesitant. Uh-oh.
That would have been a very ballsy play to make. Oh, I don't think he realized that. I don't think he saw that he came up.
What? Yeah, that definitely was out of his sort of peripheral vision, I think. Interesting.
The replay on this is great as well, because you can just see the kind of confusion, and then like, oh, well, I'll just deal with it.
It looked even better from Pikawa's point of view, I have to say. It's just Ron standing still, and Pikawa's like, okay, fair enough. I couldn't get the second rocket off. Now Pikawa. Got an amazing start. Is he going to get beaten to the punch on this heavy? Bullied away, and now he's going to be significantly behind. This is where Ron's going to press the advantage and absolutely melted him away with that shotgun. An immediate frag. On the verge of Ron taking this first map 3-0.
Oh, this hurts. One more. Oh, come on. Could have had him there. Flick around the corner.
Oh my God.
Not going to make it. Eventually gets through the teleport, and now with the nail guns, Ron is kind of weak now, so he needs to be careful. He's just playing
this is a very
little bit too aggressive.
Game. It's a very dangerous game that Picard was currently playing there. I think he really tried to bank his fact on both getting out of there before taking damage himself, but trying to put something on the table that means that Ron can't just, you know, mindlessly chase him for free because of the stack difference. It was very important he got that off, and unfortunately Picard on the verge of being forced into the exact same position, caught by another one, and Ron with the position advantage right near the teleporter means he can really sort of stick when he should have zagged.
He's going to chase for this. Rail. The tri-bolt now, you've got him weak. I think he wants to push into this. He's going to spam around the corner. He's got a little bit of stack that he can go with. Nail gun into the rail. There goes the visor. Only BJ left. Picava, after having actually a really strong start to the map, like in the first round, it could all be going to nothing.
Yeah, I feel like Picava spent a lot of this round as well, just having to sort of play runaway. And as long as you're sort of running away and you're kept constantly behind, you're not really able to play that control game. You're not able to fight for those pickups. It's more of a matter of, I'm getting railed every time I, you know, see him. I have to focus on staying alive, and that's the only objective that you can follow in this position, is to really sort of pull out something quite magical if he wants to make a comeback here. All right, that rail's going to be the start, but he's going to know he's got heavy, so he has so much work left to do.
Push in a little bit, just keeps him away. That forces Ron around by the bounce pad area still, and Picava knows that he can get to that Mega for clean off the beginning. There's a really good play with the LG, but look at that return damage from Zron. It's just by the teleporter, and Picava totally faded away. Now he should be able to get the heavy, but he goes off the bounce pad, which Zron sees. Picava loses all position on heavy. This could be another small mistake from Picava that ends up costing him a lot.
It was an excellent shot too from Zron. Very, very reactionary, understanding that if he wasn't going to reveal his position, he must have gone for the ledge grab, and that means he was going to be, you know, on the ground much faster. I really love this sort of like next level game sense from these top level players. Really impressive, I have to say.
Picava does manage to climb back on board with the heavy armor and the mega health. And now with 2 minutes to get something done, he will have to get past probably a bit of burst of damage for that piercing sight. But he hears Ron running away, and it's time to chase soon. It's time to think about leaving some items up and just getting the job done with the frag. One rail, that's 93 damage without using the ability. Here comes the piercing sight to make life a little harder. And now the mega health too. It's going from bad to worse for Pikawa.
That was so well played by Zron, being happily content giving up heavy, allowing Pikawa to take it, but staying positioned on the map where if he got a couple of those rails, he could run in and sort of collect the Mega to then keep Pikawa behind. You know, look at the clock. We haven't got much of this round left to go, and with such a significant champion advantage that Zron is currently sitting on, doesn't need to win by frags anymore. If he can just keep Pikawa behind, collect all the items where necessary, just play runaway. You know, rail him, keep him behind, put him in a situation where he can't fight. I definitely favor Zron here. I mean, he's just landing rail after rail, right? This is becoming so hard for Pikawa to do anything.
This is one shot at last, Pikawa's possibly thinking. Heavy's going to be up soon. I do feel like one of the things Pikawa's done wrong is that with control... Oh, right, here we go. An aggressive play, a really nasty rocket, and the rail lands too. Man, just as Pikawa wanted to push in, he had to at some point. That's, again, Zron continues hitting those shots.
And it's almost like it feels like there are certain players out there where it almost feels like the initial round can often be a bit of a rough road, because it almost seems that when you sort of play your first set of matches, obviously I've no doubt these aren't the first games of the day. A lot of these players do like to play the sort of warm-up games, but when the tournament is on, it can take a round or two to kind of get back into shape. The good thing about these players is that it doesn't take them too long to reach that point, but I feel like the gameplay can show that having to sort of, shake off some of that initial sort of tournament rust first, thing in the day. Zron looks better now than he did in the first round. And Pikawa just really unable to get anything going after everything that went wrong at the start.
Which is weird though, because I feel like Pikawa made some really strong decisions early on to kind of show that he's aggressive. He's not afraid of Zron at all. But then because he started making little mistakes that made those good plays totally void, then he lost his confidence by round 3 when he had to push a lot sooner, and then ended up losing all his stack to Zron with some good rails, with some intelligent use of piercing sight, and it just collapsed at a 3-0 when I really felt he should have at least had a round on the board.
It also looked to me, because I spent a lot of that map watching Pikawa, it looked like there were a couple of circumstances where he could have gone in if he just knew that an ability was down. But Zron did a really good job of making it not obvious. So Pikawa didn't really go into some of those fights with a lot of confidence to really push when maybe he should have pushed, because he was worrying about an ability that actually didn't exist at the time. But we're going into a change of affairs now. Blood Run. We're going to see what's coming through. Nyx first, of course. Ranger, a very, very popular pick on Blood Run, as always.
I'm wondering if we're going to get ourselves some mirror match or otherwise. BJ going to complement the Ranger. Got Galena. Galena has received a bit of a nerf. Her hitbox size has been increased by about 8, 9, 10%, something like that. So I'm curious if Zron's going to be able to get her to work. I know he loves that champion. He calls it his comeback champion. And we are going to get things to be a little bit more different on this occasion.
I always feel like the Galena change was definitely by popular request. That was the #1 sort of like champion change I would see on Twitter and other social medias for the longest time, which was they felt Galena had the benefits of a medium champion but the hitbox of a light one. So that was always like why is this character so hard to hit, man? She's like quite, she's a little bit chunkier than the rest. Not to be disrespectful, but I feel like it's nice that bit by bit the changes are starting to come through a little bit. More often than not, the champion changes do seem to be they're what the community is echoing, right? It's what the community is after, and it really does feel like the patches are productive as they go on.
For sure. Well, catch up. We are moving into map number 2. Zron is currently 1 map up on Pikawa here in the quarterfinals of the 6th season of Quake Open League. And we are on Zron to begin with. He's going for Galena first. Straight into Mega. Does manage to avoid the rail shot. Pikawa not able to demonstrate the increased hitbox yet. But he's got his chances. And with the Ranger on his hands, the shove, the fear of the shove is right around the corner. literally.
Well, if people miss Galena now, they can't blame it. So it's like, you know, there's that quite quite sort of elephant in the room where, oh man, I've lost my little cover up. I promise, my rail is the best.
We've got items coming right up again. It's going to be Mega this time. Picala, he goes in aggressively with the Dire Orb. Does manage to land a bit of damage with it and gets the rockets to follow up. So Picava again with first blood. But now it's time to convert something a little more. That Dire Orb's going to be back up momentarily. Zeron's already used Piercing Sight. With the item rotation coming back up, it's time for Picava to assert himself back in center map.
And he's in a good position too. You know, this really is kind of like, you know, one of those real wonderful positions where you're pretty much nearby to everything major. You can now sort of go for control over Mega. That's going to get sort of snapped up. Picala looking towards the right rather than the left. So that's going to kind of allow Zeron to run in there and steal it away. But I always favor Ranger with a healthy stack. Especially that natural passive of him sort of doing less damage to himself on a map like this is really useful. He doesn't necessarily need to use the Dire Orb to move around. He can sort of take such a small trade to rocket jump. Is he going to go for the Dire Orb now? Oh, nope, does not want to risk it.
There's a lot of lightning gun damage as well. Ron going to go in, rocket jump away. He survives with 10 points of health. He's got to get over to the 225s because Ron is right through the teleporter. He was like, I know what you want. I know you want those health levels, and I'm not going to let you have them. And right off the spawn, he gets absolutely minced. Goodbye, Picava. And this is exactly the same start as Ruined, isn't it?
I think so. An amazing first life, and it just kind of goes to pot from there. Zeron, I think the second kill was just a good fortune, but the first kill was really well calculated from Zeron. Knowing the timings, right? How long it's going to take Picava to go through that teleport and just kind of waiting for him. It was excellently played, and that's a level of confidence that Zeron really is famous for. And Picava, just a terrible time to use the jump pad right into a piercing sight. He's going to survive for now, but that was a painful exchange. Misses the rail too. That's not what he wanted. Yeah, Zeron has to be really careful with that rail. Take the shot and get out of there for bad or worse. Doesn't matter.
Ron, who was bang on predicting where he was, but didn't have faith in his instincts. And now Ron's going to be careful, moving closer. There's a good rail for Picala. Light armor spawns to make Ron not railable, but he's still under pressure right now. LG, Tri-Bolt still, all kinds of spam, but Picala can't find the killing blow for now. That's his piercing sight gone. Zron, with his piercing sight back up soon, is going to meet him.
Picala, the one benefit he's going to have is that he is sitting on a really impressive stack. So the thing is, if he can sort of spring one of those traps, the danger is that he's not got piercing sight himself, and Zeron does. So stack versus surprise ability, how much of that is going to disappear before you can even start to fight back, right?
Yeah, I wonder what Zeron's thinking about the last minute and a half of this. He obviously doesn't want to continue giving Picala everything on the map, but he's saving his piercing sight a long time. He can hear what Picava's doing in terms of the item and dropping down from the top. With 100-100, he's going to feel like he's got a way to defend himself. Just a quick off-topic note, there have been changes to hourglasses on this map. People will be used to there being 3 hourglasses down by rail. There are now only 2 as of Thursday's patch drop.
That's the interesting thing to me, is how much time these guys... I know some of them have played PTS, but even PTS time, that's not a long time to get acquainted with a new version of the game. And the players that play the most seem to be really good at getting familiar in a short space of time. It's not easy to make adjustments when there's balance changes, there's map changes, there's new additions to the game. Zeron, I always feel, is one of the stronger players actually accustoming to those changes. Sick.
Yeah, he's always got something to show. I know he had an incredibly disappointing PGL. He did have a tough bracket, admittedly, but he ended up going down super early. He didn't even get to day 2. But in that round just there that we saw, Picava managed to find a way to be aggressive, but because Zeron was just playing it intelligently, defensively, he got the turn on the major item. We are going to have fireworks opening up though in round 2. Zeron, the weaker of the 2 players for now, so Picava maybe can open up once again, but I've always got to question Picava. Has he got anything to show after frag number 1 in the round?
That's the thing, right? The initial play on spawn and getting some of your resources together, he's naturally going to have a bonus, the fact he's got Ranger, so that immediate burst and a missed rail is going to be wonderful for him too. Springing the trap, I'm surprised Ron went through that teleporter after missing that rail. I think Pakawa going up top was quite an obvious decision, right?
Yeah, well, he did fall for it. Pakawa lands an important rail shot. He just managed to detect Ron with the tri-bolt, so he knows he's locked into this area. But he doesn't want to just keep him over there. It's so difficult to chase in that instant, so he gets himself some more weapons. The Mega Hell's going to be next. He hits another good rail, and he just saw the Ghost Walk being used.
Pakawa just made such an amazing decision there where he both landed the rail on Ron and then used the dire orb almost like as currency. Trade one dire orb for a mega. He knows that Ron has to be so mindful of whether he's going to teleport to it or not. That 1 second he wasted was all he needed to get in and out of that mega without taking any damage.
And Pakawa can't chase that frag still. Now Ron's managed to pick up Hourglasses, get his cooldown back up. Pakawa will still have item control, but you've got to force that Ghost Walk out again. One rail would be so helpful for him. He still has the health and armor to make this happen.
Well, I've seen Pakawa get many a first frag before. How much does it mean in the long run? Oh, there's the... Yeah, Zron absolutely heard it. Yeah, but he heard it, so Zron's now going to know it's gone, at least for... I know, understanding and abilities gone with Ranger only means so much because it's back so quickly, but still.
Oh, gotta hit these rails. Does find one eventually. Zron's going to get out of there so he doesn't have to use the Ghost Walk straight away. And now Pakawa, I mean, he might even have to leave the heavy up. He's just got to go, because it just takes forever. And if you let it float another 2 minutes, Zron knows exactly how to be defensive on this map. This map totally enables this style of play. And unfortunately for Pakawa, he's not been able to play that style when he's had an advantage because he's giving away the frag straight after. And I just think that's credit as well to Zron's champion pick.
I'm also looking at how those frags that Pakawa has landed so far were obtained from either springing a trap on a teleporter or just getting that one good bit of sense to go. It was near Mega Hallway, you know, where he's going to try and sort of just really bully his way through. Lands a rail, dire orb, rocket, you know, that sort of like three-piece. All of his kills so far have been due to the fact that he's caught Zron off guard. The longer the rounds go, the more data Zron gets, it becomes harder to actually surprise him.
Yeah, I want to give a new perspective actually to it because I've been behaving as if Zron is the one who's in the lead when actually Pakawa, I mean, it's excellent control, but it feels like he's desperate to make another kill happen soon. He's been landing those bells here and there. He's not let Zron get above 100. Pakawa is even taking away light armors, so I mean, this is really good for Pakawa, and he's got to protect this heavy now. There's a good split between the major items. I love that little play there. Lightning gun sees that the Ghost Walk's been used, and now it's just be careful. Is he nearby? No. Okay, I know I've got another probably 20 to 30 seconds where there's not a whole lot that Zron can do.
And he's already just sort of, you know, putting the chokehold on him so far. That one defensive rocket. Zron has no choice but to be careful, and now we've hit that 1 minute warning. Things get a lot more difficult for Zron. Lands a rail, but now he's in one-shot territory. Watch out, here comes the dire orb! And now that might be game over. Zron has to pull off a really impressive comeback here, but it's Visor. Visor fresh off spawn, not really a comeback champion compared to some others.
Oh, click of the railgun. There's only rockets, a little bit of LG. He's landing something, but it's hurting already. And Zron, I think he's just going to go in on it. He lands a shotgun blast. There's still time, Ketchup. There's still time for him to make something happen, but he's going to meet him straight away. But the rocket lands. Zron, don't tell me he's going to turn this round around. There's 25 seconds to go. He hits one rail. Dual wield is out. He's looking for one more, but the nail gun it shuts him down. And Pakawa gets his round on the board at last.
I was really worried. Pakawa missed a rocket. That one rocket that he missed almost cost him the entire round. Here could spawn too, like he spawned right near Mega, which was definitely not an unfavorable spawn for Pakawa when Zron was as weak as he was.
There was also like a rail that missed from Zron. If he hit the rail, like he tied it up there. So if Zron could have just been 1% more clutch, it would have been even better for him. But look at this, he's just stringing together the rails. Pakawa's thinking, I'm being intelligent with my dodge, and really it was a good effort from him. But Zron's rail, when it's on, is so good.
Zron misses that rail like not even half a second before he gets it dual wield. And Pikawa, despite the dual wield, was still forced away. That is really unfortunate when you lose a 1v1 as dual wield.
And Zron probably feeling a little bit confident after that. It's like, man, I just survived against BJ dual wield. I feel like serious for a second the way he was doing that at PGL. Zron's got
It's so hard. There's such
armor.
I feel like there's such a small pool of players that can successfully do that. Where you go into a BJ fight without absolute guarantee that you're going to win.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got the Mega Zron. Despite the, unfortunate not being able to close out the fight, surviving was enough, and now he's established wonderful control. Zron deliberately not collecting the heavy too, really wants to sort of delay them. Of course, the longer he delays them, I think upgrades the chance that he can collect them both as they spawn. Now 10 seconds left, he can start to spring a trap towards Mega.
Yeah, I feel like Pikawa's got his work cut out for him at the moment. If he can get to 100 minimum, he's looking all right. But he's got to almost get slightly fortunate with his timing on the attack. Zron can pop the piercing sight at any point, most possibly when Heavy's coming around so that he can punish. It's up in a second. And he sees him, and he's going to get a nasty surprise from Pikawa. 2 rockets. Absolutely done for. And there's the rotation of the items coming right back in.
For me, it's just how beautifully Zron is juggling these 2 items. The fact that he can always make sure that if there's a fight on screen near one of them, he's going to be in control because he has both timing and the constant stack to take it. A little bit of damage coming through from the plasma, but it's not enough. And again, because Zron delayed it so much, even though he wasn't the first one near Heavy, he can still make sure that when Heavy spawns, he's going to be there first. This is such a wonderful round. Beautifully played from Zron. And now Heavy's there. Pikawa can't fight for it. There was almost nothing he could do by the end of that round because of how well Zron juggled those 2 items together. Yeah,
and here it comes, Ketchups. Possibly the last round for Pikawa in the Quake Open League Season 6 Finals. Zron wins this one. He's through to the semis and will face off against either Venga or Cooler. 2 big names for, well, different reasons, different generations of the game. People are hyped for Cooler up next as the 2nd place finisher of PGL. But we've got to say, Pikawa not getting a bad start to the round. He's got a lot more armor to work with than Zron, so maybe we're not done quite yet.
Check out some Pikawa and see what he's going to cook up. It's not going to be a completely guaranteed. He knows that Zron is sitting there waiting. Yeah, there it is. Managed to get out, but Pikawa standing his ground. He really wants to eye up that Heavy too. Okay. Much more favourable. He's going to teleport to that. Yeah, he's going in for the fight. He's confident. That was such a good decision, actually. He knows that if he can just teleport to Rocket first, Zron would have been unable to pick it up. Almost got a rail.
Whoa!
Pikawa! Absolutely well played, I think. In my opinion, I really liked how he went in for that fight.
Oh no, it could go wrong. He's going to survive a rail somehow. He gets the mega health in time. The totem's gone out. Rocket is going to get rid of that totem. Zron does go back up to 100 points of health. The Heavy is now up. Orb out. Like this play and the Tribal to finish it off. Pikawa is still in the running, and he's handling. He's decided, like, look, I'm almost out of this. I got to start being more aggressive. I can't be hesitant. I can't give Zron too much respect. He did just see the Ghost Walk. He's going to jump back out. It goes the other side of Zron. Rail to finish it. Oh. But through the teleporter, he doesn't quite make it and decides, you know what? Probably for the better, because I get myself the mega health and I can get over to Heavy safely. Wow, that damage.
Can we talk about how clean that rocket jump was as well? That was just super sick. That's the benefit of ranging, you know? The less self-damage. One of the most important passives in the game, especially in Duel. It just means that you can make those decisions without having to worry about how much damage he's going to do to himself. You know, do like 10 damage here, 10 damage there. If it means you can get away from Nyx, take that trade all day.
Zron did manage to get himself some items lately, but that rail, that's huge. That's exactly what you need, and that's why Nyx can get shut down quite easily unless you're able to land your shots equally, if not better, than your medium or heavy champion counterpart. Oh, the plays from Pikawa.
Oh my God.
To get another rail go down. This is really sick from Pikawa. He might put us onto a tie-breaking round, unless we get a repeat of a previous round. Whereas Ron can conjure something up.
And Mist Rail's going to give Zron a little bit of knowledge to go in for that Tribal unchallenged, but it's not going to be a huge amount of damage just yet. Of course, he has the Ghost Walk locked and loaded, but failing a Ghost Walk in front of Ranger can be a death sentence. Nyx does not have the stack. Speaking of which, the Heavy collected, and the Mist Rocket means Ron can be as aggressive as he wants. Tries to go in for the comeback Dire Orb. I respect it. I respect it. If he's going to go down, he may as well try and go for the cheese.
No, he had to. And to be honest, his angle wasn't bad.
God.
Look at that. 2 rails right off the spawn for Picava, and it's happening. We've still got a minute and a half to go in this round. Not that it even matters anymore, but we've got BJ for Picava, and he's just suffering from the damage output that Ron got with Nyx, and then all of a sudden he's out of position for the items, and he just feels kind of lost and alone.
Zron with a really clean Heavy collection. Getting just enough height to guarantee that wall jump. And now he's back in control against Picava. Can obviously save the Ghost Walk for when dual wield gets to pop to pretty much nullify it. Not missing a single rail so far. Of course, I jinxed it as he misses this one. But fortunately, Picava is missing the shots as well. So we're going back to somewhat of a stalemate.
I think Picava's going to be looking at number 1.
Risky!
Rocket coming out.
This is
It's going to be off time for a second. Picava, though, now he's the one so weak. He's got to run away. We've got a rocket jump from Zron. Can you find him? Picava's disappeared into lower ground. Please keep me alive. Rail doesn't care.
Very crucial that that rail did not connect for Picava because it would have allowed Zron to be as aggressive as he wants. He still needs to be a little bit careful though. He only has Ghost Walk available in 13 seconds, and this is still Nyx we're talking about. She will get disappeared by Picava. Cannot push the advantage. He can't force the dual wield, but at some point he might have to pull the trigger soon.
Why didn't he go into dual wield there? That was a perfect chance to go LG dual wield and take him down. He's got a good rocket here from the nail room, so that those items that Ron was taking don't mean much. However, he will get mega health. Ron's going to show his face. Picava, he avoids the rail shot, but not that one. And now he's licking his wounds. This is bad news for Picava. He has to stack up fast.
It's the worst kind of fight that doesn't go right. Hang on a minute. Wait. Picava, he's not used dual wield. Oh, it does not matter. Just caught looking in the wrong direction. Gonna be done. Game over. Zron looked really good. And I just feel like things were very unfortunate for Picava in that final round.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, why didn't he use the dual wield at any points in those fights? I get maybe he wasn't sure when Zron's ability was going to be back up again, but just get it out. Force it somehow. You've got the LG, you've got dual wield. Use the ability and just force him to flee, take control of that tribal position and get yourself the next heavy armor. He was trying to do something, I think, a little bit too smart, and it did not work out at all. So I can really only fault Picava for those final moments of Blood Run.
You can basically weigh up what happened in the previous map as well, and every time there was a fight where you kind of assumed that Zron would pull the trigger on one of his abilities, that Picava could then almost like counteract the second it's done. At no point at all in this series did Zron ever actually go for an ability. Oh, I thought he would. So I feel like at the very end, it's kind of like what you said, use the dual wield to force something out of him at last, because previously in the entire series, Picava had no reason to believe that Zron would maybe just decide to do what he hasn't been doing the entire time. So that's game over. Zron's moving on, and it's nice to see him move on. It's like you said, right? I feel like Zron is his own biggest critic in a lot of cases. Every time he does bad at a LAN or does bad at a tournament, he beats himself up more than I think any other player does, which pros and cons. It means he really, you know, gives a damn about the whole tournament, about himself as a player. But yeah, with every loss, there needs to be a chance for improvement, and Zron does improve every time it happens.
Yeah, I mean, Zron is an incredibly strong player. This is be some kind of redemption for him if he's able to get a good performance in today, especially on the build-up. And we've got like ESWC announced. We don't know what players are going there yet, but I believe Zron is going to be attending the Italy LAN. That's going to be towards the back end of this month, I think. So he's still, you know, he's got to give himself some of that confidence a little bit. And I know Picava is probably an opponent that he feels that, you know, he is higher ranked than normally. You can never like take Picava too easily. And the fact that Ron managed to dispatch him the way he just did, I think that's going to give him a little bit of wind under his sails and allow him to be confident for the next games and maybe have a smile on his face on the lead up to Italy.
Exactly, and that's what the Quake Open League has always been doing. And I feel like I'm definitely not the only person that has noticed this. I'm sure a bunch of you guys and girls watching on Twitch right now will probably agree. Since the Quake Open League begun, I feel like there is a certain group of players that the more they play Duel every single week and they play in these cups and they qualify for the finals, when that gets transferred into LAN, I think if the Quake Open League wasn't around, we probably wouldn't see these players, I guess, be as immediately comfortable as they seem in LAN because the content experience is there. It was the same thing when it was 125 FPS, when it was last year. I think the constant competition is what really gives the players the means to not get nervous, not get, I guess, doubting themselves at the very beginning of a tournament, where those initial matches otherwise can be personally the hardest matches to play because you're nervous about the entire tournament. You've only just begun. There's a lot of mind games that you can psych yourself out if you're not prepared. And these tournaments kind of actually let you get prepared. But I believe we're going into match 2, right?
Yeah, we will go into match 2. We've got Wenger and Cooler, but we are going to go to a quick break, get our players on the server and get ourselves prepared. So guys, we'll be back in just a few moments for more quarterfinal action from the Quake Open League. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Quake Open League Season 6 EU Elite Playoffs. We are moving into the second game of the day. It is going to be Cooler versus Wenger. I just want to give a quick shout out to everyone just to let people know how the signups are working this time round for Season 7. Because of PGL, we put a delay on our playoffs, so that meant that signups opened the Monday that just went by us. So our check-ins are going to close today for the EU side pretty much around the time that the EU Elite stream finishes. So if you want to get on the games, get onto QuakeOpenLeague.com, go through to our Discord, get yourself checked in, and you can participate in this coming season's EU or NA divisions. So especially clear as well to any of the top guys that are there and they want to be getting themselves to this level stream for EU, NA alike. But catch up, Cooler Wenger is upon us. I think we can go to a quick bracket to show us.
I feel like the Cooler Wenger has sort of become quite a classic matchup in the Quake Open League at this point. It always seems to be in the later part of the bracket, doesn't it? We sort of see these crazy matches sometimes in the group stages, but every time we reach that top 8 at the end of a month, this is a pretty returning customer at this stage. Wenger, one of our younger players, without a shadow of a doubt, and Cooler is the direct opposite of that. Fresh off a second place finish at PGL, so Cooler has had a immense couple of months in Quake Champions. There are people out there that are picking Cooler to maybe win this. The grind of someone like Cooler is legendary. How he can get straight back from PGL, and pretty much the day he returns, he's immediately back on stream. He's immediately doing scrims, practice stalls, and the like, with no rest. Like, this man is a nutcase, but the best kind of nutcase when it comes to competitive practice.
It's absolutely insane what he gets up to. I couldn't believe that he flew back and was like, you know what, I'm just going to keep grinding. I was like, a lot of people after they get a win, or even after they get like a bad loss after a LAN event, it's like, I need to simmer down, I need to collect my thoughts for a few days, and then I'm going to get myself like in the zone for the next event. He's just like, damn, I'm going to grind, and I'm going to win the next event. I'm not going to come second place, going to win them all. Which is, for me, is amazing, like how dedicated this guy is as a competitor in Quake over so many years, over different versions of Quake. It's honestly, I find it quite inspiring that he can continue to do this for as many years as he has. It's really like acting as a role model, I think, to the younger competitors.
I mean, if you want to look at a champion of Quake to take after, Cooler is it really like a look no further, right? Is that Cooler has had so much experience in Quake. He is one of the most legendary players of all time, and even now, when he's been playing for as long as he has, he is still in the mindset of if something goes south, he is immediately back on the grind, and there's no negativity here, right? It's we just play, we practice, and now Ranger both ways here on Blood Covenant. Really good map for Duel, especially when you take in the quality of players we have in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've barely had a chance to introduce going into this map, but again, looking to make a statement. I know he wanted to get himself back over to a day 3, wasn't able to. He goes for the counter orb, and he is going to get the first frag with still a solid amount of health and armor left. Mega is going to be up next. He'll have to let that one go, but going up against this new larger hitbox Galena, I wonder what his confidence is going to be like going against this. First rocket's brilliant, the second was good, third not bad, and he hits the one right at the end. That is 2 frags up for Wenger.
This is what we call a wonderful way to start a competitive series. Wenger is looking absolutely ridiculous right now, and it's just coming through wonderful rocket placement at the end of the day. And now it's going to be Ranger versus BJ.
Sorry to
he actually looks like
just as he said
no worries.
He makes that like timing mistake, and it's like, oh no, he's just totally lost that on heavy, and the mega health tries to rocket jump his way out of harm's way, but ends up just doing extra little bits of damage to him. He could be in a lot of trouble now. Fortunately, saving his ass, and he hits another one.
It did indeed, and one more actually. Cooler would have been in a horrific position. That's always the important thing. If you make a mistake like mistiming heavy the way Wenger did, he has given up a fair amount of control, but he's not let it sort of really ruin things for him. He's still in a nice level here. Almost actually got the frag on Cooler, even despite that mistake, which is kind of insane when you think about it. Uh-oh. Yep, he has to rocket jump, and very preemptive for Cooler to actually go in for that. Is that going to be enough to win? I don't think so. He's out. He's saying, get out there. Oh my god! Oh my god! 2 rails. Dipped right past his head. Watching Venga, that one felt nice in my ears, but yeah, he survived, which is very important.
Oh, he's found him up at the top of the bounce pad. Orb is going to go in, 100 damage as the LG, but it's still going to be a rocket finisher. Vega seems to be like totally oblivious at the shots that he's landing. Like sometimes he's like, "Where is he? Oh, there's a direct rocket." It's just so blasé right now, but it's incredibly impressive.
That's a controlled chaos, isn't it, when it comes to Venga?
Yeah.
You watch someone like Zron and it's just clean, clean, clean. And then with Venga, this looks like a scramble, but he's landing directs every time he left clicks. I know that Venga just messed up his rocket jump. We all saw that. I saw that.
It's fine. It's all good. He's like, yeah, I meant to do that. It's just gonna be... Yeah, I'll hit a direct rocket in a second and everyone will calm.
He did it to delay the rail pickup, obviously.
Yeah, it's this new delay rail trap. Oh, let's go dire orb from Cooler.
Wow.
I don't think Venga was expecting that, so maybe this one is a less controlled chaos for him. But we get to swing over to Cooler's point of view and see what he can do with a bit of control, at least contested control. And get back into the swing of things. There's going to be a very nice rail. It's going to be found through the teleporter, and Venga actually opens up with a decent amount of LG damage there.
Is that going to be enough to go through? Venga being really aggressive. He did save his dual wield, and the dire orb failing is going to be bad news actually for Cooler, who now is in a bad situation to begin with, but it has allowed Venga to sort of waste a bit of extra time. And now he should be able to go back and collect the Mega. Again, it kind of looked like he'd mistimed the Mega for another time. Venga has had somewhat of a timing issue on this map so far. And now he's forced to retreat. He did get the Mega eventually though, and oh my word.
Some nice moves that we're getting from Cooler, like the rocket jump over. Unfortunately, he's not been able to deliver with the shots afterwards. And maybe while we got a small lull in the action, worth noting that, again, the October patch brings new changes. All the hourglasses above the bridge and on the staircase leading up to it, they're totally gone. So only on Banana and by Pillars do we have hourglasses, 6 in total. I don't even think it was on PTS, so the level of adjustment we have is slightly unknown from the players. But it's going to have a big impact, in my opinion, with position on the map and how often abilities are going to be available.
For sure. I mean, you can't sort of go in for your ability as willy-nilly. And an unimportant detail to mention, Venga messed up his rocket jump to rail again the exact same way. I just thought you all should know that.
And this time, it's more expensive because he's playing BJ, not Ranger.
Because it's BJ, yeah.
You can't really afford to make these mistakes anymore. He's going to go up the bounce pad. He gets himself mega health. There's the dual wield. Orb comes out. Cooler's got to hit everything he can, but it's a mutual frag, and that's the best it can be. So Venga has got one champ to go. He can still challenge in this round, but he gets rid of an important champion of Cooler.
Oh, Venga, if only you didn't mess up your rocket jump to rail, you'd have had the health to survive. Oh
wow.
That was an interesting fight, but the Galena Mirror, actually, look at the respawn, too, of their ability. It's almost identical. The Hourglass is going to change that a little bit, but we'll see if that's going to be enough right here as we go towards the fight for rail. But, wow, Cooler already in and out before Venga even has a chance to recover from it. An excellent shot.
I think he's going to go and try and hunt down over at the nut. Did you hear him? You didn't hear him drop. I think that's going to escape just about. This should allow him to get the mega health too. Cooler doesn't have a rocket to be able to jump up and immediately aggress towards the power part of Pillar Room. And we can see on the map that there's these totems that are starting to build up for Venga. He's going to push Cooler away from Catwalk. He has got the rockets himself. I wonder if he realizes that Cooler hasn't got it. He gets the rocket jump right back up as well.
Now, Cooler is in a very unfavorable position. There's only one way out to try and go past, and both of them involve going through Venga. So, excellent rail. That's going to get rid of the totem at least, but he has so much left to go. And Venga gets the drop on him. Cooler unable to recover from this. Can he win the fight? No, he cannot. And he finally manages to seal the deal just a little bit. It's now going to be BJ. An unfavorable stacked Galena versus a dual wield is still going to be a dangerous opponent to deal with. Totem's gone down just to try and give Venga some stack, of which now he's overcharged, he actually does get the increased health because of the 3 totems, which is good. Especially when he's going to be going up against an inevitable dual wield. Looks like it's going to be popped right now. Cooler trying to chase, but doesn't want to chase too heavily. He knows there's going to be some defensive rockets coming his way.
This could be a really good shout for Wenger to go over to him. He's going to find him in a second. That dual wield's gone. He still can get overstacked totems. Just sticks one on the bridge. There's a rail. Each going to be so impactful now. He's not going to continue anymore because that machine gun is just drilling down his health and armor. Cooler has been pretty slow about getting rid of these totems, but this LG, so nice. But no commitment at all from him. And Wenger's soon going to have triple totems up yet again. This is helping him to no end, but he's going to meet up with him. Has he got anything to follow? The rail isn't going to hit. And there's going to be 2 totems. That'll bring him to 110. And Wenger's just barely clinging on to life.
The dangerous thing now, though, is that because Wenger has so many totems scattered across the map, if one fight goes south and he gets away, he can pretty much go up to a max stack almost immediately. He does not need these extra pickups. But wow, 2 of those totems taken down in 1. Wenger has a lot more work to do now.
Yeah, I think now that both the totems are out, this makes things really dangerous. Suddenly, Cooler's assets seem so much more valuable. He's going to get the heavy armor in a moment. He's still got a little bit of overstack from the mega health. Stacks are equal, and there's another 30 seconds needed, ignoring any hourglasses picked up if Wenger wants to start getting some of that overstack health himself. And I think he's going to lose up. Yep, all totems are now gone.
That's really well played from Cooler. And you can kind of see it in the way he's playing. He's now being a little bit more aggressive because he knows the chance of running into a totem or doing some damage that allows Wenger to simply run away. That's gone now. Now we're long into sudden death. This has been a long old round, but Cooler, for another time, has been able to establish a really impressive level of control. Wenger doesn't need to be as in control with the totems, thankfully. But I still feel like Cooler has a lot more knowledge here too. He's seeing a lot more of those wayward rockets that, even though they don't do damage, they give him information of where is Wenger? How can I take this fight? And he's just sitting there picking his angles.
I think Wenger's only way back into this round. Oh god, there is no way back in because he gets charged with all this. The rocket! Oh my god. So much damage he did, but Cooler just persevered with that full 175, and he gets his first round of the series.
It's been a long 2 rounds, and I think that's what we can sort of grow to expect from these 2 players, especially Cooler on a map like this. Not afraid to play the slow game, and Cooler's going to teleport directly to. Minimal damage actually taken on the Dire Orb. He's going to get the Mega. Definitely going to have the bonus of having a Dire Orb ready to go soon. Like you said, right, is that the hourglass changes. Cooler collecting those hourglasses near Mega means that he's going to have it so much before Wenger, and he's out sniping him with the machine gun. Wenger is absolutely dead right there.
Man, that machine gun damage was so painful. Wenger knew the risk he was getting involved, but I don't think he accounted for actually how much damage Cooler was going to do with that HMG. That was really accurate from the Russian. And here's the rail coming out. Wenger under pressure, and he is out of there. Or is he back in there? He might be back in there for the win.
Oh dear.
You were out of there, and you chose to go back in. You should have stayed out.
He tried to go out, but not the way he was expecting. There, fresh off a spawn, wonderful. And, oh no, no! Immediate 100. Do the math. That is ridiculous. And Cooler, a little bit of self-damage. Fortunately, he's playing range, just not the end of the world. And very risky to go for that Mega. I'm surprised Wenger actually tried that.
Phil's stuck though. Phil back against the wall. What can I do? Can I make a play out of this? But you know, going up the bounce pad, it's a risk at the best of times. And now Cooler finds himself a roundup on Blood Covenant. We are going to be on his point of view. He's looking for the cheese, but it's an intelligent play from Wenger. He's going to go back the opposite way. He gets rockets, tries to all in. Cooler misses, and he gets hit by the shotgun.
Yeah, so that was quite possibly one of the most unfortunate times an orb can miss. Because right as the orb missed, not only did he do no damage, but he couldn't change his air, he couldn't change his gravity. He was going to go back on that jump pad whether he liked it or not.
Catch up. The most crazy thing is that he had 90 health exactly. That's the maximum damage that a starting shotgun can do. And Wenger hit the money shot right there to get first blood.
That's straight up play pigeons right there. Oh no, Cooler. A slight delay going up the jump pad this time.
Hello.
Oh, Wenger. Yeah, a little bit of free damage, but Cooler doesn't want to chase. He does not want to chase that one down, knowing that if he's going to be in a close proximity against a rocket launcher, still not a fight you can win 100% of the time. Oh, there's the legendary machine gun sniping again. Managing to outrail with a heavy machine gun. Love to see it.
Venga's got such a weird, I don't know, way that he rails. It's like he aims. Oh god, that rocket. He aims like below the opponent. Oh, what? He goes into the orb, it comes back around, it heavies up. Can he go for some insane rail? Cooler's got to know that he's after it, but look at the prediction. That was so sick from Cooler. What a rail.
That was Venga thinking, look, if I crouch down, I'm going to get a better angle. Now, it might be a little bit hard to hit, but Cooler was just... That's one thing about Cooler is how much he plays this game and how much he practices. If there is a situation where there's even a small possibility of something happening, Cooler is ready for it. It's so hard to catch this guy off guard.
That was a totally blind rail. He just went in for the total pre-fire, like shoulder peeking around the corner. Really ballsy of him. It works. He's still going in for rails. He gets to 25. Oh, the rocket's good from Venga. So he can challenge back in this round. And Cooler's going to make it around the corner and get himself over to some safety of this mega health. He ends up going for the light armor first. So he's caught up the bounce pad, which Venga is going to punish. If he went up the bounce pad first, he probably could have got down for the heavy after. Now he's railable for 1 second. Acid is going to help out.
Oh,
there goes dual wheels. What? What was Venga? Did he have a machine gun out or something?
He had heavy machine gun, I think. And then Cooler just immediately turning the tables to do it. Almost felt like Venga forgot the wheel's possibility in that fight. But either way, he's going to pay the price. Wow. But a beautiful recovery. Absolutely beautiful recovery from Venga. And now it's going to be one champion each. The Galena mirror match. Wonderful spawn for Cooler, who's going to be right next to Mega, giving him almost like an automatic head start here. But he still needs weapons. Cooler only has the starting machine gun, now heavy machine gun, but it's still not enough.
Timing mistake again from Venga. He thought that
Cooler.
Yeah, he had a... I kind of liked what he was doing at the beginning, but see that the shotgun blast comes out and it's like, yeah, I got done messed up a little bit over there. Now he doesn't have the railgun, which he could have got had he known the timing. He could have just moved over there. Instead of overly aggressively going on to the mega health. Now he can get some more rocket ammunition. But yeah, this is really horrible. You've given up the heavy to Cooler. You've got to get yourself out of this. And if you lose this champion now, the map goes to Cooler. He gets the advantage. So I'm really worried that mistake could have cost him the map.
Because it's always about the snowball effect, isn't it? How much do you lose on what could seem like a small mistake, but then it leads into one pickup, which makes fighting for the next one way easier as well. Cooler now has all the weapons. He's got that Holy Trinity, he's got Heavy, he's got Mega. He has everything he needs to take a fight if he wants to.
Venga did just get himself onto the railgun. I feel like Cooler maybe missed an opportunity to be aggressive at the Heavy. Should have possibly known that Venga didn't have all of the weapons at that stage. But we are 4 minutes into round 4, and with no real clue as to who's going to take this round yet, because Cooler's passive play has allowed Venga back in.
Both pickups on the map at once. Are we going to see a trade-off? Oh, no, we're not actually. Venga taking so long, I fear he's not going to be able to get to this Heavy in time. It's going to be a complete 1v1 here, but Cooler ready to take it. Having a superior LG in this fight so far, but now he's taking big damage. Venga manages to clutch it out, and that could have gone either way there, Zoop.
Yeah, it was a nice play from Venga, putting the totem down, absorbing a little bit of extra damage. And his LG, I mean, it looked way better. And you can already see the differences in the Galena's hitbox that we've got this patch. And honestly, Venga's got great aim, and it seems to be amplified just then. Okay, right at the beginning of round 5, Cooler, he orbs over to get himself the mega health. He's going to try and go towards rail. One rocket's going to propel him forward into Venga. So we've got a kind of creative rocket jump. And Venga, is he going to get out of here? Rail's now been taken by Cooler. He drops down to lower banana. And these like starts that we're getting to the map are super chaotic, but super interesting. Orb in, they orb each other, and Venga turns around for the kill.
Yeah, Cooler didn't go to press the advantage at the very, very beginning when you mentioned if he was going to retreat or not. He did opt to try and get a little bit of armor, get a little bit of weapons. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for him in that fight. And now Venga in a great position at the very beginning. And watch out for those nails, though. That hurts so good. 50 health. Up to 80 now. He's created a small health bubble, but still no armor on the table. And I think that's important for Venga actually using the dire orb to escape. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, completely. So I'm literally about to say that. But we've got the dual wheel push, and he's not able to escape from him. He tried to get those rockets down to zone Cooler out. Didn't work. Now we're going to get BJ right back at him, and Venga opens up with a good rail. Heavy's up. Is Cooler going to make a play for this? It's dangerous. Heavy machine gun is going to have to carry him here. If he's actually got it, he might only have the starting machine gun.
I think he's got heavy according to the weapon list.
Alright.
Actually, he's got everything except for a rail. And now that's been undone too. Cooler has every weapon. Oh, wonderful little bit of LG just underneath the jump pad. Enough damage to try and keep Venga a little bit honest, that's for sure. Dual wield now available for both players, which is going to make such a huge difference. Who's going to pull that trigger first? As long as these rails are going to fail to connect, Cooler can be as aggressive as he wants. Wonderful rail as he's going in the middle of a strafe jump, so it's hard to pin down, and Venga have missed quite a few rails in this exchange. It's bad news, because it means that Cooler can now fight for this heavy without having to worry as much. If those 3 rails landed, Cooler would not be in this level of control he is right now.
He's going to get mega health as well afterwards, so he's capitalizing on everything. Finally, though, Venga lands a rail to nullify the extra armor that Cooler was working with, but he's still got to hit that first shot. He needs a bit of free damage. He's looking for Tri-Bolt, almost exposes himself to Cooler's rail. But this is, again, an interesting stalemate. And I'm loving this first map between the two of them. It's so close.
It's a great example of just how good these players both are. You know, the smarter players on Bloodcoven can be... One kill makes such a huge difference in Cooler going in for those defensive rockets. But look at the stack, it's still so even after this mega gets collected because of that wonderful rocket. And the rail's going to undo. Cooler just needs one more money shot and he's good. Venga out. That was so close, man. That could have been one rail and Venga was dead.
I think Venga, is he going to wait for the heavy? He's kept good track of that item. He will be rewarded with it. Cooler gets the light armor. Both players have got incredibly even stack. Is anyone going to land damage? Oh, Cooler gets up just over 100 with the rockets. Venga's not got much to pick up down at pillars, but he's got a good position to do damage with the lightning gun. I think that Tri-Bolt is kind of scary. It's going to totally get rid of the stack that Cooler picked up. I don't know who's going to get this kill. It's so interesting how, like, the positions the players are in and how it's affecting them. And Venga doesn't get the light armor. Cooler's going to find another down in banana.
There was one crucial factor in that made that fight not end, you know, against Cooler, was the fact that Venga had run out of rails. He did not have any rail ammo to take the fight. I think that's why he didn't press, and Cooler comes through with a dual wield right at the last minute. That sucks. That's really... I mean, Venga, if he just had one more rail, we might have seen Cooler go down, because Venga could have picked an angle. He could have chased him down, but he just didn't have the tools to do it.
Really? I don't know what Venga does now. He's up on the Mega. It's not spawning for donkey's years. He's going to be waiting there a long time, and Cooler's like, are you for real? Okay, you're not going to stick around for me to get a free frag, but Venga's dropping to get himself the light armor. I think he was thinking maybe to make a play on the heavy, and he needs some weapons of some sort.
This is one of those megas where even if the mega gets collected, if Cooler just picks his shots, it shouldn't mean too much, but unfortunately misses a rail, hits the final one, but there's no more ammunition. Oh, the totem causing him to pause temporarily, which allowed the Tri-Bolt to come out and do the damage that it did.
You like in a second, Venga drops down, but he can't do the damage needed. That was a big play from Venga at the end. I'm really, really impressed that Venga made it as close as he did then. But Cooler comes out on top, and you can maybe put that down to the timing issues of Venga during the course of this game. That's really, for me, where the main split is in confidence on Blood Covenant.
I feel like it was also quite nice to see that at the very beginning, Venga was having a couple of timing issues that very, very quickly as the course of the map went on. I mean, of course, they had plenty of time because that was a long old trek. We didn't see as many of those issues take place, but it just came down. There were so many moments where either player was getting caught off guard. I think it's almost poetic that that's how the final frag of the game went down, and almost every single replay we're seeing actually is that taking place. It was a crazy back and forth, man. I'm really glad we had the chance to see it. It feels like whenever these guys play, we get to see really crazy maps like this.
Yeah, that was a nuts game. A totally nuts game. This bit here, we see the great LG that Venga was getting on Cooler. I was so surprised how much health and armor he had left at the end of that fight. But, yeah. I wonder if this is some clues as to what we can expect into map 2. These guys are nuts, and I think Wenger lost a lot of confidence briefly at PGL. He kind of went into his first dual LAN feeling like he had to play this different kind of style, this defensive, this passive style. And Ketchup, we never see that from Wenger. This guy isn't a slow player. He doesn't practice slow plays at all. So when he goes to LAN, he realizes now he's got to play exactly the way he does online, and that is this confident, crazy, almost demonic, maniacal Quake player who's just really unpredictable. And I hope for Wenger's sake, who's also confirmed for the Italy Open as a representative, national representative, that he can bring that out again, because I missed that from him at PGL.
But that's almost like a guarantee of, as long as these online tournaments take place, you get experience within the game itself, but you don't get that extra beast that comes with playing offline in any game. And I feel like, it's almost guaranteed that we were going to see Wenger go through that. Especially, it's going to be even harder for a player like him that has such a high esteem held up for them. These younger players that they've been watching their idols play Quake for many, many years. I mean, fitting, right? He's going up against Cooler as we speak. That when the first tournament happens, you're almost never guaranteed to play the way you know you can. And it's important that that wake-up call happens. So I've no doubt that whenever we see Wenger in future tournaments, it will be a different player than we saw. And, here's Quake Open League. He's looking just as good as we always know he can. Now, Crypto keep very, very different indeed. Close quarters, no rail, very, very aggressive, fast, furious. Definitely a change of pace from most of the maps that we've seen today, that's for sure.
Yeah, we could also see the bans too. Cooler banned out Nyx. Wenger's going to be very effective with that champion. Quite like the ban from Wenger. He bans out Visor, which is weird because I think if it was pre-October patch, he might have banned out the Death Knight because he just received a bit of a nerf, and we saw how effective Cooler was with Death Knight at PGL. We're going to get Death Knight now played in Corrupted Keep, so expect some explosions, but some slightly less nuclear-powered explosions that we've been getting previously.
I think the second we saw Death Knight for the first time, even after the initial change that he received, that champion was not going to stay that way for long. He just wasn't. The fact that you get this near uncontestable burst where you go around a corner, he taps that F key, and see you later, mate. Thanks for playing. I'm very, very glad to see that the adjustments kind of get made across there, but to the point where, within reason, whenever a champion is adjusted, you don't want to nerf that champion into the ground to make them unviable. We're not trying to do what once existed as an anarchy here, where he got nerfed so much you just never saw him. It's nice that the variety still exists, that Death Knight still has a place in the game, and on a map like this, works wonders.
Round 1.
Definitely. We are going to move, though, into map 2 between Wenger and Cooler in the Quake Open League Season 6 quarterfinals. And we are on Cooler to begin with. First big fight happening over at Heavy Machine Gun Spawn. Who can land the rockets? Oh! Well, it's not Wenger, as Cooler's LG looks hot.
I really love the way, there's something about the way Cooler dodges rockets that is just more enjoyable to watch than I think any other player in this scene. The fact that right there where he was kind of stuck by the end of the wall, theoretically, all Wenger had to do was essentially point directly at him and shoot. It's the fact that Cooler is not afraid to essentially stand still when one rocket will kill him. It's so brave, and so little players will have, I think, the balls to do that kind of movement.
Which is really interesting you say that, because one of the details that Rafa mentioned after the final, how we're going to get big aggressive play and Wenger is going to be able to push in and get rid of that Death Knight. Yeah, Rafa did mention, he got 3-0'd in the first map, and he's like, man, I just had to adjust to Cooler's dodge, because it's something that, no other players do. It's really remarkable what he does and how he just totally messes with mind and makes you lose all confidence. Oh, then bye-bye! You were going to go out the map regardless. Cooler, he's going to sink in frag number 2 and look to get himself round 1 over here.
There's something pretty amazing over the fact that regardless of whether Cooler got that OG or not, Wenger had blown himself on the map. There's something pretty amazing about that exchange, but Cooler's definitely not going to complain. He has his Dire Roar blocked and loaded, plenty of LG ammo, now the Mega as well. Dangerous combination on a map like this, where springing the taps is so viable, even with this nail gun now getting some wonderful damage on the table. Wenger taking more damage than I think he's comfortable with, and now Cooler can be as aggressive as he likes. He's going to pull the trigger on the orb, no need to just yet. And Wenger, how do you escape in this situation? Oh, maybe
Just
about that.
jumped away.
Maybe...
Oh my.
Ah! Almost a great escape.
Hey.
Almost.
Wenger, again, he's got these crazy creative plays, but, you know, sometimes it doesn't work out at the end of the day. But if you don't try it, like, you won't know. And Cooler, almost, there was a period there where he's like, wait, seriously? You did that? I hadn't accounted for this possibility.
Unexpected. And oh, there's the trap sprung, and even with the nerf damage and all that good stuff, Wenger still just got pasted.
I mean, you still can't run into fights like that versus Death Knight. I don't really approve of going Galena when you kind of know that Cooler's going to go with Death Knight first. Especially just running at like one of the hot spots on the map, especially early on in a round. You want to get those rockets early on. Cooler is going to use that inherent champion advantage to secure the zones that he needs to.
And now, the second he immediately goes one champion up, he can start to play more defensive and more calculated anyway to begin with. That it pretty much forces the opponent to try and make the plays. If he has the advantage of champions, there's no reason for him to overextend, especially if he's confident with his control. So the chance of you going around a corner and him springing a trap as Death Knight actually ramps up much more substantially when he has that advantage.
Well, Venga's gone very passive now. We have got Mega up in a second. And he gets stuck on the wall. He goes for like just a, please, can this Flame Strike hit something? And Cooler is just smashing him now. Just the BJ to go. He's got a good stack to work with. And he hears exactly where he is. He's got the Flame Strike to go as and when needed. He might not need to use it. He's going to, but the shotgun work.
What?
Oh.
How do you win that fight without even using Flame Strike? You can tell that Wenger was like the sporadic left and right. He was waiting for it, and it just didn't come.
Well, he got a really meaty shotgun blast, actually. I think he did like 120 damage shotgun there as he went through the teleporter. And I think he had dual wield at that point. Wenger very nearly turned that one around. Cooler is going to dive straight over to the LG. You can see that Wenger, he started first round of Death Knight, second round of Galena. Galena didn't work at all, and now he's going with BJ.
Well, with this being match point for Cooler, Wenger has a uphill battle to go through here. So, I mean, even to stay in this, he has no choice now between 3 straight rounds. That's a tall order against someone like Cooler who just got stuck on the statue. Okay, that's a great way to start a comeback, I think.
Find another way home.
Too real to be a nightmare, I know. Me too.
That worked out pretty decently for him. Oh, we got it all through. Shotgun. Oh my god. How did Cooler land so much with that? Wenger's going to be devastated from it, but items aren't up for ages. He's going to beat Wenger now, and he's able to return the favor to Wenger. He's going to be a champion up still, with the Mega Health about to spawn, and he should be able to bring some peace to this chaos.
That could have been a lot worse than it ended up being, but Cooler with the BJ. Dual wheel locked and loaded. He's got the rocket too. That defensive rocket's going to give Cooler more. I mean, he knows he's there anyway, but just to confirm positioning, I think. This comeback is completely possible. Especially when you kind of just look at the resources that Cooler is currently looking at and just how well he's been playing this map so far anyway. He hasn't even got an LG. You know, Wenger is making a very conscious effort to keep him away from it.
Nice dodge from Wenger, actually. He's just going to push around. Wow, Wenger just... He took 0 damage from that at all. A lot of people say they find it hard to dodge sometimes, but Wenger out-dodged Cooler then pretty dramatically.
And we've seen some ridiculous dodges from Cooler anyway. There was one of those prominent kills, I was going to bring attention to it, where he stood still in the face of an actual Flame Strike. Even the Flame Strike is not going to be enough to really scare him away. Speaking of Flame Strike, that one, for almost like the first time in this map, Cooler's Flame Strike does not hit its target.
Oh. I thought that was going to send him out of the map for a second. He's going to go in dual wield. No, he's not going to go dual wield. He's just going to go in with the LG. He gets that done pretty naturally. And that is a big advantage for Wenger now because he's still got his ability to use. That was fantastically played from Wenger.
Wenger took minimal damage trying to escape as well. Cooler wasn't really able to kind of go towards that distance as early as he wanted to, so Wenger not challenged. We're going to have a straight up heavy machine gun 1v1 as I need.
Ooh, good rocket from Cooler. He might have just allowed himself to get onto the Mega Health. It spawns in just over 5 seconds time. And Venga's like, you know what? I don't need to overcommit. I've done a good job. I've bought some space. And it's going to be a slight stack advantage for Cooler. But I think Venga still feels comfortable in this matchup.
Seeing a nice amount of stack. Damage to Cooler's force. Teleporter. We're kind of going back into this 1v1. Actually, looks to me though that it's Cooler that is a bit more comfortable in this one. And yeah, Venga forced to run. Going back into the fight though, that one small armor is what he needs, but Cooler's dire orbs, there's no straight through the rocket. That was a brave play, and it definitely worked out in Cooler's favor.
Oh, he just runs right into the totem. Venga's hurting a lot. Here comes the shotgun. Oh, Cooler's actually hurting even more. He's being very aggressive with his Galena early on. I gotta say, I really hate what Venga did running into the dire orb, but he might be able to make it work because Cooler's being aggressive. He's just so low on health, and there's still a champion advantage for Venga, but it's just a little bit nuts what he's been doing.
And the one thing he's going to have to really worry about is the fact that when Venga spawns, should he lose this Galena, he's going to have a Death Knight, which will immediately have Flame Strike. So if Cooler's going to win this fight, he has to make sure he is not almost dead at the same time. Save as much of your stack as possible, because you're going to need it later. Is that even going to be his choice to make, though? Cooler taking so much damage, 50 here, and the rest of the LG should take him out. Venga, signs of life, and then some. We're down to our final round of the second map suit.
Prepare to fight.
Oh my god, man, we're going to a tiebreaker round again. And also, when Cooler already went 2-0 up, Cooler looked really confused in that last fight. It looked like he was rocketing the ground, expecting Venga to drop or something to that extent. Venga's going to go back with the BJ start. Gets a little bit of presence here in center map, and already drilling away at that stack that Cooler's built up off his starting item. Whoa.
Force onto the jump pad could have almost been disastrous had he not done so much LG damage to make Cooler not too confident in that fight. Again, caught him off guard. Wonderful LG coming out from Venga. He's just about to run out of ammo, actually, which is the end of the world. Running out of LG ammo is super unfortunate, combined with some beautiful rockets from Cooler.
Again, Venga's just running into the abilities. Something that he's normally very disciplined at is being careful. That Flame Strike hadn't been used. Don't run into it. Don't make these rookie mistakes, Venga.
I wonder if he's going to make the same one in 5 seconds as Cooler's about to get that Flame Strike back for a second time. And just springing the trap. Venga didn't even look towards his left where Cooler was waiting. It's almost like a tunnel vision we're seeing from Venga. He's not paying as much attention as he can. Oh no.
Oh, Flame Strike misses. Cooler does hit a little bit of it. I think that Venga feels his LG is a bit better than Cooler's at the moment, because he's been doing some great damage with it. Stacks have been almost equalized a little bit. That health, that light armor there, Cooler. He's gonna breathe a sigh of relief, but there comes the Flame Strike, and Venga's just got to back out. He's got to buy himself some time. Otherwise, he's got to wave goodbye to a semi-final spot.
That classic heavy machine gun duel. I never get tired of seeing it. I think he's going to put a lot of confidence in his ability to dish this damage out and force Cooler to escape, but no signs of it yet. Even with Cooler being this close to death, he's still doing it. Like, not afraid. That Flame Strike almost sniped Venga.
Venga breaks free through the nail gun room, manages to get light armor. Now he's in position for the heavy. Does Cooler know that he went as far as that? He sees that the light isn't there, and he's got a feel that, right, I know what side of the map he's taking. I know what resources he's got. Now we're in a very even stead. But look at the damage that Venga has done. Jesus Christ. And he's got plenty of health and armor follow-up. That's insane.
It started from a 100 rocket. That was a clean direct right there into max damage. Flame Strike to finish it. Who said Death Knight got nerfed? Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh,
oh the orb in the air! What a mid-air shove from Cooler. And Venga, again, he drops his second champion to a ranger. Cooler's going to back out. He's going to get that lightning gun. Venga, his only sign of life is from that heavy. Taking a lot of damage. He needs these rockets to be direct, and they're just simply not right now.
There's a really frustrating factor about Ranger, and I think that's one of the character's strengths, the fact that you put in so much work to try to even the odds, and then he telefrags you one time, and all that work has been swiftly undone.
Right, you gotta stick yourselves in those bad positions sometimes. Okay, of course, sometimes you can be proactive as a ranger, and you can really get the tilt going for your enemy. But I feel that Venga, I don't know if it's lingering from the previous rounds where he literally did run into the shove. This one is a bit more just absolute style. LG Venga's not bad at all, but he goes head to head. It was a badly picked fight for Venga, but he was stuck over at that lightning gun area. Felt he had no escape at all. Cooler is going to go 2-0 up versus Venga.
And that was a great result.
Left the stage.
It has indeed. For now, though. For now, just now. There's still plenty of time. There's more stuff to come. But for Cooler, fresh off PGL, how can you watch PGL and not bet on Cooler to at least be grand finals in this tournament? Like, he has had a ridiculous month. You can say that a million times over, it will never not be true. And that was also a slow pace. That's the one thing about Cooler, right? Is how slow he can play this game. And you know that was a trek. The fact that it was a 2-0, but it feels like it was way more than that.
I mean, Venga at least gave a fight. It looked like he was totally worn out in Corrupted Keep at the beginning, went 2-0 down, but then showed some amazing signs in rounds 3 and 4. Unfortunately, couldn't hold it together in round 5. That was just like, again, an element of chaos. It's kind of what I missed from him at PGL, but it's like rough around the edges. Sometimes he's doing things that like, all right, dude, you really shouldn't be doing that. But sometimes you think it, and he just pulls out like some miraculous fight wins, and you're just left in absolute awe. That's why Venga's so fun to watch. But he couldn't control it just enough to see his way through to at least a tiebreaker map. However, I think we can maybe just stare at the brackets for a second. Hopefully, Jahar won't be angry at me, because we've got, here we go, Kilson and Cypher coming up next.
Oh boy!
Give me a little snippet, Ketchup, before we head to a break.
I mean, it's two absolute champions of Duel at this stage. Cypher, the legacy beyond all legacies in Duel, and Kilson, who is having a phenomenal time in Quake Champions Duel. You pretty much see him in top fours regularly. He's a returning customer for the Quake Open League. But then again, so is Cypher. Of all the matches that we can expect to just be an absolutely ridiculous display of two like legendary status players in Duel for this game, I would say this is the one to watch, because it's funny that this is the Quake Open League, and it's actually both, I believe, Kilson and Cypher who have historically done very, very well in this exact league. Obviously, Kilson is right now a lot more successful on LAN, but this ain't a LAN, so the results are going to become a lot more unpredictable, I think, and it's hard to bet against Cypher. He's just had a bit of a rough time recently in Duel, it seems. Yeah, I mean, the stats I've got are they've met 4 times in Quake Champions. Kilson's won 3 times. Cypher has won once. That was over at the Beat Invitational. These guys haven't met on LAN in Quake Champions yet. But we know, as you said, Kilson's been getting those better results. However, guys, we're going to take a quick break first. We'll be back in about 5 minutes for Kilson versus Cypher at the Quake Open League.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Quake Open League. We're in the Season 6 EU Elite Playoff Finals. We are moving over to our penultimate quarterfinal as we can quickly check the brackets and show you that we got Cypher going up versus Kilson. And I think after that we should have Sirius versus Silencep. Unless Jahar's just going to be really angry at me. But catch up! Cypher versus Kilson. We gave a bit of an introduction. This should be a pretty unreal game.
It's pretty much just two legendary players going at it. And that's the crazy thing is that Cypher, I know you can definitely agree that he's not had, I guess, the dominant run in Quake Champions that everyone has kind of grown to expect. He did not play as well at PGL that he knows he can. He had mentioned himself that on Twitter and stuff like that he feels like he'd let his fan base down, of which there is a fair amount of Cypher fans out there in Quake. And then Kilson is just a player that has been, it feels like he's just been getting better and better, in especially duel as well. You know, Kilson is not, he's had a very much a rocky road in 2v2, but when we factor in duel, he's always a pretty consistent pick for a player you expect to see in not only top 8, but a top 4. You know, he's been in grand finals many times before. He's seen his fair share of success. Hard to call. Online, it's always hard to call because Cypher on LAN is inconsistent, but I think Cypher in online tournaments is incredibly consistent. We'll see what happens.
I saw an interesting picks there. No visor pick from Kilson. Cypher did go with it. I believe we had BJ banned by Kilson. We had Nyx banned by Cypher. Nyx has been a very popular champion lately, but my feeling is that although Nyx has been very popular, some of these changes to the maps in terms of hourglasses might indirectly affect her because she's not able to play as defensive as comfortably, being able to rotate on those hourglasses easily. You know, you've got fewer hourglasses on Blood Drops, fewer on Blood Covenant, fewer on Molten Falls. You've got one more on Awoken, but the spots for the hourglasses have almost totally changed, and they're in far more difficult positions to get to. So I'm wondering if these Nyx bans could be overlooked at some point, or maybe just unfounded, just like the residue of previous patch to current patch.
It's hard to tell this early, isn't it? You almost wonder that as these sort of online cups progress, will we start to see those bans not be as consistent as they were before for that reason? It's definitely an interesting observation. Those champions, that their defensive style or their game plan in general almost depends on having an ability ready at a certain time. If you don't have it as often, then it's much harder to play that style. Now the immediate fight for Mega comes out. Cypher's going to pop his teleport, but Kilson's going to kind of get that knowledge, the flame ticking over time. You know, did someone say Sorlag acid? I definitely think so.
What was nice for Kilson's sake is that he saw Cypher use the ability. He's like, right, I know you can't do a super aggressive orb to get up to that heavy armor, so I'm able to actually get some clean resources and now get myself all the weapons necessary. And exactly as you said, that little fire damage over time is like, right, I know where you are for that extra second, so there's no uncertainty to me. Again, it's Cypher using these strange, creative, mobility-based orbs rather than damage-focused. And it's forcing Kilson to now have to adapt a little bit.
Because Cypher's aim is so good, he, very rarely does he need the extra burst of an ability with any champion. If he can use the mobility to sort of spring those traps or to get in a positioning that someone might not be ready for, he's rarely going to miss those rails. He's going to have the most phenomenal LG you can expect. But he's definitely not going to try and push too heavy. He's going to try and get as much damage as he can on that Mega before running away himself. But Kilson taking a substantial amount. Not much armor on the table. That's going to be swiftly undone. But yeah, Cypher definitely had that one. And here comes the LG. That's Cypher LG. Dead.
Wow. I mean, this is such a weird fight, I thought. Okay, Kilson got caught out a little bit. He did try to defend himself, couldn't escape. But Cypher used 3 orbs back to back for mobility, not damage. And Kilson's not able to kind of counter that somehow. It was consistent with the damage that Cypher was able to do with the other weapons. This orb goes nowhere. A little bit vulnerable for a second, but look at the LG. There's one rocket there to save the situation for Kilson. But it looked like 99% chance of dying there.
But that was the shame, really. That was unfortunate that Kilson, I think, had seen the orb not come through. Maybe expected either fighting for the heavy or taking it himself to be a higher chance. But Cypher's recovery, Kilson almost put himself in a terrible situation to allow that LG to do the damage it did. And there it is again. Oh, Kilson! A little bit quicker on the draw with that orb, knowing Cypher's going to go for it, and just hook, line, and sinker. He takes the bait.
I mean, this is why you eventually get caught out if you're Cypher. You keep using these orbs just for mobility. Well, suddenly, you don't have 100% information where your opponent is, and you're just a sitting duck going versus another ranger. If it was like maybe a different champion he was going against, I could see that being a really, really good move. But Kelson's just he's got the trump card.
Cypher is, again, in that tricky situation that he doesn't have a rail. So those long-range shots, he can only really do so much. And this is Kilson we're talking about. Kilson's rail is not to be underestimated. One of the best, I'd say, in duel. If you didn't have a rail against him, then it's going to be 3 damage until further notice.
Vice now he's piercing sight. Picks up another rail shot. Cypher disappears through the teleporter. Kilson is going to hang around for Mega instead. Just wondering, it's just a little bit of... He's going to try the move. He doesn't get orb. Because he doesn't have the orb to worry about in the hands of Cypher anymore.
Oh, hello.
He knows exactly where he is.
Patience paying off. He's getting a lot of information, actually. It's an... Oh! Kilson didn't collect the heavy either. I think deliberately waiting on it until he knows the fight's going to take place. That definitely looked like a deliberate.
It looked like it, but I was wondering if it's not like one of those Cypher moves that we saw yesterday with the clutch. Unfortunately, he doesn't take him 4 attempts in order to get it, but... Cypher has got... No, he has, sorry. He hasn't got piercing sight. He used it already. He has no armor, really, apart from that sort of spare 25-30. Kelson's been very careful about how he's approaching this fight. Doesn't see that he went up the staircase. I reckon Mega and move in, honestly, I think would be a good move for him. Oh, that didn't inadvertently work out for him. He gets onto Mega health. Rocket jumps back up, gets himself onto Heavy. It was a little bit of a sort of messy order in the process. But he's got the job done, and we're approaching the end of normal time in the first round. So already very, very tense. He's trapped. Oh no, he's got his back turned. Rocket damage, good, and there's the rail to close it out. 15 seconds for Cypher to make a comeback with Galena. I mean, there's always still time, but he needs a miracle, really.
He's gonna have to really pull something. He's gonna have to, like, you know, wish for a Christmas miracle at this rate. 3 seconds left. Kilson's gonna take this round for sure. Can't chase it enough. Even if he could have maybe chased that into LG, he just didn't have the time to do it.
Maybe.
Round begins in.
Hard fought round 1 though, as always.
2, 1. Round 2.
Oh, it was really close one, actually. Just because the control that Kelson had towards the end. And I think he's having a better use of the orb. Or I love what he tried of the flame strike, but Cypher was wise to it. He moved up to shotgun instead. He doesn't fall into the bait. And this is it. Lightning gun. You would expect Kelson to hit so much more LG there. He still punishes a bit, but almost underwhelmed by that.
I think that might be why Kilson swapped to the rail at that last moment. If he knows he's going to try and get an opportunity for some damage as he goes from heavy to tri-bolt, it's more likely he's going to maximize damage by hitting that rail. Big order, to be fair. If it misses, it doesn't work out. But Cypher goes in for damage, doesn't need it. The distraction of the orb is enough. He's going to get that rail. Very, very clean play there from Cypher, actually. The orb really is just that gift that keeps on giving it. There's so many uses.
I'm really glad to see these guys succeeding in their tri-bolt jumps to heavy. I've been missing too many of them. Oh, he runs into LG. A lot of free damage for Kilson. He wants to stick around for it. And Cypher thought that maybe he scared him off through the teleporter, but that was not true. There's Mega. There's going to be the light armor. He's not going to go up for rockets right now. He just wants to say, hey, I've got tri-bolt position. I can do what I like. Also a decent nail gun jump up to the heavy.
Again, Kilson pretty confident that he knows where Cypher is just off that 1 footstep alone. I think this is a good situation for Kilson though. Like, as long as Kilson kind of maintains control of the center of this room. And there it is, springing the trap on. You know what? That was, for me, interesting that Cypher was not ready for Kilson to be there. He knew he had just He had just been on top of him. I can only assume Cypher expected
Yeah.
Kilson to try and get one of the items instead, because they had both spawned. Very, very good foresight there from Kilson to stand true. And again, the fight comes out and destroyed 3 champions straight. Kilson, that round was very calculated.
That second kill that he got at the teleporter, that first rocket, I know the moment's gone, but I've got to talk about it. It was so nice how that rocket just pushed him away from the teleporter, and he's like, right, now what's your escape plan? Because you are far away from the exit place. I just thought that was superb from Kelson.
That's the strats right there.
Optimistic flame strike.
You almost wonder when that rocket took place that Cypher felt more secure than he actually was. Maybe that one play he wasn't prepared for.
He's on the teleporter exit right now. Here's a drop from Cypher. He's staring at the top. No, he misses it! He misses the orb!
That's oh god, and we all got a good look at it. Not again. Watch out for the rail. Both players very weak now.
Because it's a little bit finicky, that orb, because if you hit the grill, you're not going to pass through. It's not like you just spam it up there and you'll get through it. You've got to be pretty accurate to make it to the top. Cypher, he kind of did like, hey, I've got the orb up, I'm going to look at you, and then I'm just going to disappear like Houdini. And he dropped back down, I was like, crap! The plan, got the flame strike, it misses his opponent just short. Cypher's still got a good stack. There's health bubbles, but enough to avoid the rail.
I have to say, I'm really impressed how many times Kilson's been able to essentially outposition Cypher. I've seen like 3 separate occasions right now where Cypher has been caught off guard, straight up not being ready for Kilson to have an angle on him. I feel like it's rare that we see Cypher get caught out that way. And oh, the totem, that's unfortunate. Oh, that rail was sick as well. So much damage.
Just looked at the totem, you dropped down, and you walked into the totem. Orb, 5 HP, but Kelson he's got the stack to work with, and I mean, that one's lights out. It's going to be mega health in just over 5 seconds. Here comes the ammunition. Does he want to position himself for it? It doesn't have an orb to worry about. So here it is, LG on LG. Perfect time of the mega. I just load up with it. Need it. I was stacked anyway. And heavy is going to be in 10 seconds. This is just a perfect rotation from Kilson.
That was confidence from Kilson. That was perfect, like surgical beat on that mega. Knowing that my stack right now doesn't matter. I'm going to survive long enough to get mega. And if I do that, you are dead. He's played blood runs so well. I'm really impressed with Kilson so far.
Oh, the rocket. Oh my god, the rail. Is he going to go in for a closer? Cypher, he goes in for a shoulder peek. It's almost deadly for him. Through the teleporter, no totem. It's only his there. It hasn't been wiped away by Cypher yet. This time Cypher doesn't walk into the totem. Oh wow, he actually dodges that one through the teleporter. Just by the speed he was going through it, that was really, really close.
Nice little bit of optimization from Kilson too. So there's a nice little bit of optimization there from Kilson actually dropping his totem before getting mega. Doubles up as both making sure you maximize the health that you get, and it works towards Galena's passive. Oh, what a good rocket.
Death is the only release.
It's going to be one totem for another. Yeah, I like it. Oh, speaking of which, okay.
Alright, now we've got no totems for a second, and they're going to keep sort of repositioning through the teleporter. I like Kilson to get these hourglasses and just put another totem back on the teleporter exit. God, please do it. Please do it. There we go. We're the battle for knowledge.
Is this going to make life
off that entrance?
It is actually going to make life really difficult for Cypher for that reason. You know, as long as he starts using those totems to cut off the teleporters, Cypher is going to move around the map a lot slower. And as we're kind of reaching that 1 minute warning, with Kilson having a champion advantage, the slower you move, the harder it is to actually get the kill that you need to stay in the fight. Kilson's so good at running away. Just walking now, does not want to give away his footsteps. Give Cypher no knowledge whatsoever. Obviously trying to keep him behind a little bit as the fight for Mega comes out. Here's the Mega, so he's going to get timing.
Totem. Ooh. Oh, he deletes it in time. He's trying to run away now for about 30 seconds left, but he walks into the totem. He should have seen that his was removed. Now Cypher's got some intel. You might want to chase around. He can't even pick up that light armor. He's just got to get the hell away from this position. Tri-bolt. All right, he's still on the chase. Got to keep moving back. He's going to go through lower exit.
Oh
He
my
hits
God.
There's no totem guarding it. 15 seconds to go. Stacks have actually been somewhat equalized, and Cypher can't push through the choke point. 10 seconds to get something. Here it is. Another chase. Another good rocket.
Oh, no.
5 seconds to go. And it's a perfect defensive play from Kelson. That is going to shut down the map. What? That is just brilliant. Brilliant from Kelson.
That was a bravo right there. Every crucial shot he needed to land to essentially keep Cypher behind, he managed to land. If one of those rails missed, I feel like we would have seen Cypher be way more aggressive, take that downtime, guarantee the damage, but it was every shot needed to be landed, made it. All of those instances where, do I stay up top and go through the hallway, or do I jump down? Almost like a 50-50 in essence, where you just got to make that right call. Kilson made the right call as well. Cypher was having to constantly chase. Galena was a wonderful champion for that too. It just makes life so much harder, and that's why she's so popular on a map like that. Kilson, man.
Yeah.
I really feel like Kilson is... This is the form he's at with Duel. This is how well he plays those slow maps.
I don't want to kind of put in... Well, I'm going to. Never mind. I think Cypher underperformed at PGL, or at least underachieved. I think might be a bit more fair. He went in with a very high seed. He came out with outside of the top 8. It doesn't matter where. He was outside of the top 8. And going into this, we know that Kilson's probably feeling better about his game at the moment. I think this is the kind of the harsh realization for Cypher, that there is work to be done on his game. What Kilson's doing is a lot more polished. I think the way he uses abilities are better. Cypher's always been very experimental in Quake Champions, but it's coming to show that his experimental nature is not working. And we're moving now into Blood Covenant, where we can see the new champion picks. I think Kilson's rocking the... what is it? It's like this sort of little tub with a shambler kind of thing, like on the inside, or a scrag or something. He's trying
to make out what it is from back here, but he's not looking around. Either way, he's rocking those new cosmetics. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's pretty. You've got to buy one of the Halloween bundles, I think, in order to get that. And he's looked at it. It's like, yeah, it's mine.
As Kilson's using some of that premium esporting money to get the Halloween stuff. But I had a conversation with Kilson a long time ago. It was QuakeCon, not the QuakeCon that just happened, but it was last QuakeCon actually, where Kilson was expected to do well, and he didn't do so well at that QuakeCon 2 years ago. And essentially his whole outlook was, I'm going to start playing the meta as we know it. I'm going to play the champions that are good. He basically said to me that he would essentially experiment less in the favor of going with what he knows is good and what he knows is dangerous. What is the champion picks for a map? Go with it. How do you tackle each map? He's not going to stray away from it anymore. And the second he made that one chain, as we went into our DreamHack qualifiers like last year and all of the LANs and all the online tournaments we've seen now, he's gone with more of, I guess, a traditional meta approach, which is clearly, it's done its due for its results.
Round begins in.
I mean, I think that having that meta approach is important, but if you have like a wild card, if you've got something there that can just spin a curveball in the game, I think it's also really valuable. But whether he's following the meta right now or he's trying something out himself, nothing's really working to the effect that he's looking for. But for Kilson, Kilson's been rock solid. And we're going to see him get some good weapons off the start of map 2. If he can get a 3-0 again, I just won't know what to think.
It's not going to be the result any of us expected, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But I say, as a recent result, he would favor Kilson. Oh, there it is. First blood immediately just taken out of the game. And this is what we just talked about, right? You know, Kilson's approach is just, you take his approach and then you just chuck natural skill on top of it. You know, you have some of the best rails in the business. His general combat ability is ridiculous. If he didn't die, if he got one rocket off, that might have even been curtains in a trade. Still was not an amazing fight for Cypher.
It was kind of sick though to go in for that orb, as I'm finally using something like properly aggressive rather than some kind of misdirection or move. This is okay. Actually, I don't know. He didn't even have rail. He likes to make that move. If he didn't have rail already, I'd understand, but he had already picked it up, and he's kind of just using the ability to get extra information.
Oh.
Kilson may be thrown off by it a little bit, so he could possibly account that ult for getting him 1 rail's worth of damage. But look at the return fire from Kilson.
And return fire is the magic word when it comes to Kilson in duel. I feel like chasing him he's got to be one of the hardest players in this game to chase. Because his defensive rockets, they have such a high chance of doing, the high 80 to 100. And even right now, he's going in for the rocket, swaps the LG. It's going to be enough. Cypher dies again. Right near Mega. So Kilson, any damage that was taken, swiftly undone. And now Doomslayer with a very impressive stack. Maximum health and armor, actually, in fact.
It's your favorite, isn't it? Ketchup, you've got to be very happy seeing what Kilson's playing.
Oh yeah, I kind of expected to see it on Blood Covenant because it is one of the maps where he's still really dangerous. I feel it's just mobility, right? He can go wherever he wants when he wants. Press F to pay respects for that one. My God.
That was brutal. We had a little bit of VAC style there. We had a phenomenal trap, and Cypher just caught with his pants around the ankle. That was savage. And he knew exactly Cypher was going to do that. It's not like the off-the-cuff trap where it's like, oh, if he happens to walk past, this could be great. He just knew it was going to happen.
But I mean, that's all we can really say about that one. That was just well executed, mate. We're going into round 2. Kilson, you said how he's gonna be feeling himself after his performance at PGL, how that map went just now. He has all the momentum, and Cypher, he has so much catching up to do, especially after a death like that. Like that is just Kilson asserting his dominance right there.
I wonder. I mean, we've got maybe 2 rounds left in this. This is Cypher's got to do something. I mean, I'm rooting for him to put together some good plays. This is his map. He usually would always win this map. It doesn't matter who in the world you put it against. So is there like a lack of confidence? It's got to be a big hit. What happened at PGL? But it's another vertical rail. Kilson gets first blood in round 2. Give this man some more confidence.
It is never to be underestimated just how sick Kilson's rails are. Especially on this map. I feel like most of his glory rails have actually come from Blood Covenant historically.
A little move from Cypher to get himself over to the heavies. Drybolt work is pretty good from Kilson. He's got rid of a lot of that health. 1 rail at the end. That would have been the icing on the cake. He misses it sadly, but he's still got a stack advantage moving into the next parts of the game. Drybolt instead of it's an awful kind of angle that you have there. You've really got to step on the edge of the catwalk in order to get that to hit properly. And now he's really lacking armor. Just saw Cypher though.
I feel like one of the champions that might be not as affected on Blood Covenant, like for a couple of reasons, is maybe Galena, in the sense that even if the hourglasses aren't as fruitful on the map, Galena is still going to be collecting those health items that will give her the totems as fast as she needs. I'm actually noticing it now from Cypher that he's always managing to either have a totem on the map and one just ready to go. Other champions, you would notice the hourglass change would be quite severe, but for her, she seems to always at least be in a position where she's got at least one.
Now, if you've got that mega health control, a mega health will reduce her cooldown by 20%. The individual health bubble will reduce it by 5%. So I think Galena struggles like inherently a little bit less. Oh my god, that combo! We've got an orb back on. Kilson gets himself the mega. What a play with the orb and the drop down. There's health to be taken, so he can still survive a rail. This guy's an acrobat. A ninja. Not like a base level ninja, but just like a ninja.
Okay, wonderful rocket jump from Cypher, just getting that one angle, but unfortunately the reward of damage was not as fruitful as perhaps it could have been for that. That was an angle that Kilson was not ready for. I think he only got about 25 damage on that rocket though. Ooh. Oh, that tri-bolt! Just covering his bases right there.
Here comes the heavy. That one's going to be just in time, and he moves out of there. This is kind of like a Cypher-esque orb from Kilson. He just wanted to get himself out of that danger zone as soon as possible. And we've just got to remember, he's got an advantage on Cypher. I like that Kilson's happy to mix up the pace. If he hasn't got full control, he's not going to sacrifice everything in order to get himself a frag that will put himself even more in the lead. He needs to be in a comfortable spot. And he just kind of realizes, oh, is there a totem on the other side? I'm not sure. I'll just hope.
Yeah, and that down totem is at least going to give Cypher the knowledge that Kilson's nearby, understanding the Mega's going to be taken by now. Doesn't matter if he saw it or not, but Kilson's going to get that reverse knowledge knowing that the Heavy's now going to be taken too. So even if they don't have complete timing, they're going to have the knowledge of what the stack is going into this fight. 1 minute warning though, again, Cypher has to make something happen. We've seen Kilson play Runaway on Blood Run. He looked very comfortable.
Watson. Oh my god. Again, that hurts so much of the Tribal. Kilson actually has a stack advantage right now. It's going to be Heavy in a couple of seconds. Orb out. That Heavy's going to come up at the right moment.
Oh,
he can
no.
escape. He's going to go down Banana, but he gets those... prevents Cypher from getting totems up a little bit faster if he wants to cover down more on the ground. And he doesn't overcommit to the Mega Health, which Cypher knows he needs that item. Cypher's got to do something, otherwise he's going to be 2-0 down. The Rocket, the second LG, Orb almost hits him in the face. He backs off. He hasn't spotted that Cypher's right behind. And the Rocket, it's going to hit on the exit. There's 10 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Cypher, can he find him at all? He doesn't know where he is. He's just orbing anyway. He's like, something's got to happen. He's found that Kelson's up at the top, but he cannot do a thing.
That one trade at the last second. You know Cypher's going to be miffed about that one. It was almost so good. But it just wasn't meant to be. It's just Kilson's defensive style, just coming through a second time in a row now. And that's going to be a swift match point, actually, for Kilson, who now has access to the Mega as well. And it's like you said, too, if this is going to turn out to be a 6-round straight, I don't really know how to make that. Like, this is not the result we were expecting. Oh, come on! Almost.
Dude, that was almost a catastrophic start for Cypher. Things don't look too bad right now because he can get the second Mega Health. His weapons really suck though. Kilson's piling on a bit of pressure, but he's low on health. If Cypher didn't drop, he maybe had that one. Kilson, he hasn't got the orb up. The Heavy's down there. He's really trying to push him away and be like, please let me get onto that. But he hits the rail shot. He hits the rail, goes to the LG, but Cypher gets first blood. Oh, that was desperate for him. He needs something.
That was a hard fight too because he didn't have a railgun. That was the risk he took, but it's going to pay off. And he's been able to more than recover too. Doesn't have loads and loads of health, but that'll be swiftly undone as he goes towards the health bubbles regardless. And now he's able to fight for another time. It allowed Kilson, though, while he was getting his stack back up, Kilson take a little bit more of those pickups. He's now got plenty of weapons too. Oh, yeah, so watch out. Kilson's not going to overstep his mark. All he has to do right now is get one kill to even the odds, and Cypher caught jumping towards Rail. He's still healthy. The armor is going to be such a huge difference here. Kilson doesn't want to fight. There's no armor.
I was just used by Kilson. Oh,
I feel like the choice to stay was really brave. You know, it really was betting. He was betting a lot on Cypher missing those rails, especially when you've got access to no armor whatsoever.
So Cypher could get himself around now, guys. I know Cypher fans out there in your armies. He's might not get 6-0. Kelson's putting on a lot of pressure, but he's low HP and he does die. Cypher has got something to work with. After 5 rounds straight, he's on the board.
That's, I think, both good and tragic. That's actually what we're talking about at the moment. That he finally got around, right? That's always the last thing that you should be celebrating about. It should be, hey, things are close, going back and forth, right? It's not going to be complete destruction, but this has just been so one-sided for Kilson. But this is anything that resembles a comeback. It's going to start right now.
Kilson's got a good position. Cypher is thinking, can I go up that bounce pattern? Can I make like a really interesting play with the Dire Orb? He's like, you know what? Let's not gamble right now. Let's not do something too chaotic. Let's find a safe way to get onto some items and make a play from there. Nice prediction from Cypher. Going into the orb. He's just throwing it out, hoping that he can maybe get that Mega for free, but he ends up paying a rail, loses out some armor, and Kilson. I mean, it's Kilson. He's going to hit a shot if you give him an angle.
And that's the danger, is that Cypher had so much more stack, but that one sequence of 2 sick rails has now put them back into like an even playing field again. And just a 3rd rail in a row. Oh, narrowly misses the 4th, but that was almost terrain getting in the way. and Cypher kept behind for another time in a row. So hard to fight back, and as long as Cypher does not have access to a rail, this is just going to continue to happen. He's going to undo that now because he's finally been able to spend one dire orb for one rail, a worthy trade. And Kilson actually in an unpredictable location. Is he going to surprise? Okay, here comes the fight.
What?
Cypher almost dead.
Wow.
Oh my god,
He actually goes for it.
I cannot believe
That's
it. I cannot believe it.
Nuts. Absolutely nuts that Kilson would have done that. Cypher was like, okay, he's not dropping. I can go back and I can actually get myself that light armor. And then bang! The penny drops. Actually, that's just Kilson owning you.
Kilson has run out of rails, at least. So Cypher's going to have that bonus, but
God.
he still thinks he's there. Kilson just knew that Cypher wouldn't leave. It's going to be
so many
harder.
resources down at the pillars that's just, you know that the out of control player wants to go there. Get yourself a light armor, make reparations for the health and armor that you lost in the previous fight. Kilson's range has been really good in Blood Cup.
I'm just looking at Cypher's resources, and up until he got that rail, which he desperately needed. And, oh, the trade! He needs it to be unreturned, but it just isn't. Kilson has him in his sights. One good rail angle, and Cypher's going to be dead again. Oh, he heard him. He heard him.
Where he is.
Oh no! He made too much noise. One more champion, and Kilson is going to move on versus Cypher. 3-1 in this final map. Cypher has so much work left to do. He's only really got a Plasma Caster and LG. On a normal day, I'd say that's enough, but against Kilson with this rail, it just isn't. He just doesn't have that one key weapon to fight back as Kilson lands insane shot after insane shot.
He missed the rail. I definitely think he shouldn't have, but I love the move that he made with the orb, getting the heavy. I'm going to keep that pressure going on the Cypher as much as I possibly can. Now it's going back to sort of a slightly slower play. Here's that Cypher's pushing through the teleporter. Rails are missing a little bit more, and he's kind of missed time. What's happening with that? Cypher thought he'd actually gone over there, so LG starts for Kilson. He knows there's a totem down there. She gets the right weapon out to eliminate it. Minute and a half to go now for Cypher to get something done. Otherwise, one round is all he gets from this whole series. No rails left for Kilson.
Yeah, he ran out. That's really, really not so good for him. I mean, it's still not good for Cypher, but I've got to say as well, the play near the heavy to throw the orb and not teleport to it. Again, that kind of play, I feel, only works against the elite players. The players that will have the foresight to expect the teleport there because it's such a good option to get out. Against regular players, that would never work.
Yeah, gonna get that mega in a second. Oh my god. That's incredibly close. I think Cypher's gonna be able to get this. Not enough damage is being done from Kilson. And Cypher's like, right, 45 seconds. Got a visor to take down. He shouldn't have many weapons. It looks like all he's got is the rail for now. And there's some information. Kilson's not hitting any rails anymore.
It's almost like a complete yin and yang effect, isn't it? Where if you land those shots, you can see, the results. But if you miss, it's now Kilson having to play a really strict runaway. Cypher teleports face first into it, but watch out! Here comes the teleporter. Again, the totem. Keeps him alive temporarily, and Kilson misses one of those rockets. Almost gets a clean rail, but it's not enough. Lands one. Cypher finally undoes the damage. And he has an impressive amount of health left. This is definitely workable. Oh, hang on. Here comes Kilson.
Rockets onto the heavy. And Cypher decides the last second he doesn't want to go for that rocket jump. Kilson has that upper position. He's got a couple of weapons that he can work with over here. You gotta say that all those missed rails at the back end of this round prevented him from being able to defend his lead. And now Cypher can bring us to a tiebreaker round. There could be some fuel in the tank still.
And Kilson doesn't have a lot of weapons. And that's actually been quite a constant battle here, has been the control over the railgun. It's quite a repeat offender, is that railgun so far. Kilson's only just about to collect it, but he wants to collect the rail while making as little noise as possible. That's when he wanted to be content that Cypher was at least too far away to, even if he heard, too far away to do anything about the rail being collected.
Whoa!
Oh my god, that LG.
Cypher just got... Kilson's got to run away. He might go down over here. He gets stuck against the wall. Cypher is back in this. He gets himself another round. Map 2 is not over yet. Just when you thought Cypher was going to get slapped out of the playoffs, he can still make it through.
3, 2.
This is an impressive
One.
turnaround. The thing is, there's no other choice. He's had to make this 3 straight comeback, and in this circumstance, if he can pull it off, then he's going to actually be having a lot more momentum than Kilson does. Going in, but caught off guard, Kilson did not check out where Cypher was, and the stack difference is immense. Definitely a wrong place, wrong time. And oh god, that rail hurts as well. Cypher with the turnaround. This is insane. Oh god.
Oh!
The combo 2-piece.
That was meaty. That was so meaty from Cypher. He had 1 rocket left, and he made that whole combo work fantastically. Here's another rail. Kilson, I was hustling you. I'm actually in great shape. Get out of my face. There's another frag. Only 1 more needed to get over to the tiebreaker.
You leave yourself asking what the hell happened. It's just, oh my god, 1 rail. Kilson
Bye-bye.
absolutely destroyed. Oh. How
There's
about
a surprise, Ketchup. There's a twist. There's a twist in the tail. It's not done yet. I was thinking, mate, are we going to get a 3-0, 3-0 from Kilson onto Cypher, and are we just going to be done with that quarterfinal and be left speechless? But no, Cypher, he finds something on the brink of humiliating defeat, I've got to say. There's something there.
I think that at the very beginning, we can see right there that replay that we just sort of feast our eyes on. That play could have easily been the beginning of the end for Cypher. You know, he's looked kind of, I don't want to say like completely uncomfortable, but Kilson just kind of looked at that next step beyond so consistently as each round has gone. I'm kind of surprised that it wasn't even the fact that there was a turnaround. It's the speed. It's how fast it was. Like, that was ridiculous. How Cypher essentially just flipped on a light switch and went, hang on a minute, I'm actually still a god at this game, so let's actually just quickly get a win real quick. And Kilson, just that final round was about a minute. All 3 champions dropped, and now we're going just like that into our final map.
Yeah, I mean, was not expecting to be here at this stage. We're going to be jumping into the champion compositions in just a second, but you know what? That's good, because it really looked like Cypher had stuck his head in the sand after PGL, and Kilson's now got to question himself a bit. Can I? Is it possible? I'm expecting to be playing up against either Sirius or Silencep at this stage, and now this task has become potentially mammoth. And I'm really glad that we're going to get to see Awoken, and we get to see how the map is changing with the hourglasses switched around the map. You guys will see it, and I'll make sure that we demonstrate it. But there we go. Ranger first. And first for Cypher as well. With the visor. What's Kilson got for us?
Death Knight and Galena, and no time wasted either. He did not need to think about it. He's gone straight in with the picks that he knows is going to work out. Death Knight on a small map like Awoken. You know, if there's one thing Death Knight is always still able to do, it is able to burst you down. Even if that has been adjusted because of damage adjustments and the like. It's still a champion where on a close quarters map like this, he can spring a trap very easily. So Kilson, we've already seen that Kilson has done that multiple times in this set. I expect to see it at least 1 more time before the map is done.
Do you want to do something brave and call it?
I think Kilson will still win this. I still think Kilson's going to win this. Because at the end of the day, like that turnaround from Cypher was immense, but it was off the back of some very, very crushing defeats.
Sometimes the world doesn't need another hero.
I think Kilson... I just hope Kilson doesn't get annoyed by missing a few rails, because there were some rails there which is literally, right, we're shutting down this game now and we're moving over to the next match. I think I'm going to go with you, though. I think Kilson's going to take this. But we will let the game tell us. We move into map 3 between Cypher and Kilson. Already an insane quarterfinal to be having. And Kilson, he takes the camera first with his Death Knight.
On that note, I'm going to go check out some Cypher and see what's up. And again, it's a lot of patience. You know, Cypher, it took him a long time to collect that rail for those reasons of, because these two players are having such a very sort of ambush heavy play. They're not wanting to run around the map. There's so much. I feel like there's actually a lot more sort of general walking and slow movement, not making noise. We haven't seen that as much throughout our previous matches today.
Yeah, they've got a bit silent. More of a passive start. Cypher noticed to back off a little bit. He can't challenge against that Flame Strike, but the Flame Strike comes out late, and his LG is looking tip-top. Cypher hitting 52% to still Kilson's 49%. But every point matters.
There's something about Cypher's LG that feels like the second he's been put at death's door, he has just, you know, no pun intended, awoken his LG. Like, it's just insane. Oh, there's another ambush made, but no damage to return. Bullied away from the heavy, in fact. Trying to pick that rail angle, does manage to get it. Actually, even with that armor, almost got a fantastic rail, which would have left Kilson going, what?
But again, he runs into LG, and we've already seen how hard Cypher's hitting. Puts a totem out. The shotgun is absorbed by the totem. And Kilson's like, oh, okay. God damn it. You got me.
That's the thing.
Okay, right here, Ketchup. These hourglasses where Cypher's standing, they're now gone completely from the map. Oh, Kilson!
Ooh.
The pop rocket! Cypher loses all control, and maybe this Galena still has a voice on Awoken.
It's funny you should actually say that right as Cypher dies before he can find a totem, because there are no hourglasses. Cypher going in big with the dire orb, and it doesn't matter. Minimal damage, but it's going to be the LG that carries him through. And okay, maybe we spoke too soon a little bit. Cypher's going to take that first round, and this will be a very immensely impressive comeback if he can make this. If this is 3 straight for Cypher, then that's just eat your words, boys.
Round
Yeah.
2.
Yeah,
Fight.
absolutely is. Now, Cypher, he goes on to Mega to begin with. He has his Galena. Kilson looking for the money shot with those flame strikes. And, well, as you can see, no heavy was taken by Kilson.
Oh,
he's trying to
man.
hit some rails, but he's... Oh, no! The rail knocks him out of the map! Get out of here, Cypher!
I was watching that.
Oh, the orb!
So completely. No, again! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, that's beautiful. That is unbelievable, to be honest. Kilson sends him out of bounds twice in like 10 seconds or so. The heavy is up. Flame strike returns soon, and Cypher's like, someone give me some safety bars on the side. Does he know there's a trap here? Oh, so smart.
Ooh,
Oh,
that
what?
rocket was so oh no! Oh god, what was that round, Z? What happened?
What a rocket!
What happened?
And how did Cypher kill himself at the end over there? And Cypher's got to be wondering, like, what?
1.
So
Round
Cypher
3.
technically did not get fragged in any of his deaths in that round. 2 ring outs and a suicide. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Quake open league 66.
That is savage. But you know what? Kilson's got to still be feeling pretty good after that. You've got to have a smile. As a player, you can't... Maybe Cypher less so, but Kilson, that's laugh out loud.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
We're all having a
again,
good time.
tangent. You can see 2 more hourglasses just to interrupt there by that little health in the cubby hole by the shotgun. So 2 of them have been popped there. There are 2 by the heavy machine gun, and 2 instead of 3 on the banana between LG and Mega. So there's my little tangent off the crazy suicides.
We're going back to that sort of very poke-heavy game. They're really just sort of trying to establish that range. I love the fact that they're sort of really sort of like, you know, prodding at each other with the sort of tribal serve such a purpose on Awoken for that.
I'm only thinking about, did all that happen in like 1 minute where we can get like a full clip that shows all of them? That's like the only thing I'm
It did
thinking of
actually.
right now.
I believe that was actually a less than 1 minute round. I looked at the timer at the end.
I need to see that again. That's something that has to...
Still reading over it.
It was so good. Oh, the flame strike!
Kilson gets the damage. If this was a few patches ago, that would have been a dead Cypher.
Oh.
Ooh.
Hello.
Yeah, the teleport's going to be, I think, good for damage, but not enough to really make a difference. Now, Cypher's going to restack very, very comfortably. Pretty far away from Heavy, so of course he's going to concede that as Kilson now collects. But it's going to be Cypher in the lead.
Don't die yet.
And
Oh,
they
you
just
gotta
spring
push
the
him out of
trap.
bounds, don't you, Cypher?
Got to get the right position for it. Oh, actually, the LG made so much noise. Kilson did not hear the jump pad be used right as Cypher did it.
Cypher's
300 rocket.
on the
against
run at
wall,
the
so
moment.
Yep.
That was a nutty rail that we just saw as well. Cypher gets to heal up a bit, but he's run right into him. Surely this is a death sentence. He's going to get chased. No, there's the hole in the wall. We get a rocket jump up. Cypher, how's Cypher alive still? Cooler goes through. He looks at the flick rocket on the teleporter exit. But you got to shut down Cypher's lifeline. He's healing up. To me, this is a big blunder from Kelson.
It's surprising he has not been able to seal the deal on this one. There are a couple of moments there Cypher was pretty much a guaranteed kill, but just one rocket short, one little extra bit of LG, and it wasn't enough. Cypher's been able to recover easily, and now, no! The turnaround! Oh, no! Oh, no. I wonder if Galena spawning in and saying, "I'm starting to get angry," echoes Kilson's current mood.
Oh, that's pretty sick from Cypher. I didn't realize you could get healed through the wall if you put a totem by the light armor. That's really, really nice. Kilson, though, I mean, he's got to realize he's losing opportunities, but oh my god, the LG. He tries to rocket jump up. He goes up the bounce pad, but not into the totem, and that rocket closes the deal. Finally, Kilson, he manages to properly assert himself here.
A desperate
Thank you.
He needed Cypher, two-piece combo, easy money. Now Kilson's just looking for that one moment to go in. Cypher's super weak. One good rocket's going to spell disaster for him. That's why Kilson's trying to get some information, I think.
Yeah, he does that, then realizes there's a chance he could get the turnaround and go for the mega hell, so I don't want to risk losing out on that item and make sure I can keep control of them. Through the teleporter, I like what he's checking, but he's got one rocket to go. This could be a nasty ending for him, and he backs away from the orb as quickly as he possibly can.
Very, very fast reaction time there from Kilson. You know, he was kind of, preemptively looking for it, but it was that reaction of seeing him, catching him out. Cypher tries to go in for the combo, but it's not going to work out. Kilson definitely not strong enough to fight it anyway. Forced to retreat at the same time, and now he finally gets the heavy. But again, he doesn't have the champion advantage. So for 30 seconds, this is going to be Cypher's advantage here. But it looks like it might be undone. Big damage, but the defensive rocket is real! That's a bad rocket for Kilson to eat right there. Oh my god, that rail.
He's gonna find him again. Oh, the orb, it just sends him away. The damage was imminent. Here's another rocket jump. He almost finds him through the wall. Heavy's dropped down. There's the LG, and he still manages to hunt him with the 5, 6, 7 seconds left on the clock. Kilson makes the big balls play. And now we've got one champion each. This is going to determine who goes to match point. And Kilson's got full control.
He has full control. He had full stack. If he catches Cypher off guard now, like he has been doing previously, the fight's going to be in his favor, but some wonderful tribal spray is going to even the odds somewhat. And now it's going to come down to just a straight up LG fight, but make that a rail instead. Kilson recovery was insane.
Wow. That was wild. Kilson making that full comeback. Cypher's got to be devastated from that. He was so close. He had such a great start to the round. He was doing everything he needed to, and then the Kilson factor just came in. He's now on match point, but he couldn't close it out on Blood Covenant, remember? Do not be surprised if we see Cypher making some nutty plays now. Long range? Dude, that's going to take a long time to get rid of.
The spray gods were not in Kilson's favor there either.
Not a terrible amount of splash.
This is quite a pivotal moment actually, because Kilson, I feel like he's been going in with Death Knight in some of these traps that he's springing in. He's going in for Flame Strike, and the damage isn't what it used to be, which is actually giving an advantage to Cypher, but in this instance he's taking damage too. The damage over time is going to be really good because it's just a knowledge of where Cypher's going to be. The damage tick gets the rail. Cypher so convinced Kilson must have moved on, but no, standing his ground and just waiting for him to set himself up for the perfect shot.
Those are the important shots to land too. You gotta hit those rails and close it out when the chance presents itself to you. Fortunately, he can't do the damage over here. There is going to be a heavy armor that is going to spawn shortly. He knows he doesn't have to worry about an orb. He's just say, hey, I've got continued full control. He saw the rail for a second. Is he going to get another chance? Oh my god, he lands it. He goes for the flame strike. There's the LG. How is Kilson managing to do this? But we know that a ranger can certainly turn things around.
Now, Cypher, if he's going to spawn somewhere on the map, he's going to want to spawn near the LG because this has been such a glory weapon for him throughout the entire series, but so much work is left to go. Hasn't got a lot of resources either. You know, those kills are giving Kilson so much control. He's got so much health, he's got so much armor. Make that more armor, he's going to go and collect this heavy. And Cypher without a rail, he can't contest. He can't get those shots to teleporter where you would normally challenge heavy because he hasn't got the weapons to get it done. Oh no, this could be game over, Zoot.
Could be.
I feel like Kilson needs to colossally
knock him off. Oh god, he almost had it. I was waiting for that. I'm actually I'm devastated. I'm upset that we didn't get to see that. We denied it. Oh. Almost a fantastic combo.
It feels like Kilson is in so much control, he has to royally screw up for Cypher to make this comeback. And no, it doesn't work out. Cypher opts not to teleport towards his Dire Orb, and unfortunately sets him up for that final rocket to seal that envelope and move Kilson on into our semi-finals. Well played from Cypher, and definitely was able to, I think, stop the bleeding a little bit, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I'm glad that Cypher brought it back a lot. He looked like a fish out of water in map 1 and most of map 2 until he made that really amazing comeback. There were some great signs of life as well in Awoken, but as soon as that 1 minute round of madness where Kilson was forcing Cypher to play more off the map than on the map. Yeah, I mean, just insanity. And Kilson coming out on top, reflecting as well, it's kind of results we saw between the two of them over at PGL. These are some highlights I'm really looking forward to.
All right, that was the second one. But I want that kill that caused Cypher to accidentally kill himself. That's the moment. Oh yeah, that was also a good one. There were so many moments in this that were pretty legendary, I have to say.
For sure.
We're gonna watch this. Oh no, that was the sick turnaround from Kilson right there. But yeah, I got it. I think we were after the first map expecting maybe disaster for Cypher, and you know we were almost ready to just turn around and say I feel like there's some serious reflection that needs doing. But the turnaround we saw on Blood Covenant, that's the Cypher that we know. That's the Cypher that we can expect. We just need to see that more in Quake Champions for him to match the standards that he has set himself with the legacy that he's created.
I mean, I kind of get the feeling that some questions need to be raised already for Cypher. All right, brilliant turnaround. He showed that he can still play at a great level versus Kilson, but I feel like we need to be expecting more. You can't go MIA for a map and a half and not have that raising any kind of questions at all. Cypher needs to sort out some of his plays still. You know, it's not like there's no hope at all. It's far from that. But Cypher just needs to get a couple of things aligned, and he's going to be absolutely marvelous again. But Kilson, I mean, maybe we're seeing more of a Kilson era at this stage. Seeing him rising above the ranks of someone like Cypher in Quake Champions, it's going to give like a surge of confidence for him. I believe we can take a quick look at the brackets before we head over to a break, guys, as we've got our last quarterfinal of the day lined up. Though remember, it's not the last match of the day, so we're seeing all of this going down. There's that last result. There's Sirius and Science F coming up, and can kind of see what the semi-finals are looking at catch up.
Yeah, and I think that talking about Kilson, I feel like we've spent so much time talking about Quake Champions being a breakout game where players are sort of really carving their name in the Quake history books with champions, but that doesn't necessarily need to be younger players. I feel like of all of the older school players, Kilson is one of the absolute biggest, if not the current biggest, who is asserting themselves in Quake Champions as like what could even be their biggest game so far. You know, it doesn't necessarily need to be our younger players that are doing that. Kilson is more than achieving that as well. So we'll see him later on.
Definitely. So guys, we're going to head over to a quick break before we move into our last quarterfinal to see who is going to face up versus Kilson. It's going to be Sirius and Science Ep. Stay tuned. We'll be back here with more games from Quake Open League. everyone, and welcome back to the Quake Open League EU Elite Season 6 Finals. We're moving on to our last quarterfinal. It's a game between Sirius and Silencep. I'm Zoot. Joining me is Ketchup, of course. How are things looking for this next game?
Interesting, I think is the word I'm going to use. I find Silencep in general to be quite an interesting one in duel because he's not been known as a duel player, especially in Quake Champions. But it's funny how, I mean, even to reach this point, he had to defeat Sparty, which if you were to give me Sparty versus Silencep, I probably would give Sparty as my vote every day of the week, purely because of duel experience alone. It's just kind of funny to me how players that are really well tuned into Quake Champions, you can kind of give them any game mode and they'll start to learn it and do well. We've seen that with players that were not translating too well into 2v2, give them a bit of time, and they were starting to place really well at QuakeCon, for example. I feel like Duel's the same thing, just kind of in reverse. And Silencep has a really, what feels to me like a unique way of approaching Duel as well, which works quite well. It's very champion heavy. It really is very champion heavy.
And I think Sirius as well is becoming one of the sort of fan favorites, given his performance at PGL in the top 8. I mean, overcoming many expectations, the way in which he did it, the reaction that he made other players have, notably Rafa, when he's like, this guy is basically a living aimbot. It's seriously, seriously cool to spec. We should be moving into our champion picks right now. We can see that Silencep has banned Visor. Keel has been banned by Sirius. Bloodrun is going to be our first. So we've got a Ranger Death Knight is being used by Silencep, as well as a Nyx. And that's going to be Galena Nyx for Sirius.
I think that there are very few people in the scene that get respect banned as often as Silencep does. The amount of time Silencep, even if he's well known for having an amazing keel, you almost never get to see it anymore because it's always removed from play. So, yeah. I mean, that sort of with it, I think carries a lot of weight. And it shows that the greater community really does consider Silencep to have pretty much the best keel in the business. And if it was on Bloodrun, I'd take it away from him as well. This is not a champion or a player that you want to deal with on a map like this.
I just hope we get to see Sirius in shape. I hope we get to see his rails. I was covering on the Slipgate Cup over Friday and Saturday, and you know, his shape was kind of being in and out of mediocrity and like just before brilliance like we saw over at PGL. So as long as we get some nice shots from him, I'll be happy. I think he's definitely a favorite. Silencep, really, that's what's great for him. He doesn't really have pressure of having to beat these kind of dual expert players. Let's just figure out how it's all going to go down. The final quarterfinal of Quake Open League Season 6 EU Elite Playoffs begins. And we are on Sirius's point of view, who's just going to bypass Silencep in the corridor and unzoom. Oh, no, Silencep!
Why I'm winning, because I planned it that way.
Uh-oh, that's a really bad way to start a series. XD is right. I agree wholeheartedly.
Poor Silencep. Rip. He always actually.
If you're gonna make a mistake, at least make it. Yeah, if you're gonna make a mistake like that, I guess at least make it at the very, very, very beginning when there's not. It's not gonna be as costly, I suppose.
Sirius has to observe Silencep getting some of the items at least with his Death Knight. Interestingly enough, Silencep was also playing a lot of clutch, and that hasn't been banned out. This would normally be a clutch map. I wonder if just a single hourglass removed from the map is making some clutch players thinking, you know what, actually, that's it. That's the line between viable and not viable, or comfort and uncomfortable. Two great routes from Sirius.
Sure.
He's just staying zoomed in the whole time.
It was always said, you know, that you would see clutch way more on maps where you can kind of almost rotate his shield, right? Particularly Ruins of Sarnath was always one of those maps. Be the difference it makes. But, you know, early days. There's still plenty of time to find out. We might even see Silencep going with clutch on future maps. We'll see.
Absolutely. Sirius with a nice little wall jump over, taking minimal damage from this good rocket spam that Silencep's been firing out. Is going to be heavy up in a couple of seconds. I wonder if Sirius is going to look at taking this one. He can do a nifty rocket jump and get him all the way there, and he's going to... Oh, he just misses it. Just on the edge. And again, shotgun blast of frustration.
And Silencep, I'm kind of watching him the entirety of the round. He's not really been able to find a position where he can go in. He's been sort of going for some of those like long range here and there, but nothing significant that says, right, I've done damage, now it's time to press the advantage. I think that's really a testament to just how slippery Sirius is playing.
That's good unreturned rail that we just got. Need to get some damage onto an X. Don't let her get super overstacked, especially in the hands of someone who's as consistent with their aim as Sirius. Again, his rockets have been awesome, to be honest. That's pretty much the only criticisms I've heard about Sirius, is that his rockets are lackluster occasionally, but they've been good. Sunset gets railed again on the dismount, and that armor situation is... Ugh.
And that's why he's been kept behind. It's the main thing, is the second you feel like you even have a chance at getting some damage, Sirius is either hitting a really good rocket or a really good rail. They kind of go hand in hand, keeping you away from the stack too. Can't really take that fight for heavy or mega, even though they're significantly separated. I think that's why Sirius is kind of constantly running that in the middle of the map. And he takes one of those rails, but misses the second, which keeps Sirius back in it. And oh dear. Oh, Sidestep's just not working out.
Yeah, he hangs around for ages. He's out over on the nail gun, but he did get a huge blast of damage onto Sirius. So maybe there is light at the end of the tunnel for him. Rendezvous down by rockets. And Sirius will not fall into any kind of trap. So I'm just thinking of the setting.
I think it's impressive for Sidestep that he actually has not been massively bullied just yet. That he has been consistently missing shots, but the one time he needs to land it to stop Sirius from pressing, he's actually been able to land it. I don't want to jinx it because we're about to... Oh! No! He stepped back for another look, and that one turn around was all it took to walk into the rocket. Never mind, forget I said anything.
Oh, lovely rail shot. For the flick again. Ghost Walk being used. Oh, Sunset with a good little bit of LG. Sirius might have to be careful getting up to this heavy. Sunset, at this stage of the round, you just want to do anything. You want to go for the 1% chance to get a kill, because otherwise you're just going to lose the round regardless. Here he is, one rocket, looking for a mid-air, but Sirius finishes up on the first round.
And you know, you said that when Sirius has formed since PGL, either he's been on or he's off. Right now, that was pretty much 100% on.
3, 2, 1.
Hopefully it's good signs for him in this whole tournament. If he's able to get past Sunset, then there is definitely a Kilson to stare at where he will have to be in shape. But, oh my god. Again, Sunset is not giving the respect to Sirius that he deserves, maybe. These rails are so good. He finds another. He might be able to reload one more. Here's the orb, and he goes in for the kill. Nicely done. And now we've got the XD again from Sirius. Did he have Ghost
okay.
Walk? I'm sure he had Ghost Walk.
I think so, but again, I think it was one of those things where you calculate max damage. I just don't think he was prepared to get hit by absolutely everything, hence the XD, I guess, on the end of that. That's got to be the new thing, man. The quick piece combo into XD, into GG.
I like it. The XD's good. It's nice, polite,
This head
and it's self-aware.
Uh-oh, Silent Set might get XD'd here. Oh!
Careful. Oh, there's... Oh,
XD!
gets XD! Come on, and drop the
There
XD.
it is, XD. That has to be XD, come on,
You know what?
wait.
It wasn't written, but we know that was XD.
I hope I didn't just distract them there, but it had to be done.
It was exactly the same kill, but this time Sirius did it.
It was identical.
There's nothing different about it whatsoever. I would love to see a clip of both of those kills put together and just see, like, frame for frame how similar they were.
I feel like the entire round has been not even in the center of the map, like here, just by heavy armor. That's where the whole map, that's where the whole round has been. Ooh, some excellent nails from Silent Set. Not really enough to deter Sirius, but it has been enough to shave away his armor. And the second you lose that armor, that's when I think it completely changes the game. The amount of which you can survive just disappears. And oh, we missed the rail actually. Shot the floor.
Sirius is actually in a sort of fragile position at the moment. I'd love for Sunset to put a bit of pressure on this. Oh no, he misses the orb! Does he realize? I don't think Sunset has a clue actually, but he hasn't even...
Yeah,
okay, he's picked up Mega now. Maybe he realized that Heavy's picked up late.
well, I'm checking Silent Step at the moment, and there definitely was no audio, and there was no way to see it either. So we'll see if that's going to be enough. Either way, again, Sirius can play this defensive game. He's only just gone into the halfway point, of course, so there's plenty of work left to do, but he can play this defensive slow game, and that's exactly what we saw in the first round, was Sirius being as defensive as he wanted to be, landing those really like thorn in the side rockets and rails. It does feel like Silent Step has a little bit of extra control that he did not have before, though. Yeah, Sirius. Oh my god! Wow, that was interesting. So I think Sirius really tried to sort of catch him off guard. He waited for him to drop down before he went through the orb, but that just did not work.
It was like a weird gamble they went for. I was like, that could get a shove from this. But he commits to it. He gets rightfully flame strike. It was a bit aggressive, though. That was sort of coin flippy for Sirius, because getting the shove at that point, I mean, I felt confident for Silence that he was going to pick up that mega. And Sirius just had that heavy beside him. Ooh, that's painful damage. Ow.
Okay.
Ow.
A little bit of damage, but it's nowhere near enough. Sirius, yeah, no reason to go with anything else. Just go in with a shotgun, guarantee it, and just like that, second round's going to be done. This is on the verge of a 3-0 here, Zootin. I'm going to assume that when you were weighing up Silent Step versus Sirius was your pick.
2.
Yeah, definitely. I see Sirius winning this series probably 8-9 times out of 10, in my opinion. I think Sunset's still got a bit of polish to get on his game before he's really competing against players of Sirius' caliber. Which is weird, because I wouldn't say players of Sirius' caliber normally, but only based off, like, a week ago, we figured out he was a top 8 player in the most stacked dual land we've possibly ever seen in, like, the last 10 or so years. So Silent Step
that's the mad
just
thing
needs a bit
about
of
Quake.
refinement. That would be good.
It just continues to surprise, does Quake Champions. And there's the rotation. Not jumping down, good call. That would have been no doubt probably suicide at this rate. But yeah, Quake Champions, you know, breeding new champions, these new top players that just one tournament, they just appear and, you know, damn, this guy is good now. What the hell happened? Not to discredit, of course. You know, we're not taking away from Sirius, but you have one LAN that just makes you go from a excellent player to outstanding.
100%. But now, it's a curse. It's a reputation to live up to now, and you've got to perform as well in the online circuits. LG from Sirius looking good. He goes for a rail finish, and it's hurting a lot. But he switches to the right weapon instead. It's like he just let go of his keyboard and was like, let me just waiting for the bind. All right, and the rocket's going to be as soon as the rail reloads. And there.
Oh, I tried so hard. He tried so hard to go for the quick combo, but it's just returned so cleanly by Sirius there. I love that Nick strat as well. Rail into immediate invisibility. What do you do about that? Nothing.
Right, he's just gone. Rail again, not quite there. There's going to be the heavy. Is he going to go for the jump across? Little wall jump? Goes for a different angle. That's really nice from Sirius. I love that. There's the tripod. That's the money shot right there. And that secures map 1. Oh, like 130 damage or something he hit with that last tripod blast.
Yeah, I almost looked like max. Oh god, yeah, that was 145, and then that just slightly went down as it went on. So definitely not damage that I think Silent Step had been sort of prepared to face. That was every single shot did what it needed to do, and I feel like that was, you know, this is pretty much what you just talked about, where it's a player that still has refining to do in duel versus a player that has, as of very recently, broke out as a absolute top level dueler. So I think when you weigh those two up head to head, this is what you see. You see a little bit of even play at the beginning, but as it starts to escape Silent Step, it takes a really good player to be able to recover from a loss that is going as bad as it is. We're yet to see it so far, so we're going into our next map now. Do you reckon it's going to be enough, or do you just foresee 3 more rounds? You know, do we think this is going to be a stomp suit?
I mean, honestly, no, because I think Silent Step's got some quirky behavior from his team-based background that actually catches off duelers sometimes. So I would expect Silent Step to actually at least take a round or 2 in Awoken, which I know a map that he's very fond of. So we'll have to see. We have got the champion picks coming up in a moment, and this is where I'm interested. What is Silent Step going to do? Because he's usually got something strange to give us. Is he going to go with a clutch? Is there something else that he wants to go with?
Well, I actually remember I remember seeing a previous Quake Open League weekly qualifier, which you and I were doing, and was the match that was Silent Step versus Cypher, right? It was on this exact map, and Silent Step actually, he fought hard. He impressed us, but his interesting comp back then was champs that were all damage. It was burst only, and he lived for the, you know, basically the one-shot combo of I catch you and you're dead, and that was his entire strat.
Yeah, I mean it can be a painful combination to deal with because you also know when you're getting kills, you've got that danger factor right off the spawn for the enemy, so you've got to be so careful with your control. We've got a small difference between these two lineups. Actually, maybe a little bit bigger because we've got a Ranger complementing the
Only
Nyx
fuel
with a
our revenge.
Galena for Sirius. We've got DJ and DK. There's the DPS champions right there for Silent Set.
Think this
He's not going with
changes
the clutch
anything.
though. Which almost comes as a surprise for me, but
Prepare to fight.
it feels like we've had a pretty colourful day already in terms of different champions that we've been getting.
Round begins.
And I think part of that might just be the fact that it's a new meta and a new
1.
changes, you know, the new set of changes. And as these sort of early tournaments, it almost feels like at the very beginning, you always see the bigger variety come out when the patch is newer. It's when players are trying to figure out the kinks, they're trying to find what works and what doesn't. And Silent Sep just being really aggressive, but it's not enough. Really felt like that could have been his, but he just couldn't finish it. Silent Sep, he's going to be the first to drop here.
I feel like he could have just ghost walked and got up the bounce pad, got himself to mega health, and be safe from harm. But he went for the really ballsy play, which I respect. But as soon as it doesn't work, then it's like all those could haves, would haves, should haves, just suddenly appear.
Yeah, irrelevant, isn't it? As well, that's the thing. You start to think about all the hindsight, and then you realize that none of it matters because you're dead and they're not. A Silent Sep,
Professor
forced behind.
Hindsight, Captain Hindsight.
Everyone's favorite superhero. Ooh, nice. Very confident dodge to stand still. Sirius is being really aggressive here. Oh, no escape for you.
That was a sick rail from Silent Sep. And I really liked the movement that we had from Sirius before then, because it looked like he was about to escape. But there's a nice little, like, dodge away after the ghost was over, but, you know, never mind that now. We've got the heavy coming right up. And maybe Silent Sep could start to put a dent in this series. Otherwise, it's starting to look a little bit like the Cypher Kilson game. Maybe there's something last minute. And you've got to remember, Silent Sep did 3-0, 3-0 Cypher. I think that might have even been this season in the group stages.
I really love how slow Sirius is actually approaching this one. It almost feels like no matter the map, no matter the champions, it always seems to be Silent Sep having to play catch up with Sirius.
Oh, he's vulnerable to a rail for a moment. Mega's just been taken, and look at that damage output. Sirius going to escape, finds a light armor. Flame strike. He's got a chance to do it. He turns it around, but Sirius has already dodged it. And now that's going to be Silent Sep with just one champion to go. Maybe a small window of time where he can get some damage out. But Sirius is already exploring the lower parts of the map where those hourglasses disappear to. And that combo, LG to rail, that stings.
It's like I said earlier, it just feels after watching both of these so far that it's Sirius is always the one that is the more comfortable. He's the one that is pretty much commanding the pace of this map. It's always Silent Sep having to play this game of catch up at all moments.
Yeah, I think Silent Sep's going to want to get something going in this series. I think he wouldn't expect himself ever to get 3-0, 3-0 by Sirius. I know he's had great games versus him in the past. There's got to be something left in the tank for him. He's got to be careful of that angle. Just respect the aim is possibly the biggest thing I feel like he needs to get a hold of. And that rocket just passes Sirius by at the end. He lives with 4 points of health. The rotation of the major items are coming back up. And Sirius should surely be able to excel once more. Rail into Ghost Walk, into another rail. However, Silent Sep's just got himself onto the heavy. He's rocket jumped up to get rail. And it's just, if they just keep landing, 90 damage. 90. Oh, and he misses one at last.
And oh my god, almost landed one of those really clean turns. Oh my god, that 100. Very brave, though, to follow through the teleporter where Sirius was just laying and waiting. And I think this is the optimization that we were kind of talking about earlier, where that sort of very, I guess, obvious mistake of Sirius. There's a really good chance he's going to sit there and make that play. The Silent Sep is going to chase him down because he does the maths. I see 100 damage. I see my dual wield. Let's go and get an easy kill. Sirius is already prepared for that whole exchange. Oh,
Okay. We get something from Silence Ebb. We should land some rockets. Get himself on the board in round 2 of Awoken. He's got plenty of weapons to work with. He's got his ability up. That Mega's going to spawn soon. We should be able to see a kind of small turn of control for Silence Ebb. Let's see what he's going to do at Heavy.
a little bit of a premature detonation of that flame strike. Manages to combo in the rail though. Important for Sirius to chip down some of that life. Silence Ebb so much more healthy. But we can't forget the fact that Sirius has got a dire orb, and that is burst that no one can take.
That's the 100-100. There's Sirius down below in the heavy machine gun spot. Silence Ebb's kind of just sort of on his head. Right beside him. Still 4 seconds. Missed rail from Sirius. He's going to orb through. No, he's not. He's going to go up the bounce pad. That's going to be an item for the Dutch player again. Kind of back to safety.
Okay, there's the armor collected Silence Ebb now. A little bit of information. Not enough though. Your head long gone to the wrong part of the armor. Wrong call on where Sirius is going to be waiting, and Sirius now knowing completely how much damage he's done. And oh god, that was a very sort of interesting dire orb. Not able to get the Mega initially, and Silence Ebb still forced away. Ooh. That fail was ridiculous. Almost missed. He's going for that.
Hello.
Just eats. Uh-oh.
That was a nice little shot from Silence Ebb, showing he can get these rails as well. Oh, that hurts. 100 collective health and armor. For Silence Ebb, there's another 25. We've got the Mega Health coming up again shortly, but he hits an important one. And one more, just as the Mega Health is spawning. There's going to be the heavy armor in just a second. Silence Ebb with a chance to finally get around on the board in the quarterfinals. The rocket just
that was actually
exploding
really
beneath
important. Well, Sirius had fired 2 rockets, but they'd both actually completely missed Silence Ebb, so I'm wondering if Sirius has timing on the heavy at all. Because if he'd have known he was there right as he was, you know, landing heavy, he would have kind of got a mind of when it respawned.
Finder there. Oh my god, the flame strikes come through, but it's the last champion already. There's a pointing for him over there. If he didn't run into the totem damage, he probably was going to be fine.
Well, either way, Zoo, that is going to be a match 0.0 for Sirius, who's been really dominant versus Silence Ebb. It's been, unfortunately, quite a one-sided affair of Silence Ebb constantly having to chase down Sirius, who's been in full control. I can't think of a single time on these 2 maps where Sirius has been out of control.
Yeah, I mean, he's been looking confident all game long. Silence Ebb occasionally seems to have, like, it appears he's about to make something great happen, but it's not quite manifested itself into anything positive enough. Need to be getting round to the board. He's looking for a rail. Rocket comes out. Ghost Walk now used by Silence Ebb. Sirius with the counterplay. But Silence Ebb does not get in his way. He's almost in the way of that rail, though.
Yeah, we all saw that angle. Could have been curtains, but wasting just enough time to collect that Mega, and now as the armor's been collected on the opposite side, Silence Ebb alive temporarily, but even with this stack, you kind of get worried because of just how surgical Sirius has been with his rails so far. It's hard to sit on a stack against someone that just refuses to miss.
Yeah, I mean, that's been part of it. Let's have a look at rail accuracies now. Sirius is hitting 65%. He's done over 1,500 damage with the rail. That's a lot. He's also hitting 62% LG. I mean, at some point... Oh my god, he's hitting another one. Just got to respect his aim sometimes and play like a totally different game. And Silence Ebb, I think he's been steady all the way along, but not been making those little... I don't know, accounting for those kind of shots that he's hitting. They're giving away to me. It's making it too easy for him to hit the 60, 70% rail.
That, right?
There's the opening frag.
And unfortunately, he's going to lose his first champion on what is already a very sort of dominant performance from Sirius. And Silence Ebb, you said making the shots too easy. Little things like not using the wall jump with Nyx just to get a little bit of extra height, because that preemptive angle that Sirius was already hitting. We saw Silence Ebb fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. And oh, he's going to drop again. Sirius that's looking unstoppable. The LG looking like a dual wield without a dual wield at this rate. And oh dear,
Sirius
he's going to get chased.
Yeah, he's into hiding. The items are going to come back up. There's going to be the rockets. Surely go up through connector. He knows exactly where Silent Step is. That's going to give the news to Silent Step where Sirius is. We might get our first 3-0-3-0 of the day. So I can't imagine it's going to happen again.
Jump pad used. Silent Step with the knowledge. Forced to run, but doesn't really have the resources to take the fight serious. He's holding the angle. He's holding the angle. Okay, never mind. Watching it from Silent Step's angle, I was very worried about that teleporter. The second we saw Sirius stop moving. Oh,
he misses that completely, actually. Rail shot. Legacy taken already. Silent Step's actually pushing in a little bit, but he's weak and he's stuck right on the edge. The rocket hits and Sirius still not finishing the job.
Oh my god. Watch out, man. This is crazy. Silent Step just going all in.
I mean, he's definitely got to do something pretty crazy.
I think Sirius is just going for the interesting attempts at the end here. Not really caring about his own self-damage, and surviving that might not be enough. Gets the flick rail, and Silent Step putting a lot of confidence in that rail.
Doesn't want to be down and out yet. We've got an orb that came out, not going to be pushed through by Sirius. Again, that LG got to watch out for. A direct rocket, and then the closer. 3-0 once again. Sirius is going to make it through to the semifinals to go up versus Kilson.
We've got some interesting top fours remaining, I think. It's unfortunate to see pretty much the double 3-0. I almost said triple because there's 3 maps, but obviously only 2. It's good to see Silent Step still able to show that he can hang in duel now. You know, a couple of people were a little bit concerned because it's very obvious that I think we started to see Silent Step play more duel just out of both a duel is a game mode that people still play, so you may as well do it if there's money on the line for sure. And also, as PGL was announced, that's where we saw a lot of people that weren't really duelers deciding to start taking it a bit more seriously and starting to play it a little bit more for those reasons of it's more active and competitive, so now we have more reasons to actually start playing duel. And from what we've seen so far, Silent Step, he has actually got some real moments of greatness, and that's because he has his head screwed on with how to play Quake Champions. As a game, he has a really good understanding for what champions to use, what champions to use on certain maps as well. But it is the dual fundamentals that we start to see him fall a little bit short. But I almost feel like that's just a natural part of this learning process that he's doing really well and a nice job of so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Silent Step is, is getting some really good results lately. This definitely isn't the one that defines him. Again, I mentioned that 3-0-3 on Cypher, which I think is outstanding from him. And he's expressed like that a deep interest in dueling, which he hasn't typically done in the past. So I'm looking forward to seeing more from him. However, we can get over to the bracket, see how things are looking for the semifinals. Sirius is going to be there, up against Kilson and Juan. Going up versus Cooler, that is going to be our next game. Any thoughts before we break quickly and get towards that match?
It's always an exciting time when you reach this later stage of a tournament. Zron, Cooler, Kilson, Sirius, 6 games, and again, it goes back into the unpredictable grand finals. You could put them in any order, and it's always going to be an exciting match. So at the end of the day, I'm just really excited to see if Cooler can take it all the way. Zron definitely doing really well online, but struggling a little bit in land from his regular standards. We know that Zron is an absolute top of the pyramid level player, but offline, he's sort of not been able to consistently match his own standards. But online is, in many ways, a different ball game. Either way, I want to see if we can see Cooler at Grand Finals. Moments away from it, in fact.
Yep, absolutely. Moments away. Guys, we're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we will be with Cooler and Zron. See you in a second. Welcome back, everyone, to the Quake Open League. We are now into the semi-finals, where there are 4 players remaining. The next game is going to be Zron versus Cooler. What a goddamn matchup. I'm Zoot, and joining me is Ketchup to help me break this one down.
Well, we're reaching, I don't know how I failed English right there. We are reaching the later stages of the tournament. So naturally the games are going to get a little bit more juicy. Zron and Cooler. The big talking point is, can Cooler, fresh off a really sick performance at PGL, take the win in the Open League today? I definitely think, looking at the competition that is left, he can definitely achieve that. And I'd go as far to say that Cooler is actually my pick to win this tournament. It would be quite a nice story, actually, to go how a player can... We were just talking about this earlier on, but for those that have just joined us, and those that may not know, Cooler, after getting second at PGL, pretty much the second he returned, he was right back on that streaming grind, practicing scrims and training for the next tournament, whether it was offline or online. He was right back in there. And that's a real champion attitude, in my opinion. If you want to look up to a player to see how to train and what attitude to have, I think look no further than Cooler, given his previous results and how he's... This guy doesn't seem to burn out. Is Cooler immune to the burnout? It kind of looks that way.
I mean, Cooler just... It doesn't make sense. I don't think he's human necessarily. The guy practices about 27 hours a day, approximately. He tends to stream almost all of those hours. He's an absolute monster. And then when you realize his shape is at LAN, you're like, okay, it was all for that. It's just unreal. But we're getting into the champion picks at the moment. We're flying into Corrupted Keep, where we've got Nyx and Visor that are banned out. Of course, Cooler is going to go with a Death Knight. That was one of his go-to picks during all of PGL, where he got lots of success from. We got BJs from both sides. And now Zron is going to Mimic so far. And what's the spicy pick?
Ooh. Spicy pick indeed. We get to see a little bit more Strog. Definitely a popular champion in 2v2. I mean, on the subject of Corrupted Keep, of course, which was really the map that I feel put Strog and Pika on the map. You know, players like Dahang sort of putting in that work back when the champion was brand new. More people are starting to use this champion and believe in, you know, its power a little bit more. But again, as the patch is new and we're starting to see different champions get picked, there's a lot of variety there. I'm not surprised at all to see Zron go with Strog, because in this side of the pond, Zron was pretty much the only player other than Dahang that was using this champion at the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, Zron expressed to me that Strog, that's through the period of time, it was definitely his favorite champion to play with. You can see them peeking out, go away, out of the warm-up of the match. Yep. What does it mean if Zron wins this match, though? Is there anything we can draw from that? Because remember, Zron got like a top, I don't know, like top 32, basically.
It means that Zron is not going to be losing his form if he's able to win this. That's the important thing. We know that his placing at PGL is not the standard that we know he himself is held up to. That was definitely an underperformance, and he's going to be disappointed. But you don't need to tell him that. Of course he knows. So if he can defeat Cooler here and, dare I say, win Quake Open League, it's going to be a really nice spark of confidence to remind him, you know, he's still Zron, right? He's still one of the best players in the world in this game.
For sure, and right early on, Zron goes with that Pika play. He's got the shotgun out. He's given an angle. Cooler steps over the edge. And as the semi-finals begin, Zron will take first blood for it. Ranger is right around the corner. Zron, being careful as ever, doesn't want to break into the sort of close range angle. And now the rotation of items. What does he want to go for? He wants the heavy. He doesn't want any scary competition over at Mega, but he might just get that little flicker of LG damage, but maybe not to go through that teleporter, where it really is a danger zone. And now he's seen the orb used. This is dangerous for Cooler.
He means he can go in with the Pika, some of that guaranteed damage. He gets a nice little amount, but it doesn't seem to be enough to help him escape. I think Cooler can still sort of put that chokehold on, but right as he goes around, doubles back. Zron is now going to use that to escape, and I think Cooler sort of trading an escape for a lightning gun, which he definitely needs. Putting that to good use as he's able to take out Zron and make things 1-1. 2 champions left on each side now. And things get a bit more traditional. It's now going to be BJ and Ranger. Zron yet to use his Death Knight until... Oh my god! Okay, hi.
BJ's still got it. He still gets that dual wield super shotgun. And he just owns people. throttles him completely. Dual wheel's now being used by Cooler. That rocket, oh, he's gonna miss his mark. Well, those shotgun, that was like full. That was dirty, dirty super shotgun play.
He just comes flying across the screen and then just blows you up with a shotgun. That's sick. Okay.
That's the lightning gun. Cooler trying to contest this. He's got no armor by his name. Bits and bobs and splash damage. Eventually, Zron's got to fade out through the through the bounce pad. Okay.
Oh, running out of rockets. Zron finishes the job, and a very back and forth round number 1. I'm pretty sure you'll agree.
To fight.
Yeah. It was an odd turn of events for it, but it was really Zron coming in with that pure aggression, I think, that brought it back into his favor. So a great start for him. Cooler, though, can't cast any doubts just yet. He will go up versus the Strog and the Pika once more. But Zron, he's just holding position over there. He's going to get a bit more LG ammunition, and he's going to feel that maybe he can actually go in and close this frag out. Light armor. Cooler disappears through to nail gun room, and he does make an escape. Oh, he's caught out again, though. Zron hadn't fully gone through to center map yet, so he could just drop back in, get a kill on Cooler. You've got to remember, this is a map that Cooler was incredibly good at. Dropping again, LG, the Pika emergency play is not even needed.
You know that's going to be a good result for you as well when the ability is used before it was even necessary. Like, you know, yeah, he's going to lose cooldown, I suppose, a little bit, but who cares? And this is the second round in a row that these guys have played where Zron has essentially just doubled back and finished things off. And this has just been an LG-only fight. Cooler has just been not taking these fights as well as I guess maybe he should have. He's been so confident, right? He would not be taking the fight if he wasn't confident he can win. But Zron's LG, it's been something else. Damage.
Oh, he gets caught out. I don't think he'd get the damage going from like releasing the Pika quick enough. But he walks into the shotgun. You jumped into it. Hello, mate. I got the super shotgun. Do you remember what happened last time? Yeah, it's deja vu over here. We got 2-0 for Zron.
Accept my loving embrace.
Round 3. Fight.
That's actually the second amazing BJ shotgun kill that we've seen. I'm a big fan. I actually really like
to pick up Mega with Pika.
I actually love that he has immediately popped Pika when he knew there was just a nail gun. He's so confident he can actually dodge that nail gun, I think, when he's got a fast and speedy little Pika.
As they all say. Zron's still holding on to this LG position. Cooler would love to get his hands on that weapon, but it's a no-go for the time being. It's selfish, wonderful moves from Zron. But that nail gun's actually starting to have an effect. He's got to be careful. He wants this Mega real bad. He's got to fade out of there. 2 seconds till Heavy's up. Just passes him. He doesn't get it. And he's just like, I've got the Pika out. It's a panic Pika play.
I ain't getting caught with your Pika out, man. No one likes that. Where do I go with this? Sorry, I'm waiting for you to take that.
Yeah. I had nowhere to go. Zron though losing out in quick succession. Cooler, he's gonna find him right next. Dude, he was there. He just walked by him.
I don't know what happened.
He was
Sorry,
like
this has been
around the corner.
I don't know. It's like he had like 2 seconds of input lag on his FP. And Cooler actually turning this around. Okay, that was a round that I'm just going to forget about. We'll move on now. And here we go.
All we know is that Cooler won that round, and it made sense, okay? During all of that.
Yes.
So, Cooler,
deal.
Coming back into Corrupted Keep. This is like his map recently. For some reason, Cooler's just been immensely good. And we've not been getting like hyper defensive plays from Cooler. He's actually been pretty proactive. He's been happy to get into engagements. Zron's dealt with it very well in the first 2 rounds, but it's now time to close it out. It feels wrong.
Excellent rocket around the corner, doing 100 outright, and Cooler's been forced into the defensive again. It's always a difficult situation because now with that one small little bit of armor he's collected, that's basically all he's really going to get his hands on. And now as the Mega spawns, the goal is going to be to do as much damage as possible. Pika just to force Cooler away. He also knows that the Mega should be able to be taken now without Cooler putting himself majorly in harm's way. And Is Ron just going to give up this mega?
I think Ron was scared by that direct rocket that hit him, and it was only 7 health left. So I was like, oh, it's for real? You were that easy to kill? Okay, I'll take that. First blood in this
I
round.
think that was lots of confidence from Zron that Cooler was actually going to stay there. He knows that it would have been such a risky play to try and go for mega, being that weak.
Well, there's been a lot of weapon changes from Ron, and it's not been so fruitful for him on this occasion. He knows that Heavy's going to be up in a second. He's going to go for it, sees that it's up. And that LG, suddenly, he's hitting those money shots. The orb, again, has not been good for Cooler. He can't escape and only has the BJ to prevent him getting 3-1 on Corrupted Keep.
It's quite a tall order, I think, to make this comeback on Zron, especially with how well he's been playing so far. There's a Pika good to go if Zron wants to go for some of that guaranteed damage that Cooler can't really challenge, and trying to get damage anywhere he can. This is where he's going to start to put on the aggression, trying to get something, and just walking into another rocket. In many ways, it really isn't his fault. He has to try and press the advantage, otherwise he's going to get bullied the entire round. And, oh my god, that rocket. Oh, here comes Pika.
Oh, there we go.
All right, there it is.
There's a little bit more sanity going on. Cooler eventually managed to get the push. He goes into dual wield. He closes out that fight. He's in the round in some shape or form, but here comes Ron with the dual wield shotgun, but he hasn't got a time to reload. This time, Cooler is able to prevent death. Avoid it, evade it,
No
whatever.
damage too. That's the big thing, is that on top of getting that like lightning fast frag, is that he's really healthy. Even more healthy now, he's going to be able to collect the mega. Minimal damage coming through from the flame strike. Ron's going to try and press here, but quite risky indeed, and Cooler very close to making a 3 straight comeback. It seems really impossible at the beginning, but one good fight went into his favor. Zron being a little bit too eager to finish things with that dual shotgun, and just like that, Cooler now in a wonderful position.
He's going to push after this. There's your will. He just gets carried through the teleporter. Does a half-decent rocket. He gets one other one through the grates.
Oh,
But
no.
here comes the attack to Mega Health, and Cooler gets the reverse sweep on round 4. We're still going here on Corrupted Keep.
And that's the Cooler. That's the Cooler that we're all familiar with. The fact that you can't really count this guy out, because one good moment, one good opportunity, and he's able to take entire rounds off one sick play. There was also a combination, I think, of Zron maybe not respecting Cooler's dual wield as much as he probably should have at the end there, but either way, he has no time to reflect on it now. We only have 1 round left, and with this being our first map, it can set such an incredible pace for what we can see next.
Cooler still holding on to the central position. No LG, still 4's Ron. They're moving into the flame strike. Ron's got to get the hell out there. There's a couple of 25 health bubbles. Is there a light armor there for it? There is. But he's going to meet him, and he's just stuck over here on this nail gun platform. He almost manages to hit the sweet spot with that weapon. But Cooler gets first blood in this pivotal round.
I'm actually quite nervous about that, because in most of these rounds, Ron has actually been able to take that first champion quite comfortably. And it's been through that immediate advantage that Ron has looked more comfortable. The fact that he doesn't have that now kind of makes me a little bit worried. Losing that Strog, which has done so much work previously too.
It's a nice meaty little rocket that sets Ron back a bit more. Here come the items. Heavy drop, sorry, heavy spawns, so does Mega. They both go to their respective major items. No super surprises. Tribal from this position is pretty damn strong. He's got to watch out. Ron just turns up the heat with the dual wield. He's right behind him. Ron doesn't expect to push through, and it's a pretty damn clean frag for Cooler.
Oh, what a spawn! What an amazing spawn for Cooler! Zron doesn't have anything to fight back. A super nail gun against a really high stacked Cooler? Like, come on now.
He jumped to the nail gun from the 225s. He jumped into danger. He possibly could have gone on the top and secured himself some other position, but Cooler's an expert on this map of finding you off the spawn, and if you do not make the optimal play off your spawn, you're going to find things like that happening to you. So Zron, either step back, go down through the corridor of the hourglasses, or get out through the top and make your way elsewhere.
Of all the spawns I think Cooler could have wanted, that's probably the #1 on the top of his Christmas list. And it is capitalization too, right? That is the strength of Cooler, is knowledge of where the spawn is probably going to be, but not only making the good read and making the good call, actually being able to capitalize properly. you know, the second you get a spoil, you still got to be able to secure that kill, right? Still got to win that fight, and that's one of the worst times to get caught. He had absolutely nothing to fight back with. A super nail gun when you've already been caught in the trail of LG, like what are you gonna do? There's nothing you can do.
And that was a full reverse sweep on Corrupted Keeps. Ron was 2-0 up, couldn't close it. Cooler comes back, and he's the one laughing now as we go to move into Ruins. We will shortly jump into that champion pick. But yeah, here's that spawn right at the end. You can see there was a way out for Zron there, but he chose a very aggressive position instead, and it just doesn't pay off.
Well, off the back of that, we're going to go with, I'm not sure if I asked you a prediction, actually. I know I said I sort of foresee Cooler maybe taking this. I know you are buddies with Ron, so I don't want to catch you being biased at all. Who do you think is going to take this next map?
I mean, yeah, I am buddies with Zron, but I've got to go with just what's just happened at PGL. I think it makes no sense if I say Zron wins. I know he did have a tough bracket, but you don't get excuses at the end of the day. Cooler coming second place, that's nothing to laugh about. That is an insane performance from him. And I suspect that if he doesn't take this map, he'll definitely take the third. But I strongly suspect he'll take this.
Well, we're going to go for a slight change of pace. There's always one contrast when you go from an Awoken or a Corrupted Keep, and then you go into something with Ruins of Scythe. And yes, also nicely that Zron has gone back into a tradition of the most horrific customizations I think I've ever seen. I think the bunny ears is a nice touch.
What happened though? Because his clutch, there was like a period where his clutch looked pretty good. I don't know if it like lasted for a couple of weeks or he did it specially for PGL, but he got home and was like, no, I'm going back to that ugly clutch look. Maybe that's the reason it all happened. I need to get back onto my bunny-eared, triple suit, horrific robot costume. I don't know. It's shocking.
I mean, friends don't let friends make bad customizations, in my opinion. Like, I feel like, how can you have any respect? How can you respect yourself when your clutch looks like that? It's like a square and hard edge torso, round legs. What's going on? That's a geometry nightmare.
You know what? Ketchup.
Next time on Top Tier Analysis by PNG Ketchup, we'll talk about how I think of Athena's customizations.
So based on that, actually, that's a really good point you mentioned that, because I saw some people asking about Athena in chat. Just got to know, because Athena came out so recently, we're closing out the Quake Open League with Athena like an auto ban, and obviously as soon as we move into Season 7, which starts next week by the way, Athena is in the pool for everybody to play. But here we go into the map number 2 in the semis between Cooler and Zron. And Cooler's just going to like, here, tickle me. There it is, rail my ass too. I'm going to go down.
Okay, so, but the thing is, we saw very, very similar frags, actually, on the previous map, and the end result was still Cooler being able to take it through. So, you know, some of these sort of immediate frags, the best players, it's how you sort of lick your wounds and recover from a bad situation. Cooler's lost a champion now, but let's kind of look at his current situation where he's got a really good stack, still got access to, you know, a bunch of sort of like overstacked armor, and he's got his ability too, so.
So I'm trying to go for a cheeky little angle on that side. Well, he'll have to fade away. I wonder if he wants to try and contest this next heavy. He's going to have the light armor in good time. Can maybe jump down by nail gun. But it seems that he thinks it's a dangerous spot to go to. I could receive a lot of damage. I don't know if I'm actually going to get that heavy. And I'm sure as hell that Cooler is paying attention to those items. I believe he heard it getting taken.
He should know about the Mega too. Quite an interesting exchange here. And I feel like if you can get the initial champion advantage, and your clutch is yet to be used, I will always think that's a scary team composition to have access to.
Well, we're not pleased until we see the catastrophic clutch costume.
I would go as far as to say the crappy clutch.
That works too. Definitely works.
The crusty clutch.
I mean, less so.
Like
you already peaked, Ketchup.
Sorry. You know they say, like, if they ain't broke, don't fix it. I went against that rule. Alright, anyway. Cooler now. he's really like not interested in taking these fights until he's super confident he can come off better, right? That's the main thing that we're seeing Cooler do here. Is that a lot of discipline? That's the main thing I always notice watching Cooler play, is just how much self-discipline he has. He just doesn't dive into a situation that is unfavorable. That said, becomes a fight.
Rockets.
Confident he can maybe try and take it now, but so much damage and catches Ron on the downtime. So well played to go in, knowing that the rail was in its cooldown stage.
That's brutal for Zron. If he made a different weapon switch, he
Oh,
would
here
have
it is.
looked really good there. Uh-oh.
The crappy
Hello.
clutch. Oh. All right.
Crappy
He gets
clutch.
it.
He's successful.
Oh my god. Now going out
What?
for the rails. I think that was pure 100 damage right there. Insane rocket from Zron.
What does he do now, though? He's got so little to work with. He's got to just be chilled. This heavy's up in 5 seconds' time. There it is. He's not available. He might be able to contest with this. LG. Oh, the dual wield, though. It's so much. The shield just doesn't reappear quick enough. Now it's Death Knight going versus this BJ, who has already used his dual wield. But there's going to be a chase through the teleporter, it looks like. However, oh, that was so close. That was on the absolute wire there.
Prepare to
For me, that was a really good dodge from Cooler too. And it's one of those really sort of disciplined dodges again, where he kind of just sticks to a direction. Whenever you go in these close quarters fights, it's the one thing you can sort of notice is how consistently he'll essentially, he won't sort of dupe left and right. He'll dedicate direction, because it's so, you got to be so brave to essentially follow his movement rather than try and flick it in the other way, which is normally what people do. Even against a Death Knight Flame Strike, which is so much, it's a much bigger hitbox than a rocket, yet it still works.
Well, Death Knight going on Death Knight. There's flames everywhere.
Not dodging in that hallway.
Better off then. Fortunately for
definitely
those
not
guys,
dodging in
they don't burn in the flames, but Cooler's going right back in. His algae looks good. And there's going to be the heavy armor for him. Mega health is right up. He's going to actually take a gamble on it and go for it. His stack is immense. Surely, time to rendezvous at the algae. He finds him.
Immediate
2
dual will,
seconds
but
until
a bit.
Okay, it just doesn't matter. I thought he was going to wait for that flame strike to be up to finish the job, but nope, it don't matter.
This is quite an interesting variation of what was, you know, a much more common match back in the day, was the Clutch versus BJ. How it's very different now. And the fact that the shield is down for a lot longer when he pulls the trigger. What used to be a really good, just straight up hard counter to BJ just doesn't really feel that way anymore. Not as severe. But ooh, there's still plenty more rails where that came from. Zron's big chunky hitbox means that missing a rail is almost impossible at this level of play.
Yeah, Zron's got his work cut out for him. He needs to build that stack somehow. He just needs to get into Cooler space. He's got a little bit of time that he can work with. He doesn't need to find something straight away. That shield will block the direct damage from the flames. It won't block the flames on the floor, though, of course.
But this is the one of the main sort of strengths, I feel, of Clutch on this map, is fighting for heavy is very hard to do against him, because right now, you know, Zron now knows it's going to appear. We pop the shield, and it exists purely just to keep Cooler away. And oh, nice little bit of optimization there, rail and mining drill, just the infinite range, and I love how it was played. But it comes, what I was just about to talk about was Clutch and heavy on this map seem almost guaranteed. There's no way you can challenge it, otherwise you're going to die. And oh, sick rail again. Zron looking really good here. Very weak now, though.
Good, but still work to be done. 5 seconds until that shield is going to be back up, and there's another good rail from Cooler. One more, it might be enough, but there's still more damage coming out. The shield is now up, and Zron, he finds the rocket in time. There's a health bubble on the floor, there's mega health. He's also going to drive by the hourglasses. Turns out he won't go for the mega. He's going to preserve his life instead.
Cooler caught in a bad part of town right there. Guaranteed rail that Zron was going to take with open arms. But he's still behind. That's the problem he's facing, is that his Clutch is looking really strong right now. He's had a couple of real glory moments. The issue is that Cooler, especially with this champion matchup, Ranger's Dire Orb penetrating the shield. That's been one of the classic Clutch counters since this game was released.
Yeah, that's it. He's got to be careful how he approaches this. Oh, almost knocks Cool off his movement and allowed himself to secure the mega health. Oh, right past. Itty bitty clutch feet.
And I love the way that Zron has actually taken that miss and used it to his... Oh! I was about to say use it to his advantage, but Cooler found him almost immediately.
Zron still needs to make a play though. Got a minute and 10 to go. Finds him. Gonna try and close the gap somehow. Cooler is going to go through. Just deletes the ability as fast as he can so that cooldown can appear sooner. He will get the shield back up before we reach the end of the time limit. But Cooler doesn't really lose out on health and armor during that. Goes up the bounce pad. Nice little rail from Zron. Just going to skip away and find his way over to Heavy.
It was a great part of the map as well to lose your shield, because the 4 hourglasses that were just right in, you actually saw there that to get those 2 hourglasses on the jump pad, you don't actually need to jump down. You can sort of touch the wall and Clutch will pick them up anyway. And oh, destroyed! Shield putting in the work. Zron landing those crucial shots, but he actually has no shield left! My god.
Shows how much stack you need to have as a clutch to even go versus the starting spawn of a BJ who's got that dual wield and machine gun. I think actually if Cooler used the starting shotgun instead, I think he might have got the kill actually because it was directly in close range.
Well, it's spread related, isn't it? And the bigger you are, the higher chance of more hits of the spread connecting.
Mm-hmm.
Clutch was always his worst enemy even back in the day. It was always the shotgun. He hates it.
Well, Zron at least able to tie things up for the time being. We've got no reverse sweeps or anything happening for the time being, but he has got to win this map if he wants to push it to a tiebreaker. Nailgun not looking too bad at all. Mega's going to be the next port of call. Heavy shortly after. Still nailgun, rail, shotgun. That's all he has. And he is still going to look for a drop over to the Heavy, and they'll meet up. Dual wield. It's a little bit slow with it, but he finds the damage regardless. And that's going to be first.
Yeah, a little bit slow.
For Zron.
A little bit slow on the trigger finger with the dual wield, but fortunately Cooler had not used his flame strike in the fight anyway, so even if he died, the bonus damage potential of that is gone. Now Cooler being hyper aggressive. Oh, I actually like that. I really, really like that Dire Orb. Almost got a cute little angle that would have put Zron in a terrible position.
I think it would have killed him. Zron would have weak HP. Now he's on 15 health. Cooler's taken Mega and Heavy. That kind of small kerfuffle he had between Rail and LG, that's cost him a huge amount of stack. And Cooler's found him. Good dodge. He's trying to dodge another Rail, but here comes the Orb, and he lands the money shot. Tying up the champion score.
Cute little flick. And that's more than enough to get that job done, and it's going to be 1-1 again. And actually, so it's on Spirit Trap. There's no way Cooler saw him coming. That's a lot of damage to be greeted with, but he's still in good form. You can really sort of see the difference in the nerf and flame strikes actually taking place. Doesn't really matter though, because Zron, Death Knight at death's door at this stage, just needs to breathe on him and he'll die.
There's definitely still like an aura of respect you have to have around Death Knight, but if you've got full control of the map, overstack health, armor, you don't have to fear quite as much as you did previously, as you can really withstand the damage that Death Knight has. There's a proactive play from Cooler, taking down Zron once more and looking to champion this round.
And there is no shield popped from Zron. He's not going to panic. He's not going to lose that vital resource. Smart stuff, understanding that the damage you can take from that far away might not be too severe. He can fully get in and out, and now we're more likely to see the shield popped, and he tries to telefrag. The immediate swap to the shotgun. He's got his shield up against the Ranger. He knows what's coming.
Well, Mega's there. I think he's found him. Is he going to go in? Going into the nail gun a little bit. Zron hits a good rail shot. Heavy's going to be up. And Cooler's going to dive down for it. Zron still needs to get hourglasses. He already picked up the ones on this side, I think. He picked up something. But it's all good for him now.
I'm wondering if Cooler's actually going to try and maybe establish a level of control towards the heavy armor side of the map, just so that Zron can't just pop his shield and go towards those hourglasses again to really get back what's been such a pain in his backside. And Cooler's got to be careful near Heavy. If there's Clutch and he's got a shield, Heavy is where Clutch is soon to follow.
But this stack that Cooler has is exactly what he needs to counter Zron. If Zron can't get into overstack territory, he just doesn't feel entirely comfortable. Waiting for a little trap.
He's bringing a
playing
trap.
a la Cooler.
I feel like Cooler's waiting for it now.
Oh,
He's looking the wrong way though. Wrong side. Woo. Very smart of Zron not to pull the trigger there. Cooler might not think he's there now. Oh! There he is.
Bounces. He totally bounces him away in that fight, so that's totally cost him his shield. And now Cooler, he's gonna bite. He's just going in with the nail gun. He's still got a good stack to work with. Dual wield is now gone, and somehow, what is this dodge from Zron? How did he evade that? It was little. They were doing Morris dancing around the heavy armor, like little pillar walls. But now he's railable. He still somehow gets out of that. This is a miracle. Like, you just shouldn't be alive. Yeah, just die. You don't, like, I just...
It was, So it was I was gonna say, it was the evading from Zron, but it was also right as Cooler had lined up the rail, which would have actually killed Zron. The one defensive rocket he landed actually knocked Cooler away, so he railed the wall instead. That one moment kept him alive. But he died anyway, so... Match point Cooler.
Oh, and we're on with Cooler right now. He's got Death Knight going versus the Blaskovitz of Zron. And he's found the trifecta of weaponry. We should hear him in a second. He's right next to him. And it's going to be easy for Zron. Sort of panic. Flame Strike comes out. And Cooler just did not realize they were sharing space in the same room.
We've seen that happen quite a few times today. It can be very disorienting, those sort of like surprise encounters. That's why you say, look to the right and there to your left, etc., etc. But Cooler has lost his first champ many a time before, and it has meant very little in the grand scheme of things. Let's not forget, if Cooler wins this round, he will be in the grand finals of Quake Open League.
Outbid your wheels, Cooler. It's not got much to work with, having used his orb just a moment ago. So it seems as Ron's still got some energy in this as he's looking to closely tie this one up, and we can have another tie-breaking round.
So again, a very tall order for Cooler to make this straight-up comeback. 3 champions straight. And at the rate of this, yes, Ron, a very, very easy round. Cooler just consistently getting caught. Wrong place, wrong time.
Well, can Cooler close it out once again? This is the map that he ended up losing against Rafa. I think it was 3-2 he ended up losing in map 4 of the grand final, and that allowed Rafa to secure his victory. And this Ron, though, with a comfortable start, comfortable in this weaponry, maybe he can make a comeback here.
I know Cooler doesn't have the equipment to take him out when he's sitting up top like that. Does not have a rail yet. And he's caught him up top, but again, that's such a wonderful angle if your opponent only has a rocket, because it's so hard to get max damage when there's that little terrain around you.
Down, going through to the lightning gun corridor, perusing, seeing if he can get some free damage, but Cooler with an aggressive play through the teleporter. Still trying to pick each other off at long range. Cooler making a play over to center map. She's gone all the way down to the tribal area almost. Very quick movement from Cooler.
I think Cooler's really trying to sort of maintain this chokehold, but unfortunately has lost that control already. And I think so convinced that Zron may have been towards Tribolt still, that one rocket really caught him off guard. And now, this is a very, very tense round to play. Zron, all to play for this round to stay alive in the tournament. Cooler, if he wins this, will be in grand finals. Quite a different contrast of the two players, and Zron pulling the trigger on that dual wheel.
Yep.
Cooler just needs to try and survive as long as possible, gets a bunch of nails, it's not enough, but to be honest, he did so much damage. I think that's still not the end of the world if Cooler can catch him off guard right now with the die roll.
Oh, no, the miss. He went for the pre-fire on the heavy spot itself. Zron had a much more open angle, which kind of caught Cooler off guard. So the opportunity's gone now. Zron can maybe get himself back in. Easy rail angle. Is he going to deny this? He is. Beautiful, Zron. Get rid of those resources on the map. There's probably another light armor up at the top that Cooler's thinking about. But here comes the rotation.
The only saving grace for Cooler was he got one single hourglass, and that's all he's going to be able to pick up for the time being. And now he's taking the Mega. The only thing he's really been allowed to pick up, and I feel he's only taken the Mega because Ron is comfortable with him doing so. And, oh, there's the combo right there. There's the combo. Minimal damage on that final rocket, though, which lets Ron stay in the fight for a little bit. And I feel like Cooler, if he loses Ranger, he is in trouble, because a Death Knight and then a clutch against a solo BJ, that's very hard to fight back against. Oh no, this is the rail. Oh, no! Oh, gets the telefrag! That's what he was looking for!
Ron was playing with fire over there. And it burns him bad. That is going to be Cooler taking one back, putting himself going versus the clutch. And still with a chance to secure map 2 as well as the first.
I feel like that telefrag may just be that one catalyst that has prevented Zron from taking this map. If he loses this map, that is almost the only reason. It felt like the control was all his, the stack was all his, but that's the comeback factor of Ranger, which makes him one of the most dangerous champions in the whole game, is that undeniable comeback factor. I press my ability, and you're dead. And Zron, desperation, sheep at the last possible second, but I'm fearing that it's not enough to keep him alive! Forces the shot perfectly. And Cooler again, just forcing it out of Zron. Oh no!
Bye-bye.
Oh,
That is
Ranger.
done.
So good.
Ranger just destroys Ron in that final round after a good start to the round from him, coming a good comeback in the map in itself. That is going to be Cooler making through to the grand final.
It's insane how quickly that turnaround took place, but that's why you got to show so much respect to not only Ranger as a champion, but someone like Cooler behind the wheel, where he just needed one telefrag. That's why he went for it. It was a big risk, but it was a risk worth taking, because if you got the telefrag, which he did, it would have completely undone all that work, given Cooler the advantage, because he was collecting a few pickups on the map, like the Mega and the like, which would have put him in a good situation to fight for the spawn, which is exactly what he did, and the snowball effect was just completely undeniable.
I think this now makes it the first ever Quake Open League Grand Final Cooler's been a part of. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. The first one ever was Kilson Garpy. I remember there was Cypher Wenger a couple of times. There was Ron Wenger. There's maybe one that's escaping my mind. It was Cypher versus... it's killing me. It was Season 2. Cypher versus... Kilson? Cypher versus... It wasn't
You know,
Cooler.
actually,
Let's
that's
just
a
say
good
it wasn't
point.
Cooler.
I'm in the same boat as you, my friend.
My history's letting me down there, but I'm pretty sure Cooler's never been in a Quake Open League final, so he'll be chuffed for that. Does mean we have to wave goodbye to Zron, who goes 3rd, 4th, which is still a good performance from him. Maybe a small, commiseration prize for the PGR, but I know like he's gunning on the lands, right? That's the main focus at this stage. But we do have another semi-final to go to, a really exciting one, guys, that shared the same group. Let's roll over to the brackets and take a look. We have got Sirius, who's going to go up versus Kilson. This should be an absolute belter. Winner, of course, moves on to play Cooler. What are your thoughts on this one, Ketchup?
I'm kind of wanting to see Kilson versus Cooler grand final. I'm going to be completely honest. I think that would be a really, really entertaining series. I think it would be sick to see, mostly because, Kilson's constant journey. It would be great to see if he can take, another grand finals and see if he has what it takes to face Cooler, or whether Cooler's current rampage is just too strong. I'm pretty sure Cooler's just happy to be back dueling again, to be honest.
Yeah. I feel like it's going to be an awesome final no matter what. I think that Sirius is pretty much as deserving of Kilson at this point to make it into the final spot. And if he gets the win then on Kilson, then 100%. Kilson, though, is the only player left now who's like a returning defending champion, He was winning the first season. He hasn't won one since then, but he can claim the 6th season EU Elite. We're going to find out, though, soon as we move into our penultimate game of the day. We'll be back in about 5 minutes' time, guys, with more from the Quake Open League. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Quake Open League EU Elite Finals of Season 6. I'm Zoot, joined by Ketchup, and we are moving into the second semi-final, where it is going to be Sirius going up versus Kelson. This should be a stormer of a game, and most notably because the aim on these guys is pretty good, Ketchup.
It is. You can say that again, particularly when it comes to someone like Kilson as well. I'm already looking at this map, which I believe is going to be Blood Run from what I can see in the lobby. We've seen some pretty magical things from actually both of these players on Blood Run, with, especially the rail shots is one of the big things that you can always take away from it. Prediction-wise, I would say, hey, let's go by what we saw at PGL, but both of these guys did incredibly well at PGL. So if there's one match we kind of expect to be even, I really think this is the one.
I'm just picking up my stats a little bit. It was a 2-1 victory that Kilson had over Sirius at PGL. A very close. I think that ended up happening in I want to say day 1. I think it's day 1. It might be day 2. They might have even met up twice. Who am I? What's going on? No, they didn't meet day 1. It was day 2. There's the champion pick. So Nyx is going to get picked in the end there. I gotta say Kilson, but it's like 60% for me. Even though he made top 4, Sirius still made top 8.
Exactly, and it kind of goes back to what I just talked about this idea of, you always sort of judge results by the previous LAN or whatever just happened, and it does just so happen that these two players both did super well in duel at PGL. So Blood Run makes it hard to say as well, but I'd be inclined to agree with you. I think this whole sort of like 60-40%. I would slightly favor Kilson because not only this LAN, I know Sirius made a real name for himself in the previous LAN, but Kilson did well at PGL and has done well at almost every other LAN as well. So in a level of consistency, Kilson would be my slight pick. But again, if this would go either way, I would definitely believe that result either way it went.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just looking at what these guys are just shoving each other left, right, and center. It's actually.
I'm just constantly watching it. It's never ending.
There's so much shoving. Another one. There's been like 7 of them have already happened in this minute, but
you guys missed
one thing for everyone at home, watch out for is Sirius's lightning gun. If we're watching Sirius' point of view, and if we're on Kilson's, watch out for his railgun. That's it. That's the key stuff that you need to note down. But we begin. Kilson, what?
I'm not sure if that. I think that might have been an accident. You know that mouse flick, that really frustrated like mouse move.
That wasn't.
I'm wondering if that was a mistake.
He used his ghost walk in the first 10 seconds. So did Sirius afterwards. They're going to meet each other now, and it's going to be a battle of stack. Sirius might want to come out a bit more, and he's got the shotgun around the corner to secure first blood.
That was definitely one way to start a series. But if that is going to be a little bit shaky, we'll just sort of shake it off now rather than shaking it off later. The important thing is that Sirius has sort of maintained that ghost walk, and Kilson using his orb immediately off spawn to try and secure as well. Makes sense, but does mean that when ghost walk is popped, he's not going to have that sort of instant re-emerge punish.
So just gone full quiet
Kilson's actually been standing still for about 15 seconds. Ooh. Wonderful shot.
Nasty amount of damage. Going for the double pickup, and Sirius is going to punish for that. You don't just take 2 major items from Sirius and not get punished for it. There is 29 health through the teleporter. Kilson won't go. Sirius, it doesn't take him long to get back up to his natural stack as a light champion. Oh, aggressive play over here. Let's see what he can do. Oh, he gets the shot. What is it? The perforation. What a play, Sirius.
Oh, that was so good because Kilson. It's almost like using Kilson's patience and his lack of giving information, using it completely against him.
That was amazing from Sirius. You don't often see like the aggressive Nyx Ghostwalk plays, and it was just the timing was so perfect for Sirius to make that happen. And he has this sick frag as well to finish off the round seconds later. Sirius on the first round.
Just like that. Well, well, well. Either way, I really sort of like Sirius's odds after that round, but one round is only one round. Kilson has plenty of work he can do, but that perforation was so well calculated because Kilson, he doesn't like giving information to the opponent. He'll spend all of his time walking and not making any noise, but if you are a Nyx that have a ghost walk and he doesn't know you're there, he would theoretically be one of the easiest people to actually telefrag with that, because you know, almost a guarantee he's going to be standing still.
Oh, that was just gorgeous. Everything about that was gorgeous. They both kind of used abilities at similar times. Watch out now. If well, he's going for the tribal. Actually, there's a bit of a dismount. Small taps of LG, but he can't really get anything too consistent off. Gets chased through the archway. That's Sirius without that ghost walk. He's going to approach each corner with a little bit of hesitation.
Kilson unfortunately fumbled his dire orb teleport, so he tried to go towards the bridge near Super Shotgun, but missed it.
Sirius has actually earned himself a good level of control right now. He's got that ghost walk back. LG gets railed as he leaves the ledge. There's only natural stack left for him, and he's going to wave goodbye to that mega health. Oh,
some very, very good rails.
Sick from Kelson.
And the second he's landing those rails, you can kind of see the pressure that it puts onto Sirius. It means Sirius can't really be the one that's constantly chasing Kilson down anymore. Has to second guess a couple of his decisions, especially with no armor. Whoa, last minute miss, but the important thing is that Kilson took no damage in return, so it's okay. That's not so good though. That's been able to somewhat fight, getting both pickups, and this time Sirius doesn't want to fight it. Completely giving up both at the same time.
I'm enjoying watching Sirius though, because despite having amazing aim, he's not the guy who just walks around with it, LGing everywhere and going over aggressive. He is quite meticulous in his plays, but he gets his ghost walk out after that rail land, so he's not able to make any plays happen from it. And there's a really good orb from Kilson. Sirius has got to find his way out somehow. And somehow quick. Little double jump. Oh, but Kilson's ready for the rail angle. That was superb from Kilson. And despite Sirius trying to be as clever as he can, he's not able to do anything.
I think that's the dangerous thing about a player that is really good with the railgun. It's not just the fact that you're good at, you know, pointing the crosshair on and clicking left. Like, it's the fact that you have this next level game sense. You know that you're against the Nyx. You know that if they're weak and trying to juke, it's likely they're going to use their double jump at the max height. So every single rail angle that would otherwise be forgotten about by certain players, the best railers in the world will have everything ready.
100%. 100%. And with this LG fire over here, Kilson's going to win it. He's just got a colossal stack in comparison. And now with just Death Knight to go, I wonder how Sirius is going to fare with this. Items not up for about 10 seconds. Kilson missed a rail. A good little trade. What else have they got?
There's a nice little clean rail too, Sirius in a spot of bother. Sitting there just in case he teleports, but of course he's not going to do it immediately. Sirius doesn't want to give Kilson too much of an easy time. Misses the rail though, that is very unfortunate. Kilson's pretty much had control of this entire map and it is escaping Sirius time after time.
Gonna meet up over here. Rail. He misses it, and to be honest, Sirius isn't railable anymore, so you don't want to miss that shot and overcommit positionally. Eat some flame strike, rockets, whatever it is. Even if Kilson has a good stack, that stack can be gone in a second or two.
And Kilson is not afraid to play slow and defensive if he needs to. We have 45 seconds left and 2 frags. Sirius absolutely has to land to stay alive in this round. He's being careful now, but I feel like he can't afford to do that anymore. He's now trying to chase this one down. Kilson really setting up shop. 30 seconds on the clock. If he loses this round, I will be shocked. This has to be guaranteed at this stage.
If you're serious, you just run at him right now, no matter what. You run through the teleporter, you run through the choke points, you just get in there, because otherwise you risk there not still being time left. 10 seconds. Here it is.
Impossible.
Legs on him. Yeah, that's it. That orb escape. Any rocket jump that needed to happen. Honestly, like, I know Sirius would have lost the fight anyway, but there were some places like 30 seconds ago he could have pushed through the teleport, and you just go for it then. You just do it, because you're probably not going to find a better situation versus a really strong Ranger player, or someone like Kilson's level. There's not many people in the world who will play as exceptionally defensive as sort of like, oh my god, he actually goes into it. We've got orbs back to back. Kilson wins the fight. I don't think he expected the commitment.
Oh. Unfortunately, Kilson not able to make that jump, but doesn't matter. He's not going to be spawning. It doesn't matter anyway. Just go and collect. And that was such an amazing rocket. Serious now. If he uses this teleporter, he's in big trouble. I do very much agree with the patience to just sit there and heal.
Give me that blood. You're losing it. Need a refill. There's like, oh, you're still there. I think I heard a footstep. Oh, he finally moves away. Like, are you waiting there for your health?
Imagine sitting there for that long. And then, oh, watch out! What? Oh. I think Kilson made the really good call that Sirius was probably going to try and run away from that angle, and Sirius just fell for it.
Oh. Imagine how sick that would have been if like Sirius was full HP or something and armor. Oh my god, that would have been unreal. That is still sick, to be honest. I love that from Kilson. He's now one frag away from putting himself onto map point. This Nyx is deathly low on HP.
Try scaring for a little bit of Tribot, understanding that with the low rocket count that he's currently sitting on, it's a bit too expensive to poke at them with some rockets at this stage, but those kind of plays are insane because it just, in my opinion, it proves that these two players are on the same wavelength. They really are. A similar sort of mind for duel, it seems. And there's the Ghost Walk forced out. Wonderful.
This is so sick from Kelson. Like, everything about what he's doing is just sick. Finish the goddamn kill, though, to make it even more sick. There we go. Kelson's now on map point. One of the points I wanted to raise, though, is that Sirius won a round through a perforation, like a ridiculous play. Does he have to do something as ridiculous to win another round?
Fight.
I mean, Kilson's definitely not making it easy. He's not making it easy to win traditionally. It is these crazy decisions, these really amazing reads. And it's the execution on top of those reads, kind of like what we discussed earlier. Kilson now. Plenty of ammunition.
Oh, come
I'm actually
on.
so surprised he missed that.
As a sitter, he rushed the rail so hard. He had his back turned and he just... he goes in for like a little flick. That was a freebie if I've ever seen one.
For all you aspiring players out there, if you're
They're the hard
confident
ones,
you'd have
though.
landed that shot, maybe you can feel a little bit better than you about yourself. Hey, Kilson misses those shots, then I can excuse missing those shots.
At the same time, those are like the most annoying ones because you know it's meant to be an easy angle, but it's just like it's so easy to have a brain fart there.
Yeah, you expect the sudden jolt of movement.
Yeah.
Kilson misplacing his orb. Quite an unfortunate waste. And they're going into the rockets, but again, pretty minimal damage so far. Kilson has been very confident on his plays in the center of this map, fighting for the heavy. He has taken control of almost every mega and heavy on this map, actually, so is Sirius going to be able to fight this one back? Kilson making the plays again, minimal damage punished, and Sirius completely missing with the orb. I just feel like the general execution in the 1v1 fights themselves, they're just not going in Sirius's favor this time, and two really incredible rails, 3 back to back. Kilson on Blood Run just feels unstoppable.
I mean, this looks like a tilt rush for me from Sirius. He's just like, come on, man, you've got to die at some point. You've got to be low HP or something. And it's just not working. We got an orb up from Kelson. He's looking for another rail, possibly to close it out. I think there's 100 HP. There's some good LG from Sirius. Has he got anything? He's got so much to do to get back in this game.
Uh oh, this might be it. This might be curtains.
Ooh.
Yeah, he saw the trail. He's wise to it. And now he's got the orb. Sirius doesn't have an impressive stat compared to Ranger. This could be the game over. But Kills, I think he was a bit aggressive there to try and finish it, but now he's kind of realizing 2.5 minutes left to go, has the champion lead again, has been in control pretty much 3 rounds straight. He can go back to this defensive play if he wants, but I don't think it's going to be Sirius's call to make 1 rocket, 2 rocket. That's all she wrote. Map's over.
XD. XD. A little bit more XD. And yeah, Sirius. I mean, he gets demolished on that one. 3-1 for Kilson. Gotta say, still, the round that Sirius did win was pretty goddamn sick. But that'll be that for the first map. Sirius now, he's looking to take map 2 if he wants any chance of getting himself into the final. Although still a good showing from him so far. I believe top 4 is the best performance he's got so far in Quake Open League. And I really hope that we'll continue to see more of that.
That was the moment. That's the perforation right there. But it kind of goes back to what I just said, where because Kilson spends so much time not giving you information, that's almost like the best time to telefrag someone is next. And that was my favorite decision of the game. Just knowing that Sirius doubling back and going that way was, you know, would have otherwise been maybe a cute escape, but just somehow Kilson knew. This incredible level of foresight that he seems to have on Blood Run, that is, it just makes him feel like he's unbeatable whenever we get on this map. That said, we're going to go into one small map into another. I believe it's Awoken next. In the lobby it is right now anyway. So what are we thinking? After how things went, do we still favor Kilson?
I think so. Kilson's looking on form right now. I think my camera like moved a bit, so sorry guys. Hello. You can see me
I
properly.
didn't want to bring attention to it live, but I think so.
Shh, it's fine. I'll deal with it.
That's right.
Later. I don't know. I think Kilson's going to have this, but I think we're still going to get a really cool show from Sirius. He's just been looking so fun to spectate. But man, I'm thinking back to Kilson going versus Cypher today, getting those crazy out of bounds kills. That was properly fun to watch. And today's been full of that. I mean, this weekend as well. This whole weekend is like with the North American Elite yesterday. It's been brilliant. A brilliant step into the October patch.
Well, we're going to see what could be our final champion picks of this series. If things go in Kilson's favor, we see the immediate Ranger. Ranger and Nyx, 2 very popular champions coming back into it. Nyx, I mean, you almost feel like you miss Nyx, right? We spent so long of this year not seeing her at all because in 2v2 she just really wasn't as viable as others. But now we've gone back into duel. We finally get to see this champion picked a little bit more. Galena and Death Knight, we've gone pretty traditional here, I think.
Yeah, I think Nyx was a big target for bans at PGL too, because a lot of players made themselves known as Nyx players. They got a lot of success with that champion, and so as soon as they got to LAN, like anyone who had a clue about that was like, right, well, I'm just getting rid of that champion. What are you going to do about it now? And I think it maybe harmed some of the success of Europeans, or at least the Europeans that have not as wide champion pools. But yeah. Let's find out what happens here. I want to also take note again, guys. Hourglasses have changed on the map. It is harder to get your cooldowns back up because they've hidden them in different areas, down by the heavy machine gun, by the shotgun. So if you're out of control, maybe it's a bit easier, or maybe it's a bit harder to continue momentum. It's an interesting poking and prodding there.
That's that single shot nail gun. That's a new weapon in the patch, in case you guys didn't know.
The nail gun,
I believe in you. I think you can do it.
The nail gun feels really different right now, by the way, because they've changed the sound effect so that it replicates more similarly exactly the rate of fire of the gun. And a lot of people are asking, like, oh crap, did they slow down like the weapon? Have they nerfed the damage? Like, no, the damage hasn't changed at all. It's just the sound effect. It's for some reason giving the weapon like a different feel. But it's way closer to what it's done, which is awesome.
Now, one thing that really intrigues me is essentially, oh wow, serious break in the horde. Try and cheat. You try and break the rules, mate. You pay the ultimate price. Someone has a really bad. Yeah, I do wonder why we're still in the warm up. To be completely honest,
I think we've got a few people streaming in different languages, in German, Russian, maybe even Hungarian. So we have to wait for all those guys to connect. Hopefully, they'll all be good and we can get this map started.
This operation is
no threat, everybody. There we go. It's getting started, guys. We've logged in. We've got it sorted. Sirius and Kilson can continue into the second map. This will be Sirius's map pick, I believe. But we start with Kilson with Death Knight on Mega side. Mega side and Heavy side, quite possibly, because he could take just goddamn everything. Oh.
And the jump pad actually been popped, and a brave play to make, and Kilson's just dishing out the chunks of damage here. And now Sirius. That one missed rail might give an opening, but no, unable to take it. See if they can go right through Kilson.
Like a prod of damage here and there. Little poke. Are you vulnerable? Can I get a little bit more? Not quite. So they're going to wait till the next rotation. Kilson still might get everything. Sirius spots him on the teleporter exit. I think he tried to go for another perforation frag just then. Rocket's good. Kilson looking for a rail to put him really on a critical amount of life. And another drop from Sirius. Trying to maximize the output that he can get from this.
And now Sirius, the second we finally see Kilson land on those crazy rails, that's all it takes. Dish out that first kill, of which Kilson's going to be happy with that. And now he's in the driver's seat for another time. Sirius running around with the pummel. I'm not sure what that's about. Just in case I'm assuming maybe just in case Kilson got caught around a corner or something. Fresh off spawn.
Oh. Rocket. Sirius is at the top. That flame strike is going to hit a little bit, but Sirius has got some great rockets on himself. He can't cross into those flames and straight away go for the heavy. He'll just burn and die. But now he's okay. He needs some rocket ammunition, but otherwise feeling good.
And there it is. The Mega's going to be in Kilson's favor. The sort of Ranger mirror, which is always such an unexpected... You always see these crazy unexpected kills in the mirror. It's always whoever pulls the trigger on that die roll fastest. But because the accuracy of both these guys, their rockets are so insane, it's always hard to call. That said, Sirius gets ambushed.
He thought he orbed out already because he heard the orb coming in. There's a rail, tries to go for the preemptive die roll, but can't quite make it. He needed to make it preemptive.
Yes, I agree with that word. Exactly.
I hope so.
Again, Sirius is getting consistently sprung up on, isn't he? It's been very hard for Sirius to kind of gauge where Kilson is. I think a huge part of that actually is the mobility of the die roll, and how well Kilson's been using it. It has been hard to find out where he is because he's just flying around all over the map.
Prepare to fight.
That was sick.
Sirius has got to come up with something over here.
Begins in
It looked like,
3,
I think, a different beast versus
1.
Kilson over at PGL,
Round 2.
which is weird because he performed so well at PGL and he's underperforming online. That's like backwards usually for a lot of the newer players to that LAN competitive circuit. But it's credit to where credit's due for Kilson. His shape is unreal. Can he hold off and just get a nice smooth transition through to the grand final?
I fear a little bit for Sirius that a lot of actually his sort of in-game, a lot of the sort of the in-game demeanor and what he's saying in chat and stuff kind of suggests that he's not being as, well, you know, pardon the expression, as serious as maybe he was at PGL. I feel like he's like, I'm not saying he's not taking this seriously, but it almost appears like he's not fully like locked into this set, if you know what I mean.
Honestly, I think he genuinely found, I don't think it's got a reflection on this game, but he found PGL draining. I've never seen him as focused as he was over there. And like, you could visibly see the weight that was lifted from his shoulders when he got top 8. It was totally, totally different. Because to me, this is kind of like what Sirius normally looks like online when he's participating in competitions, he's seeing in more casual games. But, yeah, maybe he's to be honest, I think it's probably a relief to feel like you don't have anything to prove anymore. Not until you get to the next one.
Definitely having a good time, that's for sure. You can sort of see it. And Kilson as well, actually. I feel like Kilson's having a good time as well. That said, it is Kilson's lead so far.
For sure. Because I think Kilson's probably thinking about, you know what, I want to get to the final because I want to beat Cooler. He beat me over at PGL in the semi-finals. I want to take this guy down and to give myself a bandage to that wound I had in Romania. Here comes the heavy.
A lot of these, and that was a really, really nice pickup, actually. So much LG damage. But so much of these online cups, I think. Yeah, so much of these online cups, I believe, provide players a lot of self-validation. And it's like you said, right? Cooler being the one that moved on in Grand Finals over Kilson at PGL. It's one of those circumstances where if Kilson can defeat Cooler now in the Quake Open League, it goes back into that self-validation that we were talking about. Like, I can beat Cooler, I have beat Cooler. Let's prepare for the next tournament, you know?
Yeah. I don't want Sirius to kind of relax for a second in this. You know, if anything, if you want to keep proving yourself, we've got some lands coming up. Sirius, I don't believe, is going to be attending Italy, and I think if he wants to start getting to any more invitationals that are happening in the future, you just keep getting those results out. Keep plugging away. Keep getting yourself noticed, because this guy brink of probably getting lots of amazing opportunities.
Nice little cheeky rail there, getting rid of that armor, but plenty of health left. You see those defensive rockets. I think he's actually going to get the knowledge, and that's why Kilson held that rail angle. Seeing Sirius sort of pepper those rockets nowhere near where Kilson was, kind of confirms that Sirius didn't know where Kilson was waiting for him.
Try to keep up.
Oh! I thought he was just going to push him right out of the map then. We've got a 47% LG for Sirius at the moment. That's 41 for Kilson, just for comparison's sake. As always, if it floats below 40, then you can presumably guess it's not Sirius at his own PC.
I really love how Sirius has slowed this down. He's very eager and aggressive, almost over-aggressive on Blood Run.
Well, at PGL, Sirius said that he never loses Awoken. I think he ended up losing it to... after they're saying that, I think he ended up losing it like twice at PGL. But if you want, to try and grip onto that somehow, you've got to win them way more consistently. This is a nice push from Kilson. It's a very good rocket, actually. We could try and find him. Oh my god, he misses his rail narrowly. Kilson would have survived it regardless. And Sirius loses a champion with 35 seconds to go in the round.
Are you saying in 2 tournaments it will go from I never lose Awoken to I sometimes lose Awoken?
So I frequently lose Awoken now. I should probably have another home map.
Uh-oh.
Wow, that helped.
Don't do it!
From more shame.
He did it.
Oh,
He did it.
no.
He went through the teleporter. He got done, did it, and he got done killed. That was not good for Sirius.
Didn't he? Oh god! Oh! God. That rocket almost was a direct. If he didn't jump over it, it would have hit him.
That was, again, bounce pad L. Sirius is going to hit every single cell of that. He does make it 1-1 after it looking scary for a moment that he was going to throw that one away. It's his second round that he's earned in this entire best of 3. Let's see if he can make some improvements on Blood Run and push in for a second.
Very important for Sirius to maintain this just sort of spree of wins if he can manage to do it. Kilson, good idea actually, sort of tactically do a little bit of self-damage to collect. But now though, we're going back to this very calm and calculated play. Start to be a little bit explosive. Very preemptive flame strike though.
Wow. That rocket was sick. Oh, can't quite get the telefrag. No, Kilson. He just hesitates, pauses before going through the teleporter. 2 hourglasses. That will be going to Sirius. We'll find another 2 down here. It's interesting how this part of the map has become a lot more important all of a sudden. It was kind of the neglected corridor of Awoken pre-October patch, and now it's really a focal point.
Still a bit of cute rocket jumping there from Kilson. But it is, it's very, very heavily based around. No one's really sort of committing too heavily just yet. That's Sirius, I think, just being very... I mean, I understand he's being as careful as he is. Death Knight stack is far superior. And there it is, there's the rail. That could be the opening.
He ended up doing this on Blood Run after he got around, going super passive. He was making some smart plays, but as soon as that went wrong, it turned out awful for him. Rocket is right before he uses that comes out the Ghost Walk. We're going to end up getting a mutual frag. Death Knight down, Nyx down. I'd argue both of the players' most successful champions at PGL have just been eliminated.
which opens up the 1v1, Ranger and Galena. Galena has very little in the way of being able to actually handle that Dire Orb in a well-played 1v1 Kilson. Fortunately, he didn't fall down because that might have been curtains for him. Very, very important. Rail Sirius manages to hit his mark, but there's no way. Kilson, oh, catches him on the jump pad.
Oh!
There it is, another, oh no, another trade.
It's like, yes, I got rid of the turret. Oh god damn it, there's another one right behind me. Kilson had them
I got it, I got it, I got it.
It was such a sick play from Sirius to come back in that. I thought that Kilson had the edge. And all the time, maybe he did have the edge.
Kilson knew all along he would do it. He only went and bloody did it.
Kilson not got a lot of health left. He's hoping to get that shove. There's a light armor with his name on it, but Sirius is protecting it like his life depends on it. I think he knows exactly where he's off to. There it is, and it's like you pick it up, and well, it's as if you didn't get it. There's the rail follow-up, and Sirius is protecting his honor on Awoken.
Prepare to fight.
It is. I very rarely lose on Awoken at this stage.
3,
Yes.
2, 1.
Well, you know, it's not the same as Claus, who said he's the best player in the world and got out third, fourth. So.
Oh man, you don't have to go that low. Oh no! What are you? What?
Surrender is not
How?
an option.
Oh my god! If he doesn't XD that.
Oh, through the clip by. Oh, what? Sirius,
What is this match? What is this match, Suit? What's going on?
You know what? He did it. He did it twice. He deleted
Anyone
himself
did
and then he deleted Kilson. Okay.
Oh my! I love this game so much.
This is just crazy. All right, he's baiting in the lightning gun. He's gonna find him now. Both players miss. Tries to shove, but we got a follow-up shove. Not yet, at least. He's gonna follow up. He still hasn't got the lightning gun, and that orb's gonna take him nowhere. He eventually fades away from that fight.
You know, it's actually really mad how Sirius was able to correct that wrong so quickly.
I don't even know anymore. It's just Awoken. Like, something about Awoken today has just given ridiculous stuff with the Europeans. I don't know. Like, sure, it's obviously prone to it, given its map design with the boundaries and all of that, but we've got it more than ever today.
It really is one of the favorite maps, I think, at this stage because of moments like that. But that said, I mean, like, yeah, on a more serious note, the fact that Sirius could have things go that horrifically wrong, and instantly recover, and Kilson,
push him out!
Almost got pushed off. Don't worry, almost got your wish, mate.
I was so
He didn't
close.
do
The
it.
knock back on the LG just couldn't quite do it for
Oh.
him. There's a little trap. Oh, I would have loved for him to stay there. I would have loved it so much. But he might not
I
have been
actually
able to
think
capitalize that off it.
Yeah. I feel he also second-guessed how much of him would actually been sticking out. It's a bit concerned. Kilson's trying to correct this
Oh, he
now.
misses!
Round 4.
Trade. Match point, Kilson.
Trade.
Prepare to
Trade,
fight.
but it's a trade that hugely benefits Kilson as we get to test.
Round begins in
Yes, serious.
3.
It was.
There it is.
was
There's the XD.
something special.
Fight.
I like it.
My head.
The Awoken
Can't
XD.
focus.
Sirius, off the beginning, he's done incredibly well this time, guys, because he stayed on the map. So I think we can give, like, brownie points to Sirius for this.
Well done for not falling to your death. But that said, that was a really nice rampage from, and I actually think that's why he's gone in with Ranger first. It was just how insanely well he played those fights because of the burst ability of Ranger and because of his own natural skill with rocket launcher, LG, aim in general, really.
Little bit of a... Orb, he's not going to miss completely. Looks for rockets, he's got 4 health left. He tries to get a rail that kills and just spams over the lip of that platform. And now he's got an advantage. He can maybe make this 2-0. Some great damage versus Galena, but Sirius, you can't go into a fight with Sirius with the LG and think that you have got an advantage in it. You need plus 200 collective health and armor to get any semblance of confidence against it. It is just stupid how much LG this guy hits.
That defensive rocket, combine that with a flame strike, tries to swap to the Quake 2 super shotgun. And that's not going to be enough, unfortunately. I actually respect the shotgun switch. That probably would have maximized his burst, I think, if he knew he was dead. But yeah, phase shift. Oh wait, he's going big. He's going in. Oh, but he's missing his shots. He's made the call to chase. Yeah. He made the choice to go in, but when he misses the shots, it pretty much counts for nothing.
Sirius has got a distinct lack of armor for the moment. He's going to be going through. Ooh, does find a little prod of damage over there. Kilson heard him take that. It's down in the hourglasses. Kilson checking all corners for the moment. Eventually wants to fade away. Center map, he can get some information. See, do I go for heavy? Do I go for mega? Looks like I've opted to pick up the heavy card. And you've opted to take the tri-bolt card. Get out of here to mega.
I think Kilson, we're going to go check out some of the Sirius so far. But it's kind of gone back to how the map pretty much started off, where it's Sirius being not really, I don't want to say brave enough, but he doesn't seem to want to be too aggressive now. I think he's starting to realize kind of what's on the line. It kind of sets in, hang on, if I lose this champion, I'm out of the tournament, you know, properly. So that big aggressive approach we've seen previously, it doesn't look like he's even remotely interested. He's going for that right now, and unfortunately that tri-bolt is going to give Kilson the knowledge. I think Sirius knows now that he's on that radar.
Maybe he's just planning a really spectacular perforation kill again. He's right behind there. Oh, he feels into the teleporter. There goes the ghost walk. Kilson, he's going to move away. Has dodged successfully. This rail could really close things out. He's on about 10 points of health. Whoa, my God, almost knocks him off the edge. He's got to go away. Rocket jump. There's the... Oh, this could be the money rail. Yes, it is. That is the hook, line, and sinker. And Kilson is through to the grand final to play against Cooler.
That was a interesting map, to say the least. But what we learned is we're going to get a sick rematch. That's what we're going to get. We went from one rematch to another. At the end of the day, Kilson versus Cooler, the matchup that I think a lot of us have been wanting to see, especially after PGL. Running it back in the world of online, the Wild West, see if it's going to be enough to change the results a little bit. But Sirius, like you said, if this is the highest Sirius has placed in the Quake Open League so far, he can at least leave this tournament, you know, knowing that there has been progress in his own gameplay. From PGL to now, I think Sirius has really been able to cement himself as one of the newer serious threats. No pun intended. Having Sirius as a name makes my job a lot harder.
I agree. I really agree. And I agree with the sentiment as well, because Sirius is definitely a really strong up-and-comer. And I love that we've got some young talent that are breaking into the pro end of the scene and making the old guard really question themselves, question their own skills, and have to develop kind of new resistances, because no one at LAN is really used to playing with someone who has got this phenomenal aim. Very few of them can really like adapt quick enough and get past those kind of hurdles. So I'm super impressed by Sirius. This month has been brilliant for him, but it leaves us with one game left. Here are those outros you can hear to see the final frag that we got. But Cooler and Kilson, the semi-final of PGL, the second semi-final it was. I believe it went 2-1. No, it was a best of 5, so it would have been, I think it was 3-1 to Cooler in the end. But it was one of the most aggressive series that we'd seen up until that point. Everything had been a bit slower, a bit more reserved, kind of like, you know, a normal pace that we'd be getting over the last couple of months leading up. And then we got into Cooler Kilson, and it was all of a sudden, boom, like just explosions everywhere. Quick rounds, quick frags, quick everything. Immediately assert yourself on the map. I wonder if we're going to get more of that, or something different given the patch have just landed.
I think for me, it's the difference that one LAN or one tournament can make. You know, I feel like there has been some significant differences with certain champions so far because of the hourglass change on some of the maps. Like, it is becoming quite obvious, not having those real sort of like game changes as often as players might be used to. And it's like you said, right? It's not a long time for players to actually get used to the changes. Yes, Athena has been banned and she's been removed from this tournament because she's just way too new to play in competitive right now, being like, you know, not even a week old, I guess, at this age, maybe just over. The changes to the map are inevitable. You can't roll back to a different version of the map. You've got to play with what the game has given you. So the fact that these players that are as good as they are, like Kilson and Cooler, the guys that play the game all the time, non-stops, Ron, they'll be able to, you know, I think, get used to those changes quite quickly. But there's plenty more to learn as each patch comes along. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. We can quickly roll into the bracket and see the story that's been told up until this stage of the tournament. And find out. Cooler going through Nico, Wenger, Zron. His last two games in particular, really good fun to see from Cooler. And Kelson. I mean, he's had a pretty tough road as well. Started off with Sib, then into Cypher, and through Sirius. So very deserving grand finals spots. We are going to move into a best of 5. Guys, I've got to give another shout out though to the season 7 that is just before us. It's going to be starting next week, Wednesday. Games are beginning. If you want to get involved, you want to sign up and you want to play in either a Challenger or Elite Division in Europe or North America, then go over to QuakeOpenLeague.com. Today is the end of check-ins. All pros out there, all aspiring pros, amateur players, no matter what your level, get over to QuakeOpenLeague.com. Find our Discord link over there, and you can get yourself signed up, checked in, and ready to play on Wednesday evening in your local time, be it North America or Europe. But since we've got the grand final ahead of us, we're going to take just a 10-minute break so we can give Kilson some breathing room since his last semi-final match, and then we're going to get into that best of 5. So guys, we'll see you in a few moments for the last match of this month's EU Elite. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Quake Open League EU Elite stream. We are at the end of Season 6 with one big match remaining. It is going to be Cooler versus Kilson, a repeat of last week's PGL semi-final where Cooler managed to come out on top at that point. Bringing you the action is myself, Zoot, and my trusty comrade, Ketchup. What's up, man?
Hey dude, thanks for bringing me back. As always, it's actually always nice to come back and do these. It's always a good time. Very chill environment. Everyone has a good time. Hopefully you guys at home have been enjoying the action so far. We've definitely had an interesting day. There's been a real sort of selection of unique frags, I think is the word I'll use. But ultimately it has all boiled down to what should be a phenomenal grand finals. Kilson, Cooler, legendary players, not just in Quake Champions, but loads of other games as well. And it's almost fitting they should go head-to-head again so soon after PGL.
Yeah, completely. Man, I mean, just to go on what you said about the crazy fact, I was just looking at the clips that's already gone to Reddit of what Kilson did to Cypher on Awoken. that made my month. That was just wild. But we are jumping in to our champion picks. We can see maps that we're getting as well. I think we'll move over to the best of 5. Death Knight's been banned out from Kilson. Nyx has been banned out from Cooler. I think fair enough. Cooler's been so good of DK. Why not get rid of it? So obviously we don't see it there. We see Galena's, Rangers, and BJ as we step into Corrupted Keep.
For me, it almost feels like two very, very, very player-specific bans right there. Take the Death Knight away from Cooler and take the Nyx away from Kilson. Kilson has been really making magic things happen with Nyx for as long as Duel has been a thing in Quake Champions. You know, like it was the original mode. Kilson has been right in there since the beginning, along with, you know, Cooler does a thing or two about Nyx as well, but I really feel like it's Kilson that has, I think, pioneered this champion across this part of the world.
Yeah, I mean, he was so good at the start. I think there's a lot of players that have come back and made also incredibly impressive performances on it, but sometimes it warrants a respect ban. That means the rest of the champions, obviously, on the cards. We've got some shops coming out. We've got some dual wheel. Galena being a bit more present. People still very happy to play her, but now probably starting to feel that, hey, I'm a little bit more vulnerable. I've got a thicker hitbox, and that LG's going to be burning a little bit more. But catch up, here we are. The grand final is beginning. Kilson on Cooler, map 1. Corrupted Keep, and we are on Kilson off the start, and he is going straight over to Rockets, preemptive orb, and he hasn't got the orb for the fight, but he's doing loads of damage. Let that go, because Cooler, he's still hitting them shots.
Oh my god!
Look
out, Kilson! Wow, I cannot believe that Cooler both did that first frag in the manner of which he did, and then it was pretty much exactly what we saw previously, just face first, flying straight into a spawn that he had a great prediction on, and just the execution in that first round. This could be a less than a 1 minute round. He tries to get out of there, but yeah, interesting.
Okay, all right. It's simmered down a little bit. He's going to find him again. That LG's going
no, it hasn't.
Right
That's
past
a
the
huge lie,
totem.
Zoot. That's a
Whoa,
lie.
that was close.
It has not simmered down at all. Not even a minute, and we're
No simmering.
We almost
4 frags
saw.
in a minute.
That's the thing. We almost saw an entire round go by on its final champion taken out in less than a minute. I don't think I would have ever seen that before.
This is rapid. This is what we got at PGL between the two of them. They were so up in each other's face. It was totally unrelenting, and it's unexpected because I say Kilson's a very dynamic player. He can play fast. He can definitely play slow as well. Cooler's built up a reputation through all of Quake Champions being even more so and more methodical than he ever was in previous iterations of Quake. So the fact that we're getting this just like mad gun show between them it's wild.
Oh, that rocket. So close to being a just galactic brain direct.
I will not grant you that privilege.
There's this, now the totems with the extra healing. This is going to help out a lot. And one finally falls. But here's a push coming with the lightning gun. That is an exceptional rocket there from Cooler to just send him back a little.
And there it is, Cooler. He's been able to stop the bleeding a little bit. Now with that heavy, can naturally benefit him quite a lot. But I'm looking at the setup for Kilson. Kilson kind of really has full control over the center of this room, and I don't even think it's going to matter. The absolute ambush with the dual try bolt, and he just Kilson hoping that that Mega was going to appear just a second earlier, I think.
I mean, you shouldn't stand on your item for over 5 seconds. Who does that in this day and age? If you've also got a totem that you can put down that you can get guaranteed plus 50, which he was obviously saving for like a later moment. I can see the value in doing that. But you literally had your pants around your ankles and someone walked through the door and just took full advantage. That was horrific. That was horrific for all viewing parties.
Wow, suit the savage. But it's a new round, it's a new day. Right, here comes that LG 1v1. Cooler not looking too healthy, but the totem might undo the damage a little bit. If Cooler presses this, he's a madman. Oh, wow, so nearly raid, my word. But here we go. Small health bubbles first. We should get the Mega now just to both contribute towards total stack and the passive. Totem now have been dropped a little bit more free. 30 seconds until we see a new one. But Kilson has absolutely made some magic things happen with the range yesterday. He's had some insane performances. I'm wondering which one of these, if there is going to be like a star champion for Kilson so far.
I wonder if he's going to actually be able to bring it back. He's going to find that totem over there. Delete that one quickly. Big items are respawning now. That'll be the heavy for Cooler. Kilson, shortly after taking the Mega, basically still synchronized these items.
Oh,
Cooler's LG!
Good God!
Wow. That's a bye-bye right there. That is get off the map. I mean, Cooler, what the hell's he hitting right now? He's hitting... It's actually hitting less than 40. There's been a bit of spam from him, and it's Kilson is hitting high LG, but that fight looked like just 100%.
It was just a complete ambush. Like the second Kilson got caught in a situation he was not prepared for, it's just utterly guaranteed damage. But then the second he started to move, it allowed Cooler to start showing how good his tracking was as well. Like a real sort of combination of the two. Kilson, does he do it? He does do it! Risky plays. Ooh. He's trying to escape.
A lot of spam coming out from Cooler as well. Goes with the algae, pushes back down to the bottom, wants that health, and the shotgun going up. How did dual wield out? The Mega has spawned too, but he wants to get himself some extra armor. Wow, okay, there's the die roll, there's another shotgun blast. He can't quite get onto the health in time, and that refrag is going to enable Cooler to go 2-0 up now.
Prepare to fight.
It's all going to be coming down to what the start on this next round is going to be, and even with Death Knight removed, you can see that, you know, Cooler is still a super big powerhouse on this map. It's just, you know, Death Knight was just that most dangerous champion as of recently, but as this game progresses and we start to see more and more champions enter the fray, that doesn't mean that players are going to forget how to play previously strong champions as well.
Guarding over LG. He's like, yeah, buddy, I know you're there. Your time's up. I know what you're doing right now. This Cooler's just been demonstrating actually how good he's... Cooler's just been demonstrating how incredibly strong he is at this map. I know we're in best of 5 territory, but this is a good way to kind of cement a map 1. If indeed he can.
I think in
doesn't want to go past the whole way.
Kilson going in for the big plays with that dire roll back. That could have been super punishing if Cooler was sort of just sitting there waiting. But if it's a dominant 3-0, that is, I think, in many ways, one of the absolute greatest ways to start your grand finals in 3 out of 5. Because it means that one map is, you kind of blink and it's gone. And then just like that, one person has significantly more work to do. That was insane. How he even got that angle.
Well, that's what was funny about PGL is that, okay, Cooler's just been pushed around completely. He's going to check the teleporter exit. For this LG, he's got some battle scars to attend to on this side. And there's still pressure, and he's like, man, can you get off my back for a second? He is going to get triple totems. So all of a sudden, he's also got a Mega, as well as Kilson. Orbs come through. Well, definitely saw that, so be warned, Kilson. He knows what's up.
We're looking at you're looking at the potentials for when a fight breaks out here, because if Cooler gets the totems, he's going to have that sort of block just for a short time. But he only has an LG. He's not got a rocket, and that might be really important. As the combination of Ranger, Rocket, and Dire Orb is something that most characters really can't survive. Cooler's gonna have to put a lot of faith in this LG. Oh no! Oh, that's so unfortunate that he got stuck on the terrain like that.
That was an immense amount of lightning gun from Kilson. I think, did Kilson actually go for the heavy? I think he did, yeah. But he was so quick getting that angle. It's like he had that Dire Orb ready for it. That was very good play from Kilson. Frag up. He's got his Dire Orb back. He hits a half-decent rocket. Cooler kind of starved for resources, but Cooler, that is the timing on the heavy. That is how you can reward yourself with picture-perfect timing of the items. And you know what? It wrote itself even better because he saw Kilson going for the orb. He's like, right, he's going to try and escape with that orb and take the heavy. That means I could be 100% precise with my Dire Orb and get that heavy myself.
It's just Cooler's. It's his sort of his entire demeanor as a player is just confidence. It really is just brave plays, even in the face of what could be a really ugly fight. He doesn't stray away from, you know, standing and waiting for a teleporter, or even like kind of going back to his dodging ability where he has more confidence than anyone else to just stand still in a fight expecting them to flick, and of course they flick in these crazy back and forths. It feels like Cooler it is impossible to fluster him.
Yeah. He's just got Zen-like focus. He's ready for all situations,
I will not grant you
even the most chaotic. Kelson finding himself a good amount of health. Cooler charging in a little bit. I can see that the cooldown's gone on his dual wield, yet I didn't see two guns equipped by this character.
I've been checking out Kilson. I don't think Kilson really saw much of it. So either way, we might see a change in 20 seconds. If not, we'll just forget we ever saw anything.
Yeah, quite.
It's 1 minute warning, of course, irrelevant now. It's one champion each.
Sneaky. Oh, doesn't get anything for it though. I like the move from Kelson, but he will have a big stack nonetheless. I don't think he'll be happy. Not to go up versus full dual wield LG, but definitely to get his head to get himself stuck in.
Oh, there's the money shot right there. That rocket. Oh, good God. That was a scary fight to take, but it's just really good for Kilson that his rockets are as incredible as they are, that every single one did 180 here and there. It was, I think the lowest damage he got there was 75. 75 of those 3 rockets was the weakest rocket.
Oh, it was perfect, Robin. And we are going to see a little bit of life from Kilson in the first map of the grand final. He's going to rendezvous with the Galena straight up. Doesn't get the best rocket, one that he would have wanted the most. So we'll have to reconvene at a later date.
Check out some Cooler and see. I know that for now, Kilson, it kind of goes into that classic sort of like tug of war between who holds the Mega Rim, giving up the heavy at the cost of keeping Mega and LG. It's so important on this map to make sure that you have LG over the opponent.
Can hear that waddling around by the hourglasses. 2 totems up there. Kilson and cargo to the teleporter. Remember that. Orb's now being used. Right, if you go through that teleporter, Kilson, I'm calling the doctors because you just can't. You've got to be able to do that. I hope he finds a way to get rid of it because he needs that overstack.
It's very difficult. I think actually Cooler is playing this really well. Because he now has a combination of Mega and the triple stack totems to give him essentially an unofficial Mega as well. I feel like if he gives up the heavy, it doesn't really mean so much if he's got essentially 2 Mega healths and denying LG still. But with no set advantage yet, Cooler really needs to, I think, get that first frag to make holding this room more worthwhile. And there it is. Okay.
Yeah. The thing is, Cooler could make a play for heavy because that's the one item that he doesn't have yet. But he's getting so much value from not giving up lightning gun, keeping that spot on the map. Triple totems, it just seems ridiculous. And Kilson's like, can I see any of those? I know there's something over there, but I can't quite get my eyes on it. and destroy them from a distance.
But now, as long as the totem is ready, you'll notice Cooler did not step a foot out to get a rocket angle until he had that totem ready to go. So just in case it went south, he could just top himself up with a totem and undo all that hard work. Okay, so one totem's gone down. Doesn't mean a huge amount because that was always going to be the expendable totem. In 10 seconds, Cooler can give himself the restack again. But even though he holds control of this room, fundamentally, without a champion lead, it's not going to be as crucial. Okay, now Cooler. He's lost his 2 totems, but I wonder if that was deliberate. I wonder if he's trying to now swap, get the heavy while keeping his massive stack.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
I think that was the whole point of the play. You leave that room, you've got to benefit in another way of some sort. And that is like getting a way bigger stack. The Mega hasn't been taken. Kilson with a little bit of an off time.
Oh, no.
And through that 2.5 minutes of play, Kilson's benefited hugely. Now the Dire Orb's gone down, and he just has to chase this one. Rockets! Oh my god! And the totem as well! That was phenomenal from Kilson, but he just had no room at all, and the totem was just stuck between him and any escape.
That was a lot of work for what was eventually back to square one.
Oh, the money shot with the shotgun. God
felt that
damn. That was brutal. And it's just the Galena left for Kelson after all that work. He couldn't make it work for himself. I think he might want to press it. He knows that there's the weaker stack. There is a totem down, which he's going to have to watch out for. He's found him. Does he want to hold into it? LG, there's the orb. It's going to be the full shove. And that is 3-1. Cooler takes map 1 of the final.
Now that does mean that, to be honest, with how things were going on those first 2 rounds, it was safe to assume that we were going to see a lot more of an extreme dominant side, because that was really kind of looking like Cooler's map from start to finish. But I'm interested to see what happens if we start to go for a slight change of pace, because that final round I found really interesting. This entire strategy of pretty much set up shop entirely in LG. And then the one time Kilson felt like he was able to run in and deal with the totems and try and take Mega, it almost felt like the only time Kilson went in was because Cooler allowed him to go in. And then he went in and stole away the heavy. The Mega, unfortunately, was mistimed. But if Kilson can't go anywhere near the LG room, it's much harder for him to know that he can actually get timing on Mega, because he doesn't know when it's been picked up because he can't hear it. It was just such a huge amount of setup. It was so impressive for me.
But that's the same thing. Kilson knew probably more about Mega, I think, than Cooler knew about the heavy, yet Cooler was still, based on Kilson's movement, determining exactly when the heavy was going to be up anyway. So it was brilliant mind play from, well, just presence of mind, should I say, from Cooler to be able to make that play after 2.5 minutes and go for it. It was just some wonderful frags on the replays there. Loving the introduction of replays here in the Quake Open League. But we do have Blood Run coming up next. This is going to be the second map, and picks are starting pretty much now. Let's do this.
Now, to be honest with you, Blood Run really intrigues me because Kilson has really had such a wonderful record with Blood Run historically in Quake Champions. But as we all know, the CIS players, this is their playground. This is where they were born and bred. So whether I favor Kilson, I would always say I favor Kilson on Quake Champions Blood Run, because every time he plays on this map, he just looks untouchable. Interesting to see if Cooler can finally make him, almost get that next step up and make Kilson not look as dominant on a map that is definitely one of his strongest, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. And despite this being a CIS favored map, this is Kilson's pick. He does love this map. He's incredibly strong at it. I expect a much closer game here, though, than Corrupted Keep. Not necessarily Kilson taking this out the way that Cooler took out his map pick in the 3-1. But we'll find out. We've got 2 visors on, we got 2 Galenas, and we got 2 ranges. I'll still put my money, though, on Kilson to draw us out. I reckon we could be in for a real stormer of a best of 5, but it's almost famous last words at this point, isn't it?
I actually feel like the players almost entirely use this warm-up as a means to practice their Dire Orbs. I feel like this is the meta for it. Ranger as popular as he is, there is the quick respawn. I wonder who's going to get more
Dire Orb right back up. Just go straight in for it. Just do it. Well, guys, we have got map number 2 starting. Cooler, Kilson. Who is going to be able to get the advantage next? Will Kilson be able to tie things up, or Cooler put himself on match point? We are floating with Kilson right now, who's going to hit rails straight away.
I mean,
okay.
I'd say give Kilson a piercing sight and pray. That is what happens. This guy's already insane, but Cooler somehow just a rocket to the face, max damage. No messing around.
Oh, Kilson missed a full shotgun blast. I don't think it would have killed him at all. Okay, he's coming right back in. Cooler looks for the opportunistic air rocket. Wouldn't have got much at the end of the day, but now Kilson, he can cycle over light armor. Heavy's going to be up in a moment. He's going to meet the Galena immediately. Rockets. It's an easy frag at the end of the day. And there's going to be this continued control for him.
Kilson, a little bit of free damage was taken against him there. And Cooler has used his piercing sight as well, so he only had limited information really. And there's going to be enough. 1 rocket, 2, and Kilson's Ranger. Today has been such a powerhouse, and not surprised to see it give a performance like that. I think a few more of those and he'll be in the money.
Yeah, Kilson was like, nope, you can't deflect off me. He killed the visor at the end, didn't he? So there was no burst there. I'm confused. Anyway, Kilson looking great in the first round. Almost gets that direct off. That looks phenomenally close.
Trying to determine whether that was trash talk or not. It seemed like it to me.
I think so. Maybe?
Or maybe he was talking about... I don't know. I'm not even going to pretend I know what he was talking about there.
Just, you know what? Just
But
go
wait.
with the XD, with the safest play.
I would reply to the XD. You know, once I saw Cooler XD, and it blew my mind. I didn't think Cooler was... whatever. Anyway, moving on.
He can do anything. We
He
know he can do
He
anything.
can.
Well, Kilson there is on tribal part of the map. He's got the lowest stack right now, but has a nice position. But opts to edge away, take some of the smaller resources, and now he's the one who can take a health. Oh, that's perfect tribal. Tons of orbs. It's trying to do something creative, damaging. Again, right off the exit. Tribal there just to clear the way. Little jump up. Players are getting it right now. We're not seeing that jump messed up at all today.
Little bit of practice time, innit? That's all they need. And oh, Kilson's rails have been insane so far. And it just goes back into talking about why this map is so scary if you're against Kilson. It just feels like he reaches at an entirely other level whenever we go on Blood Run. That range of rocket was really, really well placed from Cooler, actually throwing off Kilson's aim, so unable to get anything in return. Hasn't done much to stop his control, though. He really has held control over both these items pretty much the entire time, and this is the dominance we were expecting to see, I think, Z.
Yeah, definitely. But Cooler, we can get some good damage in. He's definitely able to come back a little bit. Cooler knows that he's still floating around up there. There's an orb, but he's doing this preemptive orb. That's like the second or third time just this map alone that he's got that timing a bit wrong with it. Heavy, though, is up next. Should know that Cooler's there. Oh, the rocket's good. It almost sends him back up the bounce pad, and that would surely have been Cooler's first life over. Shotgun. Walk through. Go on. Go on. Come on, Cooler.
He's confident he's going to do it eventually. He's confident.
If he goes through and shoves him, I'm going to laugh way too hard. Oh, duped. On the rail, he might even get the kill. Another vertical shot from Cooler. Get punked, Kilson.
That felt like it was all Kilson's advantage, and then you just kind of snap your fingers and it was swapped. What on earth? Cooler finding a way, and Kilson going in for the armor, a bit too eager. Cooler easily sitting that one as well.
What Kilson did is he got a silver platter and he just put his life on it, his soul, and he said, here, take me. It's yours. I will just feed you this frag, this advantage, for essentially nothing.
Just gave Cooler a knife and fork.
Yeah. Go to town, mate. Oh my
what
god!
Shot from Kilson. Oh no!
That was a shot from Kilson, but the rocket was so good too. Did you miss the jump?
He did. He missed the tribal jump.
Oh,
Spoke too soon, Zoot. That's the problem.
yeah.
But again, Cooler can... I mean, it's gone very, very quiet because Cooler has no reason to overextend now. And that one defensive rocket he fires and it's on the money. 1 minute warning with 2 frags left to go. This is Cooler we're talking about. One of the slowest players in the business.
Warning.
Difficult task for Kilson right now. We'll see if he can do it. Ah, misses the rocket, unfortunately. Catches the map. That's not a good look. 10 seconds already gone.
I mean, this is the spot on the map, really. You use that as a basis for a lot of decision making in a defensive play like this when you've got a 2-champion advantage. If he just needs to survive 20 more seconds or so and he's looking good. That was a brilliant rocket, though. Goes into the dire orb. LG from Kilson. He's actually got a chance to take him down. This round might not be over. He's also got a triple champion stack and his weapons aren't too bad either. It is the visor to go versus. And that is piercing sight now gone. There's the jump. He's hitting a little bit of splash, a little more. Chasing all the way down. There's a totem beside it, but there it is. With 10 seconds to go, he's tied it up. And he's still got all of these totems up. Ammunition has been reinstated for the rockets. Kilson's looking good.
That was his final rocket. That was his final rocket too. The one that evened things out. Very, very important. Now sudden death. Advantage. Definitely Kilson's favor. There's more stack. LG is good for Cooler.
Wow.
Doesn't look like good enough though. Here comes the LG and it's enough. The totem shuts it down. 2-0 in the blink of an eye there.
What a comeback. What a comeback. 30 seconds left in the round. He makes a 2-frag comeback, breaks it, and just destroys him through that teleporter. That was absolutely exemplary from the German. And now, Kilson, he's like, right, I can take this map right back. This is mine. Heavy is quickly stolen by Cooler. It's a tiny bit of damage, but this mega health. Kilson knows he's got a good advantage, and he's only going to use his dire orb to get the rocket so that he has all weapons to work with. If he closes the gap right now, it could look pretty good.
He's being very brave. He was being super brave with his rocket jumps actually, and I actually liked it was entirely about positioning. Just try and get that sort of ace on Cooler, find out where he was. Would have got a ridiculously good rocket too, but oh my god, the swaps are real! Brave stuff.
That LG from Cooler was unreal though. He's hitting 49% at the moment. And he's find him off the exit. He was going to go for the pummel, but no, Cooler, that's not how you do it. Misjudgment of stack, hoping that maybe it could have got better. If he had a starting shotgun, you know what? I would highly approve of that play. That would be a sick play with it. That's not what he did.
Kilson's definitely on the verge of evening things up and making it 1-1 here in the grand finals. This was his map choice. And considering it's Blood Run and Kilson combined, this isn't going to surprise anyone that he takes this map. This is an insane round so far.
There's just missed jumps from both the players getting to heavy. Eventually, Kilson wins that. It looks painful. I figure that there's possibly a totem on the exit over there. Don't wipe it yet. Good tribal. He might chase one rail around the corner. Oh, he can't hit it. There's safety. He's going to take damage though. Mega, and he eats 75. Not worth it, I would say. Not how cool is challenging on health and armor. Here comes a heavy, but these rockets are decent. Heavy spawns in the nick of time. Does he want to drop and just go even? What was that? Oh, there's a rocket jump up from Cooler. There's a surprise. Then he breaks out, getting the light armor over in the rocket room.
What I love about watching Cooler play, and it's actually the same for Kilson, these sort of like really seasoned players, is they play incredibly by the book, and then there are these really, almost seems like a random breakout moment where they just do something incredibly unpredictable just to go against the grain for one frag, and it almost always catches people off guard. That Cooler rocket jump was just one of many occasions that one good decision can lead to a kill. I should be dead!
What?
Oh, yes! Yes, and yes.
What?
That was sick.
What the hell? The money rocket on the teleporter exit. That is just a godlike prediction. I have no idea what. And then the follow-up with that rail.
Oh,
God damn. That was dirty. That was really, really dirty.
that's just going to be Kilson on Blood Run at the end of the day. That's why it was his map pick. I can't say I'm surprised that he won that. I was thinking maybe Cooler can somewhat break the tradition, you know, especially for what we've had today, but wasn't meant to be. That just Kilson and this map is just two peas in a pod. So we're just going to move on to the next map now. Forget about it, and see if future maps have what it takes to maybe make this potentially a 3-1 in Cooler, maybe a 3-2. Hard to call who's going to win the entire series after a map like that.
Yeah. No, what's really cool. We're going to get Ruins next, but I'm really excited that as map 4, which we're definitely getting now, it's going to be Blood Covenant. I can't wait to pass the game on that, where the big change in the hourglasses have come into place. Those 2 hourglasses on bridge and then the stairs leading, the other 2 the stairs leading to bridge are gone. So 40% of the hourglasses on the map have suddenly been removed. And then possibly we get to a Molten Falls where 2 of the old 9 hourglasses have also been removed, the 2 in the central part of the map. So very, very excited for it. But Ruins, it's kept its 10. It did change in normal public team deathmatch. I think it's got like 17 in that, and they've mimicked it so it's the same in duel as it is in all of the other modes. Or it's the same in all the other modes as it is in duel, should I say. Maybe a bit more business as usual on Ruins, but it's going to be interesting to see who takes the advantage leading into map 4.
I know Cooler has just requested just like a minute break, so we're gonna have like a little bit of time while we wait. It's not going to be a huge amount, but yeah, I feel like we saw a nice contrast of 2 maps that they're both comfortable on. It was somewhat dominant on Corrupted Keep for Cooler, and it was ridiculously dominant on Blood Run for Kilson. So as we sort of start to close the gap a little bit and start to go on, I guess we'll say a few more universal maps between the 2 players. What are we expecting to see do? On Ruins of Sarnath, for example, which player would you say you favor higher?
Cooler picked it. I think at this stage in the maps, I honestly feel like touch and go either way. I don't think there's like a major favorite. Obviously, Nyx and Death Knight not going to be a factor now. I expect that we're going to be seeing... I'm not sure. Galena's definitely a big possibility, but I suspect Visor's going to be around. Ranger, BJ, Galena, like 3 of those 4, maybe all 4 of them will be picked, depending between the 2 players. Let's get into the champion.
Well, here comes Visor. I'd be inclined to think you're right, to be fair, from what we've seen all day. So we see Visor both ways. It makes total sense to do it on Ruins of Sarnath. The piercing sight on this map is really, really important. And yeah, Ranger, Galena, Visor. We can see Visor, Ranger. Are we going to see a Galena from Kilson as well? It's quite like picking Galena. And there it is.
Ah, it's close enough.
So it's a complete mirror, pretty much, which we just discussed the possibility of it being sort of touch and go either way. The second we go with an identical champion lineup, increases the chance of that. I would definitely go as far as saying Ranger has just sort of gone from strength to strength in this game, hasn't he? As a champion, as each patch goes in, he just maintains his danger levels. That orb is no joke, but it's especially when you take 2 players like Kilson and Cooler that aren't afraid to be bold with it, but only when the time comes. That they don't waste the orb. They use it when they're positive they can get a big turn in their favor. It's really scary to watch as a spectator.
Yeah. I feel like these guys are very much on comfort picks as well for them. These are the champions that they would practice most of the time. A lot of the champions they would have practiced leading up towards PGL. So in terms of developing any wildcard picks, if there was one, it was Death Knight and Nyx, and they're out of the equation at the moment given the bans. So this just makes perfect sense for me. As for what we could see moving in later parts of the October patch, that will have to be decided, because we've seen some Strongs, we've seen some Dooms today, and things like that. But ignoring that, we are now here on map 3. Whoever wins this is on match point in the grand finals. The Quake Open League Season 6 EU Elite. And Kilson, he's the big man up first.
Immediate trap was sprung. Just big damage for the nail gun, not enough though. That was a very scary exchange. Cooler very nearly coming off worse than that, just due to some insanely strong nails from Kilson. Nice rocket as well, just to keep him temporarily back. Cooler with the first blood though, that's a good look for him coming off a very dominant loss on the blood run.
Yeah, he doesn't quite want to be providing the same smug look for Kilson here on Ruins of Sarnath. He does take the mega health. Could do with a little bit more armor, but it's okay. He can afford to play patiently right now. So he shall. Does he hear the steps over there? I think he has a clue, yeah. He's just listening, getting all those sounds in order, and making those decisions based on that. Heavy's going to be up next. If he hears steps on the upper parts, he might drop for Heavy. He's not doing it. I'm very surprised by that. He's incredibly happy up here. You didn't hear the Heavy armor picked up either. So Kilson's had that one for free. It's a mysterious first minute and a half of this map because it's not been proactive leading up to one another. To be honest, Cooler's also had his foot off the gas pedal when it comes to laying down those totems as well. Being very, very passive. Mega health is now up, and now Cooler's taking a very early stop for the Heavy. And Kilson is just going to be like, right, well, I took Heavy, I know when it's up, so I'm going to push you away from it. It feels like Cooler's just played himself off of the map.
It's one of those funny instances where even though Cooler has the champion lead, it doesn't necessarily feel like he's in the lead as such. And mostly comes down to the fact that Kilson's stack is so impressive at the moment, especially he's now alternating between Mega and Heavy. As he takes each Mega, it's a big risk, and Cooler, very, very smart decision to try and sit there and get some airborne LG, but it's not going to be enough to finish, unfortunately. Kilson still in a great position, but as that rail fails to connect and the totem's behind, things just got evened out just a little bit. It did a really good job of Cooler, even if he didn't get the kill there, he was able to just take down all the hard work that Kilson had done to build his stack up, and now he's back at square one.
Yeah, cool with the rail out in that last fight. Maybe if he had another one, he could have hung around the fight a bit longer. But LG, the orb's not going to get anywhere, and Cooler's defensive lightning gun is absolutely serves its purpose. Totem down in the back alleys of the map.
How's the interesting thing about that frag to me was that it was the exact same play, just done back to back, expecting Kilson to alternate from Mega down towards Heavy, did the exact same thing again, and fell victim to the same play, only this time he was actually punished with a frag, not necessarily just losing his stack.
Kilson has to find a way to be proactive with this Galena. Nicely done from him, but the double stacks. Something I like about Cooler's Galena. A lot of people are like, oh, I don't want to stack my totem somewhere, because if they find them, it eliminates a lot of them. There's a risk you have got to bear in mind. Excuse me for saying that, Ketchup. Don't want to be sensitive.
Hey, we don't use those forbidden words around here.
But when he is putting those double totems down, if they do happen to fall in a trap, it's A, hilarious, and B, incredibly effective. And he can just heal up so much.
It's A, hilarious. B, effective.
I mean,
the hilariousness of it was more
your priority.
I love it.
You gotta get the fun points in, right? Unfortunately for him, he's kind of baited Kilson right into it. It's like he was trying to. He showed him a totem and was like, "All right, kill that one," and then chased me like really excitedly. But Kilson, he obviously watched or looked before he went across the road, saw them, destroyed them. So it was a fun idea from Cooler. He's still got 30 seconds where Kilson has got a super hard time getting back into this one. I don't think Cooler's going to throw this one like he did in Blood Run.
And even that rail, he did damage to Cooler, but he pushed him down towards the stairs, which is actually kind of somewhere that Kilson did on. And now, yeah, he's trying to find him. Can't do it. That's a guaranteed game over. Round one's going to be Cooler's. Calm and calculated, the way we know.
Prepare to fight.
Well,
Round
that seemed for easy.
3.
Piece of pie, piece of cake. Cake,
One.
cake pie based
Round 2.
phrases is fine.
Fight.
Pizza
Cooler
pie.
locks it down. Yeah, pizza pie. All of them. Pizza is a form of pie. Sorry, Wenger.
Not die yet.
And I think Cooler's going to be looking for another good start to this one. I like the fact that Kilson's gone with Galena first, because it's harder to chase and make those comebacks with Galena. Cooler had a really just inherent advantage before. Oh, there's a rail. If Cooler lands it, that's a frag for him.
almost massively paid for that peek, actually. Kilson tried to peek around that corner, and the rail just narrowly missing him. There's length, really, but that preemptive rail shot is now actually going to give Kilson a little bit of data. He knows that Cooler's kind of out there now, which is why he's sitting tight. But now he's going to change his objective, try and go down towards heavy, find out if Cooler's going to drop down here instead. And this is an interesting exchange right here, Zoo. I feel like it's this kind of like slow-paced gameplay is something that we could definitely grow to expect of these two players on Ruins. And now as the heavies spawn, kills.
Yes, sorry, this is kind of what I was expecting between them to begin with. We had like two very ferocious maps, and now something a little bit larger, we're getting this kind of pace. LG, Cooler looking like he wants to commit to that, but he kind of gets stuck in an angle which can easily be vulnerable to rockets. Now whoever can clutch it wins. And that was the money rocket with only 6 health that he had left. Like the Galena versus Galena is always an interesting battle of resources. You know, where are you putting your totems? Where are you gaining those advantages from? And then you really get into those nitty-gritty fights where you have got to clutch out better LG, better rails, better rockets, whatever it happens to be.
And now Kilson wasted no time off his spawn, grabbed the Mega, immediately went down and got the Heavy as well. And even though he's been sitting on a stack, again, as long as Cooler is wasting that time, the armor that he's been able to grant as his overstack, that's just going to naturally start to tick away and go down to nothing. So I think this is one of those many reasons that even though Kilson technically has more armor, it doesn't really mean much if he's not able to use it in a fight. Other than that, it's just going to tick away. Okay, misses one rocket, very important. He was able to land that one. For the jump pad, big damage too. Oh, watch out!
Kilson looking for a clutch rail at the moment. Can't quite find anything that would really have equaled up the stacks nicely. Rocket on the exit, still no damage. He's found a 25 health bubble and he's just going to disappear into the depths of the map to find the heavy armor that spawns. He's like, please don't aggress me. I got no health at all. A rail would kill me. But he gets away. Overstacks armor. And he's going to have to find another approach. I do like how proactive Kilson was in that occasion to just close the gap all but from the heavy last time and fight over at Mega. We've got 2 totems very close to each other here for Cooler. I wonder if they can get the healing through the walls. You might be able to, actually.
I'm actually
surprised really intelligent
that
totem spots.
While Kilson was pretty much on about 20 HP and nothing else, Cooler was a lot more focused on trying to sort of play that defensive game rather than chasing it down. But I'm kind of wondering if Cooler was aware of just how weak Kilson was, maybe he actually would have taken the opportunity to get a kill. Because Kilson was incredibly weak during that exchange. Not that it's making a huge difference, because as long as Cooler is setting up shop here, I mean, Kilson doesn't want to destroy these totems. It took him a long time to take one down because he didn't want to give his position away! Destroyed.
That was so sick, actually. He orbs back in and he just immediately eats a facial rocket. And the trap was wonderful. That's what this is like normal Cooler at the moment. He's changed gears so hard. He's gone from 6 to reverse, basically. It's a good rocket from Kilson. He ends up killing himself. Round 2 goes to Cooler as well.
Well done. Cooler in the chat with the BM. I like it.
XD.
3,
XD.
2, 1. Round 3. Fight.
Well, catch up.
Well.
We've got possibly one more round here in the 3rd map. I wasn't expecting it's going like as crazy back and forth in this series. If Cooler gets to 3-0, I'm like, man, fair enough. I didn't realize there was such a like natural advantage in each of their picks.
It's quite funny how you mentioned previously in the round at the end. It is this gear change from Cooler, isn't it? It's the fact that Cooler can go from this massively slow gameplay, which is what we expect, and then before you even realize that he's changed his style, he's like a Rottweiler, you know, and he can really sort of secure those instant kills. And they're back-to-back too, because at the end of the day, he chooses to play this slow style, but he has the mechanical knowledge of when he should do certain things. He just chooses to play slow, but he can flip it if need be. And that really is the scariest type of player to face.
Well, that's exactly it. That's what I think separates players right at the top to players who are just coming up. Those players at the top, they know how to change gears properly. They know how to set the pace of the game themselves. Whereas those other players, they find it harder to be as dynamic. They're usually typically aggressive or typically defensive, and if they are changing the pace themselves, it's really kind of through the reins of what that more experienced guy is forcing them to do. Here, Aldry. Cool, it's so low, but to be fair, so is Kelson.
There's quite a few small health bubbles nearby, but and there it is. Kelson, as he's retreating, gets the knowledge. Here's the Mega get picked up, which is going to be really good for him. As now I think he can start to actually figure out how he's going to try and survive here. Oh, hello. Sees Cooler drop down. Oh, what a shot.
He's found him. Kelson's still got to be a little bit careful. Cooler's not afraid to fight with that stack. Well, there's the heavy. Kelson re-energized. Breakaway. Is he going to have a crack at this mega health? He's going to use his orb for it. He could be a little bit vulnerable because Cooler's got his ability out and ready. But it's just that almost double stack. Oh, he can't find the rail. It happened again, catch up. The easiest shots are the hardest.
Especially when it's, you know, a split-second decision. Teleports to his dire orb, but doesn't do much damage, so Cooler's going to fall again. 2 champs back to back. And Kelson looking in a great position. He's got plenty of ammo, he's got plenty of stack. We'll see about the piercing sight. Piercing sight has just been used and has run out, so Cooler's not going to have that for a fair old while.
I wonder if Kelson's going to now try to play Cooler his own game. Go slow, go sensible. It's not the case. He hits a rocket after that rail, and Cooler's like, yeah, come on, just eat it.
Kill me.
Cooler's just like,
well, if you won't do it, I will.
Prepare to fight.
One of us has to do what must be done around here.
Round begins in
can I?
3, 2,
Okay.
1.
Oh, no.
Fight.
Need
Oh,
another
Kelson.
That
Sorry,
was
Cooler
nice.
didn't reply to that on this occasion. That was all Kelson.
No more games.
Cooler's not going to find that funny though. He's going to come back in this hard. How does he go through the teleporter and dodge the majority of the damage and end up essentially winning that fight? It just isn't fair
'Cause he's Cooler.
sometimes.
Cooler, find a way. Okay, another audio cue for Kelson. Ooh. Now going again for the big boy telefrag, but even if it doesn't land, the amount of damage he's done is surreal. He's going to block a little bit. Actually, the totem blocking was almost enough, but the pillar giving Kelson the cover he was looking for. I don't blame Cooler for staying in that fight either. He dodged so many of those rockets. It's just, on top of the totem blocking the damage, Kelson's knowledge of just, at the end of the day, it was, I dodged you, you dodged me.
That was scary close though. And I really love what Kelson did just then. He stayed at the top of the bounce pad. He knew that the heavy wasn't up straight away, and he wanted to listen out. Okay, what is Cooler going for? I can either hear him at heavy or hear him at mega, so I know what this is like to pick up. That was perfect from Kelson. And he so nearly shuts down Cooler in that fight. Unfortunately for him, he's not able to continue that level of perfection. But it's definitely, you guys can take notes from Kelson's book.
Oh!
That's phenomenal. You can't really take notes from those rails because that is just sick.
It's these kind of rails that, it's just the level of confidence Kelson has in his own aim. Those close range rails that if they miss, they are suicide. You are dead for free because during the downtime, Cooler's just going to turn on you and pull that 180 and you're dead. But at this level of play, to know I'm against Cooler of all players, and if I miss this rail, he's going to kill me. And just the confidence! When will this man miss?
God. What the hell? We're moving
You know
over
if
to the
Cooler wins this
tiebreaker
match.
round here. This, yeah.
You know, if
Cooler was
Kelson wins
devastating
this, he's
him.
going to talk,
2.
by the way. Just 100%. He is going to talk trash if he wins this round. I guarantee
well
it.
played. Just do
He's
it.
going to say well
Don't-
done.
Just well done. That would be great. He might have already, you know, sunk the knife in pretty deep. So that's what I'm worried about. Oh, there's a direct from Kelson and the rail from the teleporter. Holy crap!
Don't make
Kelson
this
still
man
looking for a
angry.
bit more damage. He's got to know where he's going. That he wants that light armor. He sees that it's down. So that is a raging clue right there. That he's been in that direction.
Some expanding on there.
Beautiful.
Ooh. God, Kilson, his accuracy has just been 0 to 100 completely.
Oh!
Yeah, maybe that
Okay,
close
all
range would
misses.
have been too much to ask for. Oh my God!
The silk.
What is going on? It's just these rounds have just been rapid.
I mean, it's a big
but-
change of pace from before. Cooler, he actually has brilliant presence of mind to know then exactly what Kilson wants. You can blame Kilson a little bit for going for that angle. He should have headed off, got himself some health to begin with. Or the
Oh
rocket
my
from
God.
Kilson. Then with the machine gun, it's immense damage from the German. But Cooler's going to be able to continue picking up items. However, Kilson knows now he doesn't have such a big mountain to climb in the final stage of this map.
Now we have gone back to a relatively even right here. The only thing that's not even, I think, is the fact that Kilson not going to get his piercing sight for another 20 seconds, which is cool as his locked and loaded, which I do believe he has actually used it to get the all-important data of which now he knows. Now with G-Room, that's where I'm going to take my next fight. Kilson pushed to the teleporter, but Cooler with the immediate chase. Using that negative situation just to get the heavy armor. I respect it. And now he's really chunkily stacked, and he has a railgun too, so Cooler can start playing that distance-based game, that sort of chip him down bit by bit if he wants to.
I feel like Kilson's got to get some damage now off his piercing sight. He just finished using it. He gets the rail, but it's exchanged. That had to be a free rail. Look at this.
Oh!
Okay, never mind. Rocket misses completely, and Cooler's looking good now. He's got the piercing sight. He might be able to aggress just right off of this. He's going up the bounce pad. He's got him locked into the side. Lightning gun. Kilson puts down the totem, but he's just stuck into that position. Cooler is going to win it 3-2. We go over to map 4 with Cooler on match point. There's no trash talk now,
I think
Ketchup.
There is not. Cooler, no words, which almost makes you feel like, is no words the biggest form of trash talk after that exchange, where he's just silently, you know that deep down Cooler is silently judging him after that. He's saying, yeah, it may have been close, but it was still upon my own request. When I decide to win, I will win.
That's what I like. I wonder if there's going to be GGs right at the end of the season. I'm sure there will be, but at this stage, it's like map by map. It's like, yeah, we'll call it when the whole thing is done. But let's just stay quiet. Let's stay in our own heads. Not getting each other's too much. We are going to get Blood Covenant next. But here, then, some of the replays that we had of some of the crazy frags that we were getting. Oh, some mad stuff happening. And that's the,
that was the bit that
kill
made
there,
me say,
which...
That was the well done into XD. Ooh.
combo.
I can watch these kind of frags all day. I feel like you're almost guaranteed. And how did he even hit that shot? Like Kilson,
Yeah,
those 2 rounds that he was basically essentially sweeping kill after kill after kill. It's hard to, we have to always remember that the only reason that was such a crazy comeback was because Cooler had put him so far down in the first place. You know, and then in the last closing moments of that final round, it wasn't, you know, it's one thing to start being steamrolled in a comeback, but you have so many opportunities to essentially nip it in the bud and just put the fire out, right? Which is exactly what Cooler did at the end. But we're going into Blood Covenant. I know you specifically said you're really excited to see what happens on this map because of the changes to the hourglasses. Yes. Especially when you know, Visor, very, very popular on this map. Now Visor piercing sight takes a lot longer to come back.
Yep, completely. Let's see, we're going to get Doom played by Kilson. That's what he played versus Cypher over on Blood Covenant. What is Cooler going to go with? He's been enjoying it, but he's going to go with BJ. Okay. Let's just get ourselves a tiebreaker map, right? I think we deserve that. Like, as a team, as a community, we're owed this for some reason.
It's never a fitting end to the season. It's never a fitting end to the season unless we get a close exchange, right? No one ever wants to see a grand final stomp, not after a month of work. So either way, we have had some really, really sick games so far. But if it's going to be 3-1 to Cooler, then so be it. If it's going to be closer than that, maybe even Kilson's favor later down the line, we'll soon see. We're loading into Blood Covenant right now. I want to give you guys at home some predictions, right? I want to see, if you want to see Cooler take this win, give us a 1 in chat. If you want Kilson, give us a 2. That's what we want.
Who do you think's going to win this? Do you think... There's a little gap there.
I'll always favor Cooler on Blood Covenant, personally.
Really?
I think this
Okay.
is good. I feel like these kind of really old school maps are really good for a player like Cooler.
Round one.
It's really quite even in chat as well, actually, in terms of favorites. And I genuinely think the matchup here, it could end up being as emotional as Ruins of Sarnath that we just had, but it's begun. This is match point for Cooler. If he takes down this map, he is the Season 6 champion. But Kilson, he's on our screens. He's gonna take control of the wheel. Does get railed. Rockets. Ooh, actually does manage to hit something. Orbit. It's gonna go through with it. There's Nail Gun, and he just gets, I think owned is the technical term.
Owned? My word, that's a word I have not heard in a long time. That's an old school word.
Sorry. Pwned. NLG something or other.
Pwned.
Is that
I was
better?
about to say
Am I
pwned
speaking
was
your
missing.
language?
You gotta replace the O with a P and then we're in the money.
Well, let's move swiftly
Kilson.
on to
Kilson's doing that thing
he's
again.
Gonna try the trap. That's the cypher trap that he had on it. Hello.
Oh no, again! Oh, he missed the second rocket.
Oh, it's gonna get reversed possibly. Cooler managed to hit some brilliant shots afterwards. Kilson was going for that like air rocket or just like on the lip of the jump pad. Wow. Nice rails, Cooler. Even with piercing side. One more. Oh!
Cooler is just
Sick.
on fire right now, man. He really is. There are certain rounds where a player looks like no one in the world can beat them, and I feel like right now, in this round, it looks like Cooler is the best player. Just outright. There are some insane
early, man.
plays he's made right now.
You're calling it early.
Hey, man.
Oh, what?
I'm a master of popping
how
off too
does that
early.
do?
Also, a lot, I think. I don't know. I can see.
Look at that was 60, about 60 damage. I think it was 58 in the end. That was a long-range rocket from uptown. I don't know. Where I'm going.
Oh, God. Oh, dear.
Cooler?
Kilson.
Don't
First
drop a
double.
pound.
Going in
Ow.
for Berserk. Oh, watch out. Oh, God. Kilson used his Berserk to try and escape, but he opted to try and stay there. I think he was maybe hoping that... Oh, no. The Cooler XD'd. We both XD'd.
Round begins in 3.
Dude, Cooler went off on one in this round. I don't know what happened right there. He was possessed. He looked unbelievable. Oh, we're going to get some cheesing. Oh, no. I thought he was going to commit to it, but Kilson backed out in the last second. He went up for the rockets. I think he rocket jumped over for rail, and now a late pickup of the heavy. I think Cooler's work out of this in his mind brain.
Kilson. Going in for his machine gun just for a little bit of damage, but it just feels like, again, Cooler has just been in the driver's seat for this map. And he's finally been able to take the rail. Unfortunately for Kilson, wasn't able to really punish Cooler for taking a rail either.
Kilson's a bit proactive with this.
Yeah, excellent.
Got that. That's nice for him. But look at that, like Cooler doesn't give a damn. He's just hitting rails anyway. Like, oh, the map's getting in the way. Almost stringing together another nice shot. Kilson ensuring that time has passed. His piercing sights being used. There is a downtime between the abilities. Let's find out. Wow, an insta push onto the light armor, but he does not overcommit to it.
I think the impressive thing about Cooler is how he essentially was doing a rail fight against a piercing sight, and it appeared that he might have had it himself when he obviously didn't. Because he was just landing some insane shots without needing that wall hack available. But right now, another one of those fights is coming through, but Cooler dangerously though on rockets is his problem right now, and oh god, the duck. Yeah, nearly. You know, Kilson nearly took that too.
That was a nice night. I was hoping that Kilson was just going to spam it or something. But piercing sight uses. He's just being wary. He's like, don't chase me down. Stacks are technically the same right now, but here comes a mega health and heavy. Kilson, what are you going to let me have, mate? What's mine? What's yours? Fake rocket jump. That piercing sight's just gone up. There's going to be the LG, but these defensive shots are still really, really solid from Cooler. And it's now forced Kilson away. He can't get anything from it. And Cooler might even walk away with a bigger stack than him. There's light armor there. Oh, narrowly missing. Not narrowly missing then. That was perfect.
But he's low on ammunition, Cooler. 1 rocket and 2 rails. That's nowhere near enough. Especially seeing as they both are maintaining their stacks quite significantly. And Cooler now only 1 more rail. He has now got a few more rockets, which is really, really important. But again, the defensive rockets from Kilson undoing the damage for another time. And it's one of the shots in the game that is, some people say, like, how do you practice aim and what's the best way to sort of, like, what are the most important shots to learn? Is it rails? Is it long range rails? Is it flick rails? Defensive rockets, man. They're right there at the top of the list of things you got to get used to doing because you can just see the difference they're making.
I guess an item. Oh my god, Kilson's still there to punish. Because of how synchronized the items are at the moment, Kilson doesn't want to make sure that doesn't want an item to be given for free and allow Cooler to have any kinds of overstack whatsoever. So he left both of them up for so long just to make sure damage was going to be dealt on them. That's smart stuff from Kilson. Now he actually gets a proper advantage, and now he knows the order of the items. He's like set himself up for great success over the next minute.
And that's right, setting up for the big kill, setting up for that one important frag as we now go less than 1.5 minutes left on the clock for round number 2. If Kilson can pretty much spend this entire game working towards getting 1 kill and being as equipped as possible for it, that's how he's going to take his win here in the round. Approaching that 1 minute warning now. Doesn't take long. You'd always think these matches, they seem pretty slow and calculated, but a minute can pass before you know it, and just like that, 30 seconds already gone. And now things are going to get a little bit critical. Cooler maintains out of control. Very important rail. Super important rail to land.
That was just a really nice angle. Just predicting it past that pillar. That was really nice from Cooler. There's all those hourglasses. Cooler definitely winning the race. Getting his ability back on loop, but it's been a very... I don't know, quite, it's all been about the items. It's all attrition here. And Cooler will get 1 more hourglass. And Kilson, I think he'll use his ability immediately. Yep, it's on. Goes down for an angle. There's 1 rail.
There's no way Cooler was going to use that teleporter when he knows piercing sight is available. I really like the fact that he's just been sort of sticking to the regular map. And it's definitely going to be 1 champion down. It's going to decide who wins this round. Visor mirror match, let's go. Ooh, what an angle there with the rail. Very, very cheeky shot there. And another one, back to back 2. Needs more where that came from though. Actually, he's going to need even more than 1.
I think Cooler's going to win this now. He's going to push in. Never mind. It's so simple at the end of the day. It's those 2 rails that built up to that whole situation, and then it's just piercing sight. All right, that last rail is just going to be the easiest shot of my life. And Kilson, he just tried to turtle that game until he could get a super favorable position. We saw some highly intelligent plays to put him into strong control, but there was nothing that he had at the end of it that could just sink in that round, lock down a kill, and get himself to tie up the round. And now he's finding himself this back against the wall. You've got to make a play now. And Cooler's just landing rails. He's landing so many shots on Blood Covenant.
Now, I must say, I'm a big fan of how Cooler has now opted to start with BJ as well. We haven't really seen anything at all BJ this entire map. And now he's on tournament point. Oh god, Kilson dropped down looking right when he should have looked left. And no, that was spawn! That was not an amazing spawn at all. Fortunately, Cooler can't really chase the jump pad. It's a big risk. But like I was saying, going BJ first and having this dual wield means that now if he wants to start things off and immediately fight, he has such a high chance of just rushing Kilson, overwhelming Kilson, deleting Kilson. He's got dual wield. Like, he hasn't had that before. And when the tournament stress is on, best time to do it.
Just because people have been asking in chat about Cooler's accuracy, it's 62% at the moment. I think it just went down to 60% actually after that miss. And he's done almost 1,300 damage with it. So his rails have been phenomenal in this map. I say as he's been missing.
Oh, nice shot again though. And now the dual wield is locked, loaded and ready to go. Kilson's going to try and just get out of there as much as possible. Going in for just rockets alone.
Whoa.
Oh my god!
This is
Oh,
just
another
annihilation
hero
right now. Like, Cooler just getting
He's got
wrecked.
the
Oh, if he can hit another rail, actually, he's looking pretty good, but he doesn't have much in the way of weapons. Misses one, that would have put Cooler down to 1 HP, and there's the drop. So few weapons. There's the dual-wielded LG. Oh, the rail! It hits! That was it right there. It was over. It was GG. There's the trophy for Cooler. Is this not over yet?
He needs more.
LB!
Oh, kill the kill.
Where's the spawn? He needs to make sure he has some level of safety. There's no big items for a while. He uses the piercing sight immediately so he can figure out how to keep himself safe.
The problem is, Cooler has a rail. I fear for Kilson. I really do fear for Kilson here.
There's the light. He's going to go for the hourglasses, then up for the mega health. This is not done yet. Oh, that's just sick.
No. No armor. Okay, he's got 1 light armor, so he's still in the fight. But just like that, Cooler, his dire orb is now available. Doesn't know he's down there near light armor though, so fortunately he's going to live to fight another day. But Cooler definitely heard that jump pad.
Yeah, he knows. He's swinging in
Yeah,
and out of action. No
This could be the
trap over
tournament
here.
fight right here.
Ooh, ho, ho.
Kilson's only got 1 rail.
He is a hero. I need to get a
Ooh,
picture
Kilson
of
only
him
has.
on my mantelpiece.
He's only got 1
and I need to-
rail.
Once a week.
And he's
Twice.
I'm really sorry. I'm struggling with this delay. Okay, now he's hit the rail, and now he's gonna finally go and collect. All right, now he can undo some of this damage here. Piercing sight. It's now used up. Could be the only piercing sight he's gonna have left. Oh no! He's now railable.
They're breaking away. We're getting another kind of stalemate going on over here. And Kelson just needs to like relax a little bit, compose himself. Keep an eye on those rails. Those rails are going to be essential for him. And these hourglasses, like just suddenly, this map just has so few like hourglasses to work with. So every single one is incredibly important, especially for a champion like Visor that relies on, you know, those items on the map a lot more because it takes longer for that piercing sight to come up.
Now, because it is 1 champion each, it's going to allow this sort of slow play to take place. Cooler's not going to have the champion advantage anymore. Otherwise, I would have been very, very worried for Kilson. But the fact that Kilson's even been able to bring things back to the way they are in this round is insane.
Yeah.
Like, we were like a split second away from this stream already being over and Cooler being our champion for the season.
I was calling it. I had ready to call it, and then there was just this stupid turnaround. Does he know I'm there? Is he just spamming? Is this just like fun and games? Or he's got a feeling. Oh! Well, he knows now. Oh! A rail right after. He knows there's an advantage. He misses that rail shot. That would be important. Cooler might go for a spam rail through the teleporter. Kilson is wary of that. He's checking
A lot
all
of
the
patience
sides,
from
actually.
Cooler.
He doesn't even go to heavy straight away.
The thing is,
It's
the patience
incredibly
it took from
clever.
Cooler to try and be safe. Oh my word!
Wow. That was dangerous. Kilson can't afford to take that damage first. He backs away, piercing sight. All right, let's put ourselves back into a comfortable spot. And there's a rail. That helps a lot. Now he's got the mega health up. He's in great shape all of a sudden.
Oh. Going in for the rocket jump. What? Super fast speed. I don't even know how he achieved those speeds. Kilson now.
Oh!
In a wonderful position.
Oh,
Oh,
shot
God.
there.
Good God.
He's got to be careful.
Now
He's
he
right
has
around
to
the
stack.
corner. This could be a big, big trap from Cooler. Oh, there's the shove possibilities for a second. But here comes the mega health. Kilson retains position. And he's able to continue control of the major items. There is the heavy up next. He's just going to... He doesn't really need that armor too much. He's just going to get rid of it. Because why not at this point?
This is a highly stressful sudden death.
Yeah.
The fact that this sudden death really determines either tournament victory or just staying in this map alone.
It's got no
Cooler
rail, no rails,
crouching.
mate. You've got nothing. He's run out of rail ammunition. I think Cooler, is he going to have a guess about that? He's going to go for the heavy machine gun, which might be a blessing in disguise for him. But he wants to probably break away from this. There's the mega health. Now time to get out without taking another rail shot. Oh, wow, that fireball.
It was a shot.
It's going to miss. Rocket for Kilson. It lands and he takes the round. Wow, how does he make that comeback a reality?
Good God. And the thing is, that one dire orb that we saw Cooler go for, it completely disoriented him. Like, the second he reappeared, he had no idea where Kilson actually was. And the one side that hit that one blind spot that was there, Kilson was standing right there.
Well, for Kilson to truly take, like, all the brownie points, everything, and get that photo on my mantelpiece, I mean, I'll do it anyway. He needs to now win the map from that comeback, because that was on the brink of absolute defeat, and this is where you go into, like, next level hero status.
Crazy plays right there. And if Kilson can win this map, it's insane of a turnaround we would see here. But just little issues here and there where, you know, Cooler knew piercing sight was available previously and didn't want to go through the teleporter in time. The time it took for him to wait to be content that he was no longer at risk was the time it took Kilson to run to heavy and take it. And it was his insane stack that he built up by Cooler being passive that allowed Kilson to take that fight later. And now he's eating plenty and plenty of rails, in big trouble. He's being chased. Another one. Watch out.
Oh my god. The dual-wheel rockets that came out, the damage all of a sudden. Kilson was like, I just need to do a little bit of damage, I'll be fine. And he just had nukes flying towards him. Right up the bounce pad. He misses the bounce pad rail. Run, boy. Go, go, go. And there's the heavy.
Alright, he's towards heavy. But in and out. Gone in 60 seconds.
Get the rails. There we go. Don't want to run out of rails again. That was almost a nightmare thing to happen. Oh no, he got to hit those rail shots, man. There, the money was. Oh, he's got to switch weapons really, really late. The rocket at the end is pretty decent, but there's way too much health for Cooler. Oh, visor.
Now, we did see Visor be pretty slow paced previously on this map. Kilson, surprised again.
What?
Whoa, what? The trade! The trade! XD!
Oh my god. So we got Kilson now on his Doom. He needs just the one kill. We're almost like in a similar situation to the last round. We're down to the final champions each. Kilson's going to get himself all of the important weapons. He just spotted him over there. Can he get over to the heavy in time? He hits one, but he's weak. He can get the berserk out if he wants to, but there's an orb! There's the rocket! Another one! He's so weak! Both of the players are! Can he find a rail shot? Is he going to go for the clutch angle? Oh, he hits the shot! Oh my god, Ketchup! We're going to a tiebreaker round! Kilson is playing out of his skin right now to keep himself in the game.
And the thing is, Cooler didn't have a rail. That's why he retreated right there. He understood he didn't have an amazing stack. He didn't have a rail to contest with it. He just tried to get out. And the one slither of an angle Kilson had. My word. That's still tournament point for Cooler. But if Kilson takes this round, it's not the end of the tournament. We have an entire map left.
Okay. I'm not going to jinx anything. I'd love that map, but we'll find out. Because at the moment, it doesn't matter what happens before this map or after. It's just the way in which Kilson comes back in this. If he closes out this round, that is a statement right there. That's a statement of excellence.
I mean, just both of these players hot off a really, really, really incredible placing at PGL. You know, both of these players are absolute world-class duelers, and it's only fitting that they bring this in grand finals as close as it is.
I'm just thinking of that last rail that we saw in the last round. Like, Kilson knew that was the round. That was the shot that would count and send him to the tiebreaker round. The focus that would go in there. He's going in for the orb now. All of a sudden, he can't quite find him with the rockets. And Cooler, how the hell did he evade everything there? That is astonishing. So he's going to break away with an advantage at the beginning of round 5. He has Mega now. He's still got plenty of weapons. Kilson did manage to earn the heavy off the spawn. This has gone nuts.
But this is a change that we didn't bring attention to. Cooler has started with Ranger now rather than BJ. The 2 rounds that Kilson's been able to take, Cooler had actually started with BJ both times and wasn't able to accomplish a huge amount. He'd lost his BJ quite quickly. And the rounds that he won, he wasn't doing that. He's now gone back to his start that gave him the previous wins. And go figure, he's now taken the first frag. First champion really does matter at this level of play, and it just looks like BJ hasn't been the one.
Yep, that's right. But he could still serve as a very useful refrag champion. Oh, again, brilliant rockets. Important damage to Cooler's landing. He's got to try and close this one out, you know. I've been on the Kilson train for the last couple of rounds, but you got to think for Cooler, you just close it at this stage, man. You were on the brink. You were like 15 damage away from winning the Quake Open League. End it. Cool.
Right, he's
Look at that.
convinced
Kilson is
Kilson
just...
nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Kilson didn't want to pick that up. He was close to getting the heavy, but he knows if he goes for it, he's in a nasty position. And he obviously doesn't have the dire orb where he can kind of like preemptively slip gate away. Orb does get used now, which makes this very interesting for Kilson, as he's going to have piercing sight. And he might be able to get some free damage. He finds a rail. That was without piercing sight. Now he's going to try it again.
There's one.
Oh.
This is very, very, very tense if you're Kilson. That's the big thing, is there's not a lot of time left. Like, we've spent so much time of it being incredibly back in this final map, but now we're a minute and a half away from this tournament being over. The ball is now going to be in Kilson's score to make something happen. It's going to be 1 rail each, but with a lower stack, it's not going to be in Kilson's favor, that's for sure. And now, almost at that 1 minute warning. So much stack on Cooler, who now repositions. Dangerous times. Okay, a good rocket. Enough to just knock Kilson so far away. Uh-oh, one more.
Another rail.
Oh, he's going in.
A huge advantage if he lands it. Kilson goes away to lower banana. Does he find a light armor over there? There's not much for him to grab.
Cooler.
He hasn't even spawned yet.
He's,
Whoa.
surely he's dead. Oh, and he gets the final nail in the coffin. That's going to be, I would almost say that's going to be enough, man. He has 2 more champions left to go, and he has so much work to do. He's down to Ranger. He can maneuver around however he wants.
Yeah, but there can't be another twist in this tail. It's got to be closed out. With 35 seconds to go, Kilson was on the brink of hero status. He's done some pretty good damage, but he's got to be on the chase. There's 100-100 roughly. Here's the mega being picked up. I think Kilson would have heard approximately where Cooler was at, and he's going to drop down. He fakes the jump out. The orb, he doesn't go through it, but he's got to keep on going. Kilson
it's impossible
can't
now.
stop.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think
10
so.
seconds
Cooler,
down.
he's run around the corner.
Over.
And that's it. Catch up.
There we have it.
Almost had a mind-blowing comeback. But in the end, Cooler is our champion, and he wins, well, with a sigh of relief, probably, but with some fantastic play in this best of 5.
I think that could have been one of the most legendary comebacks we've seen in Quake Champions. It really could have been, but at the end of the day, that combination of starting champion, the Ranger pick instead of BJ at the very beginning, it gave a huge amount of burst ability, first of all, for Cooler in that round. But the big thing was the maneuverability. Way harder to pin down. And the second he got that first champion and was able to start playing Runaway again, I will take a Dire Orb over a dual wield any day. Like, I think that initial change made a huge amount of difference in that final round. But hats off to Kilson, man. He brought it all the way, and we could have very easily be talking about going into a final map right now. Cooler's just the man of the hour, and he is going to be the champion of the Quake Open League for this season.
Oh man, it was just great, right? The amount of fantastic games that we got today as well. We got a really stunning grand final. I know Kilson's obviously going to be gutted that he couldn't bring it to the last map, but he can rest easy knowing that he showed good shape. But that means that he's lost to him like he did in PGL, so I'm sure he has put the marker on Cooler. It's like, right, I'm out to get you now because I don't want to lose to you anymore. really, really sick plays over here. Holy crap. This was just the mind-blowing one where, like, from the brink of defeat.
I need to see what it like. Yeah, that was the one from his angle. I was watching that one from Cooler's point of view, where his back was turned. He couldn't even see
really?
the rail angle from that point because I think he was convinced he was just going to get away, but obviously he couldn't. But that's the tournament done, man. I think that was a insane last map. I don't even know if I have a final map in me, to be honest. This has been a long day and a lot of games, but yeah, Cooler's going to be the one bringing it through and showing us the style that we all know Cooler is famous for. We go from PGL second place to Quake Open League, the first Duel Online tournament these guys have done. Cooler straight into first place. He's feeling good, and this has been a wild month for him, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. We can take a look at the brackets to see what the story is that has played out here for Season 6 on EU Elite. Here I think we got it all tied up there. And yeah, that is the 3-1 for Cooler right at the end, as you can see them going through the whole list. All those phenomenal players. And that's going to lead me on to saying another thing. The sign-ups and check-ins for Quake Open League Season 7 are about to close, guys. So make sure you head on over to the Quake Open League Discord or find it through quakeopenleague.com. Otherwise, ask myself or Jay Mooney in Twitch chat, or I'm sure Tailwhipper as well would be more than happy to give you some directions, or Sword of Flynn there. And we'll let you know exactly how to get yourself signed up in there in case you have any queries at all. Games are going to be starting on Wednesday, guys, and it's going to go through till early parts of November, where we will have our next Quake Open League finals. But otherwise, we're pretty much at the end of the road. Catch up. It is amazing having you on, as always. I'm gutted I didn't cast a view at PGL, but I'm relieved that you're not Jason. I mean, have you got any final words for us?
I had a good time. I had a really good time. I'm really loving this. I'm going to try and position myself just perfectly. That is the wrong character, though, Jahar. That is the wrong character. It's not one of my boys. It's not one of my boys. But thanks for bringing me back. I had a really good time. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show as always. Congrats to Cooler. And, you know, best of luck in the next Open League. And that's all there is to it. It's always nice to be a part of it. I miss Quake when I'm not doing a show. It's a sick game.
Well, cheers for that, and cheers, Jahar. Why don't I ever get a hat? That sounds just good. I want a hat.
We need to find a hat. That's the objective for the next one. Give him a PNG of a Ranger
You know
hat.
what? Actually, I'm worried of the type of hat they'll find for me. So what I'll do, guys, I'll thank all the players. Thank you again, Catch Up. Thank you, Jahar, and Frank as well for doing the replays for us. I really enjoyed today's show. And also Machiavelli as well for getting involved in the casting. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody, for participating. We'll be back soon. Have a good one and take care.